We're here to win. Let the best win. We're here to win. Let the best win.
Live from Abu Dhabi, this is Games of the Future 2025, the second day of the group stage for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. After a day of sweeps, day 2 will see which teams qualify for the playoffs. It's upper and lower bracket finals across all groups, and just like yesterday, it's myself, Renmar, here with Rockhart to call the action. Rockhart, are we gonna see a day of sweeps again, or will we finally get to see a 3-game series for our stream?
Specifically for the first one, we might, but the rest of them feels like it might be some fast games today, especially based on the what we saw yesterday with how the first group stages actually panned out. So I'm gonna be watching for more action, obviously from our top seeds, especially for upper bracket finals. So we'll see the bracket in a bit, and I think you'll see what I mean later.
Yeah, let's check out the schedule for what we will be seeing today, or for overall in our tournament. I mean, it is the second day of group stages, as we mentioned. Tomorrow will begin play-ins, and then that's going to go all the way until December 23rd for the finals. That is going to be Tuesday next week, so it's going to be non-stop MLBB until then. Still, there are no teams eliminated. However, by the end of today, we will see teams eliminated. As in our format, the bottom team for each group are eliminated. The top team from each group goes on to advance to the playoffs, while the next 2 teams from each group advance to the play-ins. So, looking at our schedule for today, once again, we have 2 streams. We have Stream A, where Wolf and Nice are at. It's myself and Rockhart here for Stream B. You mentioned Homeboys versus Influence Rage might be the series that will go to 3 games. I'll add another one to that. I think we might see Mythic Seal and Zeta Division also go to 3 games later.
That's very interesting. It does feel like Mythic Seal, the expectations for that team is a little too high. Maybe a little bit more higher than I thought it would be. But then again, we saw the performance yesterday, and yeah, a lot of questions were definitely planted in the minds of our viewers for sure. But again, Zeta Division, they did show up pretty good in that last game of that best of 3, so maybe stuff can happen here today. Maybe they've got their mental coming into this one.
Yep. So as we look at our group stage brackets right now, so when it comes to the matches that are going to be eliminations for today, you're going to have to look at Team Vamos versus E7, Homeboys versus Influence Rage, Team Spirit versus the Mongols, and Mythic Seal versus Zeta Division, since they have already both lost their opening series of the group stages. They only have 1 life left. The good thing is, though, if they win their series later, then they will be able to qualify for the play-ins. So there's a distinction between the play-ins and the playoffs. So the play-ins teams, they're the ones who still have to go through like a little bit of an extra round, while the teams who win the upper bracket finals for each group immediately advance to the quarterfinals. So, of course, you're going to have to watch out for these matches today. These are our games: Homeboys Influence Rage, Mythic Seal Zeta Division, Onyx versus DFYG, Aurora Gaming versus Team Max. So, Rockhart, what do you think about our matches today? Do you have a specific one that you're excited to see?
I'm very excited for Aurora Gaming versus Team Max. I feel like out of all the series that we have today, it feels like Aurora Gaming versus Team Max is one that might look like it's a bit of a power vacuum in paper. Like, you're not really sure how... You're going to be pretty sure that Aurora Gaming might take that one. But you know what, Team Max? I think they kind of impressed me yesterday, right? Team Max, they have really lived up to the reputation that we talked up about them, where they're a team that can be really over-aggressive but decide not to be. Like compared to like other regions, like for example, like Myanmar teams or Indonesia teams really want to go ham, full steam ahead all the time. It feels like Team Max knows really when to slow it down. And yeah, really looking forward to seeing that last one for Group D. So I hope that all you guys watching will be watching and holding out until the very end, because you don't want to miss that one.
Yep. We are going to be opening up our day with Homeboys versus Influence Rage. I feel like between the two, we got to see just a little bit more of Homeboys being able to impress. Influence Rage feels like, though, with the series that they played yesterday, we weren't really able to see a lot of their best qualities. Besides that, of course, that game number 1 where they were able to take a lot of control of the map through the the glue in Selena. It was an interesting take that almost worked, but it just couldn't, and they eventually got swept by the FYG. Homeboys, on the other hand, it really looked like in that very first game of yesterday that they were gonna take down ADNOC until eventually they lost their footing and they lost gas heading into the mid to the late game.
And that happened with, if I know a lot of you guys will remember, that was a really, really spicy lineup on both of those games against ADNOC. And considering that they were able to take down ADNOC in one of them, or actually in, both series had a pretty good early start for the Homeboys. Yeah. I'd say maybe they tried to launch it a little too early, but you know what? After maybe like a full day of practicing, it might be cleaner. They might be able to implement that better, and they could actually play with an improved pace this time around, even with that Freya, even with the Angela lock-ins, and the Benedetta as well. Crazy stuff like that really makes it so fun to watch the Homeboys.
Yeah, I know they want to try out things, considering that, again, if you missed day 1 of the broadcast, we did get a new patch, new heroes popping up. Not the newest hero, Sora, but in terms of like new heroes or new priorities when it comes to our metagame. Still very similar from what we're seeing, but it was Homeboys yesterday who whipped out a jungle Benedetta, jungle Leomord, Freya in 2 games, while it was Influence Rage that brought out the aforementioned Glue and Selena that, again, we were skeptical about. As you mentioned, it actually went well for them early game, but then they both ran out of gas. It seems like they both have the same stories yesterday. Good early game, you just run out of gas come the mid to late game.
Yeah, and it's hard to really blame them because, in terms of like how to win games right now in MLBB, it feels like when you get like that very good early jungle invade, if you get that very good 4 to 5 minute start, you're probably gonna win the game, right? So I don't blame them trying to go fast very early on, but then again, really experienced teams know how to punish.
Yep. Fury, Syndrak, Paquito, Jotun, and Chino. I think out of the entire roster of Influence Rage, it was Fury who I felt most frustrated for yesterday, because with the Granger in game 1, the Moskov in game 2, the rotations that Dianfang Yaogua used against Influence Rage, it seemed like Influence Rage just could not take good care of their gold laner, Rockhard.
Yeah, that's true. Again, Influence Rage, it feels like they've definitely improved, right? They've definitely improved from the last time we saw them in an international stage. But yeah, that gold lane, man, if you really want to lock in heroes like the Granger, you got to know how to take care of it. And that's something that we did not see yesterday. So hopefully, if they do end up that way, if they really want to stick with that classic way of doing things, let's go ahead and do that and just, lock in, as the kids say these days.
Yeah, if Fury is going to have a hard time against a specific lane matchup, then the rest of Influence Rage need to pick up the pace in terms of their rotations so they can help Fury out, right? Because we gotta admit, they took good care of the river. They took good care of their jungle.
Of course.
Their Hayabusa in both games got the farm up relatively well. It's just that they got caught out in the objectives, and eventually it really hurt them that when their Hayabusa, their jungler, started lagging behind, when they thought they could fall back on Fury, they couldn't, because they couldn't take care of him.
It just sounds very sad that, it feels like maybe the rest of the team is getting a little too heated up, or they're playing a bit higher pace than you are, and then Fury just kind of gets left out there and left for dead, basically. In a lot of these team fights. I wonder if maybe they've already talked about that. Like, they look like a very tight-knit team. I mean, they're already synced with their hairstyles anyway and their hair colors. Maybe, they've had a really good meeting in the hotel.
Yeah, so hopefully they did, because they're definitely going to have to show a little bit more out here against Homeboys, which I feel like considering that Influence Rage has solidified themselves as one of the top 2 teams in the region of Latin America. For Homeboys, again, since they're a little bit more middle of the pack, middle of the table in Malaysia, what I liked from them was that in game number 1, if we gotta recall, and as we mentioned, they took control of the early game, but they did so, I feel like it wasn't like, how do I put this? It didn't feel like I was watching a team trying to beat their head in the wall and hope that it will work. It was like everything they were doing felt thought out. Their man marking, their rotations, the pressure onto Kyrie, until of course eventually they just couldn't find the lead. What did you think about Homeboys yesterday?
Homeboys just, you're absolutely right. Their man marking is excellent, like especially on their lanes. They're fine. And they actually got like a little bit of a lead, and not massive, but the fact that you can get a lead, any kind of lead against ADNOC Indonesia, you're definitely doing something right.
Yeah.
It's just that ADNOC Indonesia just really knows how to punish when you make like minuscule mistakes that usual viewers won't be able to spot out. But it's fair. They're so good at spotting that. ADNOC Indo, their veteran status really is making very apparent in the games yesterday. So maybe that's just something that Homeboys don't really have right now. But their man marking, their power in the lane, 100%, they can keep up.
Yeah. I agree with all your points. Hopefully we get to see those strengths again, in addition to some refinement, because I think with Homeboys we have to talk about their drafts from yesterday. So Angela, Freya, Benedetta, Kalea, and Hilda were their picks for game number 1, and they didn't veer off that wild from it in game number 2. Game number 1, again, we just talked about it. It went well for them. I was skeptical. They made it work. They played around the Benedetta. Great. But game number 2, I feel like they dropped the ball in the drafts. I was rewatching some reactions, and a lot of people were really feeling the same way about the Homeboys draft. Could have been much better in game number 2. And they, do you think, leaned in a little bit too hard into getting the Angela and Freya combo going again?
And they did it so early, right? I remember that was like second or third pick. So if you're gonna pull off something like that, maybe don't telegraph it. Not to a team like ADNOC Indonesia, whose coaching staff, like we mentioned, it's CW there, it's Adi there. They know how to deal with this stuff, especially if you show it very early on. So maybe that was like one, if hindsight, that might have been something that if they did kind of just try to take ADNOC by surprise, they might have gotten a little bit of an advantage on the draft, right? But again, they showed it so early and definitely got punished for it.
Yeah. So if Homeboys are going to revisit ideas like that, maybe come off from an angle where you're not first picking the Angela and you're not prioritizing getting the Leo Mord right away, as if to tell them, all right, we're going to be very clear, this is what we are going to do with the draft. So again, it's Homeboys and Influence Rage starting off the day for this Group B matchup. It's still a best of 3. It's the lower bracket finals. The loser gets eliminated. The winner will be able to advance to the play-ins. Games to Feature 2025 Group B will be right back after a quick break.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics and many other activities.
best win. We're here to win. Let the best win. best win.
Welcome back to Games of the Future 2025. It's Stream B for Group B, Homeboys versus Influence Rage. Thank you all for your patience. We have just been patiently waiting alongside you watching right now. Of course, as usual, can't avoid it. Sometimes we really just have to do what we can, do our best to make sure that everything is going well for our players in terms of the playing field that they're on. And I've just gotten word that it seems like we'll be heading into the draft soon enough for this series. Rockart, how you been, man? It's been a while. It's been
a while, man.
A while.
It's been a while. Absolutely right. I'm pretty sure that, whatever weight we're doing right now is going to be heavily rewarded. Again, it is Homeboys we're talking about. All the Malaysian peeps in the chat right there know what I'm talking about here. They're probably going to show us some crazy stuff. And I'm honestly hoping that Influence Rage is ready. They're going to be on the receiving end of some pretty strong stuff. Again, we had like almost one whole day where Homeboys could test out the new patch, right?
Yep.
So that's there's just so many heroes I feel like we barely even scratched the surface on, Redmore, and I believe that maybe we'll get another new pick today.
Yeah, Homeboys decided to go for a very fighter-centric, up-close and personal melee range lineup for both games against ADNOC yesterday. Against Influence Rage today, hopefully they don't forget about the range options available that they could go up against. The chances that you could go up against heroes such as the Kimmy. I think the Kimmy really gave them a lot of problems in game number 2. Of course, Sans ending that game with a Maniac. While for Influence Rage against Yanfeng Yaoguai, a little bit more up to speed with what we're used to, except for the Glue Selena that we were talking about earlier today. And then hopefully we get to see them take care of their gold laner a little better. So you see our players right now. You can see the screen that they're on. We should be heading into the draft in just a bit. It's the members of Influence Rage that you're watching on screen right now. To run down the lineups again real quick for Influence Rage, it's Paquito, Fury, Syndrak, Jotun, and Chino. While for Homeboys, it's Daniel, Melqt, Izanami, Amal, and Reza, the usual 5 for both of these two teams. And hopefully we do get some good drafts for this game number 1, considering that we waited a little bit longer just for the draft to start. Rockhard, do you have any early predictions for our draft for game 1?
I will predict that Fury will be purple-haired by next year. I'm just kidding. He's just... Come on, man. Get with the program. That's what I'm thinking. Honestly, that color of hair is very difficult to achieve. But I am predicting, again, that, if we saw or if they were watching the games yesterday, right? We're talking about Influence Rage. If they were watching the games yesterday, they will definitely notice that Fury was lagging behind. So I'm hoping that they're able to, answer that. They're able to deal with that and maybe have a more cohesive game. So fingers crossed for them.
Oh, here we go. I've never been so happy to see a draft screen in my life. Influence Rage on the blue side, Homeboys for the red, and Influence Rage still prioritizing the Fanny ban. That's their priority ban in whichever side they were on yesterday as well. They banned out Esmeralda twice. They changed things up with the mid lane bans up against the FYG. But if they go for the Fanny Esme ban again, I feel like they're shoehorning themselves into a very specific way to draft. I feel like they could let go of the Esmeralda ban and just ban something else.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Esmeralda just being left out on the board. But you know what? We've seen comps really maximize Esmeralda getting banned out, especially if you're planning to throw a Harif out on the field, right? So, again, Harif, despite the nerfs, I feel like is still such a good pickup. So, not going to be surprised if we see something similar to that.
Yep. Angela gets taken out by Influence Rage, and even though we didn't get to see Homeboys get a win with the back-to-back Angela lineups that they fielded in the series against ADNOC yesterday, I still feel like this is a very solid ban. Just goes to show that they probably don't want to go up against a little bit more of the very aggressive, quickly snowballing compositions that Homeboys can dish out. So maybe they will commit another Hilda ban again, or maybe even look towards taking away a hero such as the Grok. Well, just as we said, there we go.
Right on cue. There you go. Because yeah, the Grok, despite, again, if you guys have read the patch notes, pretty significant nerf on the ability, especially on your crowd control immunity. But while Tech Charge is as strong as ever, strong to make a setup happen. Again, the triple knockup, the almost triple knockup that you can achieve with the Grok is really something that they really want to address here. Now, I'm wondering if we can see a Leomord today. Again, maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed. That might be pretty good, although it's going to be less of a factor since the Angela is banned out.
Probably without the Angela, you look a little bit less onto the Leomord, so maybe we'll see a little bit more standard picks here by Homeboys. CC gets taken out. Juicin, maybe Lancelot. Lots of options available for the first pick rock hard.
Yeah, Jushin is, again, 4 seconds before you can stack up again. Man, what did they do to you? Like, as a popular meme would say, what did they do to my boy? It's gonna be so hard to actually recommend Zushin for first pick unless you're already happy to just destroy one target at a go. But Lancelot still remains the prime first pick, at least for this game.
Okay, so they're going to be trading out Assassins. Will it be the Yisenshin right away with the Lapu Lapu gone? Homeboys. There's a lot of ways that they could go for. Maybe Kalea, I think, would be a great pickup. Just have the crowd control right away. It still allows you to play bully style. If not that, you go Gacha if you want to take away a really strong roam pick. But we mentioned Grok and Hilda earlier. That's getting hovered right now. Kalea's there. And why not go for both? Oh, they already show it right away. It's going to be an EXP lane Hilda and a roam Kalea.
That's true. This is definitely up to par with what I'm kind of expecting already for Homeboys. That Kalea, by the way, is much needed balance to what I know Homeboys can do. Homeboys likes to go ham very quickly. Yesterday, they were very aggressive on all fronts. This time around with the Kalea, it's more controlled aggression, right? You make a pickoff happen, you bring it to a safe location, and then you wail on the guy.
Hopefully they'll be able to get those initiations like that. They could pick apart Influence Rage one by one. I think Juicin would still be very warranted here. Eve would be okay, but I'd lean a little bit more towards the Juicin. They pick up an Esmeralda. They don't get their mid yet. They decide to prio the Esme and the Gacha. The Gacha, I understand. I feel like the Esmeralda could have come in a little bit later. So now you get strong damage, strong control. I like the first 3 picks of Homeboys in the sense that they already get to cover with what they need. Maybe they'll just need a little bit more range. Maybe they'll get it from a Granger later, or I don't think this Lunox is going to be going to the gold lane, so the range will probably come through the gold. If not, they might just double down also and just full-on fighters yet again. Put a fighter in the gold lane. But the thing is, we don't see their jungler just yet. If I'm Influence Rage, you have to take out the Yisenshin already.
Oh, yeah, for sure. The Yisenshin feels like it is the prime candidate because you can bet that the Homeboys are going to be fielding a really strong fighter. Despite, CC and Lapu Lapu getting banned out. It feels like it's still a Ruby game. A Rubyable game, as they say. So, there you go. Right on the docket. It's like Renmar's watching an advanced feed.
I am not. Well,
I know
wish
you're
I
not.
had, but like I am not. Just want to be clear about that. So Selena gets removed. I don't know how to feel about the Selena. Maybe you're seeing something that I'm not here, because I don't know why they would take this out.
Yeah, the Selena, it can get a little crazy, especially without a Grok in your lineup. But there is still a Gatot Kacha. I don't think it was. I just don't know. I don't know why you would also ban it out. I'm out of guesses. But yeah, but I would really like to see maybe a classic gold laner here for Influence Rage. For some reason, I feel like they can try to take two on the Granger. Still feels like Fury is really good on that one. What? Really?
Oh. Yeah, I'm honestly just as surprised as you are. They didn't need to go for that Leomord ban. The Angela's already gone. The Leomord will still work without the Angela, but
For sure.
it's not something you have to worry about, considering you're playing around the Lancelot and a Gatot Kacha. So maybe Influence Rage is just being careful. Maybe that's also why Homeboys took out the Selena. We did get to see Syndrak play that in game number 1. And a Gatot Kacha and Selena together is a lot of crowd control. So that would make sense. Homeboys, I like this pickup of the Suyo, but we don't see the mid laner yet. That might be a little bit too much magic damage for the lineup of Influence Rage that they'll end up with. Maybe go for the Kimmy instead of the Eve, but the Eve would still be okay. Valentina, interestingly enough, is what they go for.
Why though? Are you thinking about just copying Tsunami Slam over and over again? Is that the plan here? Eve was good. Eve was a pretty good pick. You create a box, you let the Esmeralda and Gatot Kacha fight in it, and make it hard for everyone else to get out.
Yeah.
Wow. Influence Rage is playing on a different wavelength here. They might be trying something new, because this doesn't feel like the optimal pick here.
Yeah. Tsunami Slam will be good. Get the Brilliance out. You know what? Let's see. I mean, we were surprised by Influence Rage in game number 1 of against the FYG when they were making
That's
the Grok
true.
and the Glue and the Selena work in the mid lane. And that's expected, since Homeboys decided to go for the 4th pick Suyo red side. Influence Rage closed out their draft with 2 more magic damage dealers. So there's a chance this is going to be a tough game here for the jungler of Homeboys, considering that, yes, despite the adjustments to Suyo, making him just a little bit better, adding a little bit more damage, we got to see 10 of Zeta Division perform very well with the Suyo. Still, the biggest thing that the reason why Suyo fell out of the meta is because they took out his magic defense in the Immortal form. That's still gone. Now, with all the magic damage on the inside of Influence Rage, it might be tough. Moskov is the last pick there for Homeboys. They get their range. What do you think about this?
I like it, because they already have like really good early game team fighting anyway with the Suyo and the Lunok. So go ahead and get yourself a late game insurance policy. We saw it pay off yesterday, and that could happen as well today. Although the laning might be a bit of a problem. We've already seen Moskov and Harif games, turn out pretty well for either side. So I don't mind this. Homeboys again, the only questionable pick I have is like interesting that you would choose the Valentina over like an Eve or a Farsa, but again, I'm very happy to be I'm gonna be very happy to be proven wrong here, Renmar.
All right. Heading into the game number 1. We're gonna see though if we'll be able to continue it. Hopefully things are all right on the player side. We pause as we enter. Hopefully all things are okay with the devices and the connection of the players right now. We're just gonna be double checking. Seems like we're good on the side of. Is this the? Oh, this is the Homeboy side. I was looking at. I was using the hair to see if which team it was. For the side of Influence Rage, though, seems like well, we'll see. We can only assume. It's not like we can hear anything. So let's talk about the draft that we got to see. Yeah, I think with the decision to go Valentina, I mean, it's not as... I wouldn't say it's a terrible decision. I would have just gone the other way, but you can still make a case for the Valentina, right? She still has relatively strong burst once she gets into the mid to the late game, and her Terrify is going to be useful against Asuyo.
For sure. I mean, the Terrify is something that can kind of just deal with, the jungle quite easily. You can hunt down the Suyo, make it harder for him to maybe disrupt the Lancelot, and then while that's happening, you're buying time for your Lancelot to actually be like 2 to 3 levels ahead of the Suyo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's the plan. But yeah, if you pick up a Valentina, you're trying to maybe preempt something. I'm guessing that's why they're doing it, but that was a very late pick, so I don't know. They're probably not, but I guess it's going to be more on the comfort, right? It's going to be more on the comfort of, like, what do I do with the Valentina's Terrify? Maybe we can use this as a very good setup. Make it a mobile lineup. You already have Lancelot. You can dive in together and just have a lot of fun. And you also have you can also have the Tsunami Slam, right? So that's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not half bad.
Yeah.
That's all I'm thinking about for that one.
Yeah, I think for Homeboys, though, they also have to be... They might be looking at this with trying to end the game as quickly as possible, maybe even before 11 minutes or around 11 minutes, because one of the difficult things about their lineup is they literally only have one source of physical damage. Once early Radiant Armors and Athena Shields start coming in for the side of Influence Rage, then Homeboys, or excuse me, did I mix that up? I'm just trying to remember which team went to one side. Okay, so for Influence Rage, their lineup only has one main source of physical damage. It's really just the Lancelot. They are very ultimate-based, skill-based, not a lot of really powerful basic attacks. Maybe somewhat of the Harith, but you really think about him as utilizing his cooldowns to make his basic attack even stronger. So no traditional ADS for the lineup. So it's a question of if they'll be able to end this quickly, because if they don't, they might just fall down to the lineup that Homeboys decided to field a little bit more even, a little bit more what we're used to. Okay, game number 1 for Influence Rage versus Homeboys. Let's see how they'll start things off.
Yeah, you know what? The Harith actually just got improved so much that it's in terms of like sustainability, that I don't think he's gonna have a hard time here. I feel like in the late game they might just go even Stevens against each other, and I'm very excited to see that. Right, so far I would say that the Esmeralda might be like the big initiator here. That's what I'm thinking about Influence Rage, right? I feel like their engage is just this, right? This Paquito right here.
Oh, too much damage coming out from the side of Influence Rage. They're starting things off early, but Yochun goes down way too quickly. Homeboy's now here for the clapback. Turn around as well. Wavebreaker connects. Here comes Chino. Maybe the Esmeralda will be the turnaround factor, and it looks like it will be. That's a double kill for Chino, but Melcuti takes Syndrak down. Melcuti trying to stay away from the Esmeralda, and he'll be able to create some space. Amal will not be able to land the stun. CC immune by Chino, and Influence Rage and Homeboys both back off. Aggressive rotations to start things off.
Yeah, that's very aggressive. It's free as well. It looks like we're gonna be blessed here with a very brawly game. Seems to be both teams are very much out for blood here. And now look at Izanami. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. They didn't really touch that Gacha that much. What makes a Gacha still pretty much strong is the amount of harass and poke that you can actually dish out, and that's pretty much here still with Paquito.
They've really set the tempo with that first team fight. Lots of trading, and let's see if Homeboys will be able to get the trade of their own. I set on the Esmeralda, no more Purify here. They might be able to bring Chino down low enough so that they'll have a man advantage come to the next objective. A taunt onto Reza, but not enough follow-up. Amal is close by. The taunt and the Tsunami Slam, they punish. But it's actually the Valentina cosplay of the Kalea that made sure that Daniel would fall down there. That's a kill for Influence Rage. It's a 5 versus 4 advantage.
The one skill that we knew that Syndrak would take, he got it. And mind you, that was a level 4 Valentina because of the passive. It arrives to level 4 a lot earlier than the Kalea, which is actually now level 3. So, man, we're getting a little bit of a treat, or we're getting a little bit of a preview of exactly why he picked it up. So aggressive, and in the front line, you can kind of just bet that he's just gonna hold on to that Tsunami Slam all game long. Because honestly, that's the best thing you can do. And the alternative is, again, maybe the Brilliance from the Lunox. Either one of those can work.
Daniel now already has a Tsunami Slam. He's level 4, Darkening, and the KS assault by Izanami. Is it going to be enough to take down Paquito? And it will be. Amal takes down the Gatakacha. Reza with the zone out onto Jotun and Syndrak. That's why Influence Rage weren't able to help out their roamer as well as they could. And it seems like Rage is looking to giving this turtle up as Homeboys has the man advantage. Jotun backs off and he will go to the purple buff, but great rotation by MelQT. He protects the purple buff of Homeboys, sending the Lancelot back, and now Rage will have to try and help Jotun to escape, and they do.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Homeboys kind of just know how to, make sure that they are taking multiple facets of the map at the same time without any form of counter here, or counterplay.
Yikes.
Izanami! Oh my goodness, look at that guy.
A little bit too greedy. He flickered forward. Jotun already used a Phantom Execution, but too much distance between him and the Lunox. Chino, with the passive and the shield, was able to keep him alive. Almost taken out there, but Rage, I set onto making MelQT struggle. They'll be able to get a lot more gold for Fury this time around. So I like how one of our problems with Rage in day number 1, it seems like they have fixed for this game number 1 against Homeboys. They're helping Fury out way more.
Yeah, for sure. Fury, especially if you're on Harif, especially in this iteration of Harif, feels like you don't actually need that much help. But if you do help out, it's gonna just let the Harif just do more damage, right? Just be able to do more for your team. And that's exactly what's happening here. Not to mention, it's also farming very, very well.
Oh, Tsunami Slam already locked in there by Daniel, and that is going to be Paquito going down. Lots of damage coming out, though, from Rage through the Harith and through the burst that they all have. Jotun finishes off the kill onto Reza, but he's going to end up becoming a trade. Here comes MelQT chasing after Fury. Will he have another dash ready for him? And the Spear of Destruction misses, but the stun through the Blade Surge of Amal connects, completing the kill onto the Harith.
I am feeling this Suyo right now, bro. It feels like... Is it just me? It feels so good. Izanami! Oh my goodness. Chino, careful where you step, bro.
Yeah, Homeboys has a lot of damage through their Lunox as well. Paquito, you might want to back off unless, okay, you really, really want to get this Lord. But here comes Jotun. Looks like a Rage will be able to fight for this turtle, excuse me. Amal able to win the retreat battle, and that is going to be Chino falling down. Rage might lose more members, but Homeboys decide not to overcommit the chase, and Rage only lose their Esmeralda.
And Chino is 2-0, but I don't know. Feels so squishy against the Lunox that we saw earlier.
This is what we were feeling about the draft, wherein Rage could have picked up that Esmeralda at a different time. Although he is 2-1-1, and we did get to see his value through the early game rotations with a big trade we saw for the first team fight when it went 3-3 in terms of the kills. But now as it's going on, you're right, Izanami is already just a problem for that Esmeralda. Chino doesn't have the right items yet to survive the onslaught of the Lunox.
Yeah, this Lunox is paying off dividends so far for Homeboys. I mean, as much as there are so many tanky heroes inside of Influence Rage, they can deal with it. And if not with the Suyo, again, with the shredding damage of a Lunox, and we haven't even talked about MelQT, right? He hasn't actually joined a lot of these fights. He's trying to farm up as much as he can. He's also 2-0. So,
yeah,
we can expect this. They also have, like, really good late-game insurance policy in this game.
Yeah, for sure. We're just going to be waiting for MelQT to hit his trinity of items once he gets there. But from the little times that we got to see MelQT, it seems like the damage is already decent. But as we're getting closer to the 8-minute mark, once we hit around 10 to 11 minutes, that should already be a go signal that both gold laners are healthy enough to just continue fighting with the rest of the team, and that they go for the late game builds through winning team fights alone. There you go, Golden Staff now locked in for this Moskov. Don't think he has his Trinity just yet with this gold, but that's already a go sign. He's ready.
Oh, yeah, speaking of, he's very ready. Oh!
In the mid, Chino just gets blasted, spotted. This Esmeralda cannot be the one getting vision for the team, although He was with Paquito. Homeboys we're just locked into taking that Esmeralda down. AOG, MelQT able to sidestep, but he will just get locked down by the Lancelot. Jotun gets the kill on the Moskov.
Yeah, speaking of locked in, that Moskov did not stand a chance, surrounded by 4 players here for Influence Rage. That's a little bit of a, a little bit of signs of life here for Influence Rage. Then again, they do have a lot of standing gold to take on the map. Reza, be in trouble. Where's the flicker out?
Okay, good thing he was able to still flicker on out of there. But yet again, Chino gets spotted out by Homeboy's top side. Rage could not get Reza down, but at least they got the tower out. A step in the right direction for Rage. Homeboys, they may have more towers. They may have slightly more gold. But this isn't a definitive lead by all means, unless they can find Jotun. Daniel goes in, CC immune. But in the end, that's going to be Tsunami Slam everything. Phantom Execution, Jotun just delaying the inevitable. He is not quick enough to avoid the hit of the Spear of Destruction. MelQT connects.
That's a bit of a nice alley-oop as well, going straight to the pockets of MelQT. I mean, that was good. That's the best case scenario for Homeboys. And yeah, that Forned Rose actually might have been better off just not cast. Just give it over to someone here, to Amal. But either way, Amal was going to be able to use it. It's going to get more damage on the Suyo. So I guess your Influence Rage, let's try to catch up, I guess. And the goal lead, to be fair, I'm surprised it's only a 2K. Yeah. You know, considering all the carnage that's happening on the map here.
Yeah.
I guess Influence Rage are still not as bad of a position as we thought they would be.
Yep, definitely. Still within reach for them. In terms of the junglers, there is a significant lead between the Lancelot and the Suyo. While at least for the Harith, he does have a slight lead, Fury, over MelQT. Although at this point you could just say it's quite even. So the main difference right now is coming through in the jungle damage output. But at this point, if you're Influence Rage, if you're a Jotun, you just have your eyes set and making sure you can Retribution this Lord away. But then now, how are you going to play this macro game? With Homeboys having the advantage in the towers up top, they're playing through a Moskov. They might get pulled across the map at the wrong time. You see Amal and Daniel already holding a good spot in the Lord. Homeboys have perfect positioning right now.
Yeah, very much perfect positioning. I think that we'll be able to really just, keep the momentum going. They've got good vision of all the bushes. No way for Jotun to actually get near. That was actually really, really good.
Way too fast to take down that Lord than as expected. Because Homeboys just has a little bit more footing in the map. It's easier for them to play around and dance around the Lords. They continue to take turrets, and with this Lord marching in, it's going to be heading towards the direction of Homeboys taking maybe close to a 5,000 to 6,000 gold lead, and Rage will be scrambling to play from behind.
Yeah, playing from behind in this scenario just doesn't feel good, right? Because you got to take care of your Harith. Your Harith is your primary damage dealing source. I think at this point, Syndrak is just a crowd control machine, right? So aside from Fury, like Jotun maybe, but he's a little bit too behind to actually make a big difference. Again, all eyes on Fury. Again, just take lessons from yesterday and just don't leave him behind. They might just stick to being a 5-man unit for the remainder of this game.
So if they'll be able to make that work, and that is a Tsunami Slam committed by Daniel. That's going to be a pick-off, but Daniel also brought down really low. A lot of health taken out of him in that attempt to start things off. Rage, eventually it works out for them in that defense. No base turrets go down. They lose a tower in the mid, but Homeboys are still going to have to work a little bit harder to end this game.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to have to work so much harder. And again, just make sure to maybe get more shredding, because Izanami, wait for items for Izanami, wait for items for MelQT. Because I feel like despite Chino falling behind in the earlier parts of the game, this time around it feels like he can actually just do more, survive more, the longer this game is progressing.
And they'll need their sandbags for their formation to eat up as much damage as they can before they inevitably have to back off. But at that time, Influence Rage will hope that their damage dealers are ready. They spot each other out. Daniel already commits a Tsunami Slam, but they fall into a death bush of Rage. Under the Zaman Force, Fury takes down Daniel. Two members of Homeboys down. Chino going after Rez alongside Jotun. The Hilda will be able to run away, but just like that, advantage for Rage.
Yeah, that's big advantage here for Influence Rage. That's as much as they got in the past, like, 10 minutes of this game. So I'll take that any day. And without losing any members, that is impressive. Again, maybe the fact that all of, like, 3 of them are Rock and Purify and Paquitos has the Revitalize is really making it a bit harder for Daniel to actually make a clean engage or a clean pickoff. They're definitely going to suffer some consequences if they don't, like, insta-burst 100-0 whoever they're targeting, whoever they're Tsunami slamming.
Definitely. Fury now has a Divine Glaive as well, so it's going to be even tougher for Homeboys. I think the Homeboys was also just completely caught off guard with the amount of members of Rage that were actually together alongside Paquito in that bush. And now Rage are trying to push the issue with this Lord. Daniel trying to find an angle to get a good Tsunami Slam to put Jotun down. But the Zaman Force gets dropped down, and now Homeboys can get close enough unless Amal actually steals the Lord away. AOG by Paquito, but they're trying to buy time because in the mid, Mel QT has a sight set on applying the pressure in the base. And now they're stuck between members of Homeboys. Rage trying to play around Fury, and it's working. Jotun gets a triple kill. Izanami, though, gets the shutdown, but this Lunox falls. It's just Amal left. Rage has 3 members, but they'll have to clear Waves and the Lord.
Damn, that was kited hard. That could have been really bad for Influence Rage. They are playing so well on the clutch situation. It's pretty, it's actually amazing me. It's pretty good. Wow. So far, Influence Rage has been able to find, like, really good gaps in the armor over and over again. Jotun, by the way, was huge stonks in that last exchange. Very impressive, I gotta say.
Yeah. Jotun with the kills. You see there the raw firepower brought out by the skill-based burst that Rage has through the Hera, through the Valentina. And you even see the Terrify, the taunts, all the crowd control that Rage has. As little as it may be, layered together well actually buys enough time for Rage to fight well against the Homeboys.
Yeah, they're doing very, very well here. But again, does not take away from the fact that Homeboys actually broke down that inhibitor turret on the mid, right? So all of that was happening because Mel Cutie was a little bit too busy on the mid. So that was essentially a 4v5 that Influence Rage actually got. And they walked away there like with bruises all over their faces. So item check here looks like, again, Influence Rage does feel like they're catching up. And it's just not as bad as we think it is for them. Look at that goal lead. 3,000 at 16 minutes. That's doable. We've seen comebacks done easier compared to that.
Yeah, it's not that much of a deficit anymore. The main deficit you're looking at is towards the mid lane. If just a little bit more damage for Sindrak would be good. Izanami, though, just got to build up the lantern. So Paquito and Chino are going to be going down significantly faster than we saw in the last fight. And now Rage, they do have the Divine Glaive already built as well for Fury. So at this point, it's just which front line is going to be able to hold on quicker. The good thing is, though, Homeboys has the Suyo. They're playing around the Suyo that can be utilized to just hunt down for the Valentina and Harith, but if you're under the Zaman Force, it's tough. Meanwhile, the Lancelot for Jotun has a higher chance that he'll actually be able to mess up the Moskov, considering the Moskov and maybe even the Lunox plays a little bit more in the back.
Yeah. From that back line, obviously that Lunox Izanami is doing good. He's doing good on the back and the front every time he goes in with a Brilliance. So, again, earlier it was just a little bit, what do you call this? A little bit short. But I think that if that was like positioned better, that would have been also like a bit of a non-starter, right? Influence Rage would have also suffered casualties in that last big team fight. So let's see if they can do better now that they are grouped up as 5. Here comes Daniel. Flickers in.
He'll be able to get the Tsunami Slam entry already. Brilliance of the Darkening Chaos Assault, all used by Homeboys, but they're just buying time for Amal to get this Lord without a problem. Rage focused a little bit too hard in getting the kills, and now they're gonna have to try and chase down members of Homeboys, and they have to look at making sure the Lord doesn't get past the center of the river.
I'm not sure if they can actually use this Lord at all. The Lord just spawned way too quickly, like almost immediately. I don't think they timed the kill time correctly, but to be fair, you can't really time it anymore because Influence Rage was knocking at your door. So I don't blame him, but they will lose out. This is basically even Stevens, and I would say actually even better for Influence Rage. They got more real estate because of that.
Yeah, Homeboy still has what? Just a 3,000 gold lead at this point of the game. That's barely anything anymore. At this point, you're just trading and buying for Immortalities and Winter Crowns. Rage being able to get the tower in mid, as you mentioned, after all of that. Way better result for them. And they were able to get a kill as well. So now, Homeboys, they have to drag out the Lord Dances if they can just a little bit better. Daniel and Izanami may have pulled the trigger on that a little bit too soon. They found an opening, yes. But at the end, the Lord went down at a time where you couldn't make the most out of it. Meaning that they could have played for the longer Lord Dance.
Yeah, again, maybe if you weren't ready to take it on the dot, maybe it would have been better to just reset. I think Homeboys had that option earlier, right? Yeah. But yeah, maybe again, they're thinking a different way here. They might be thinking about in terms of like map. It maybe at that point, if they felt like they had a better control of the map, the waves are in a better position, try to go for something risky. But then again, you cannot really calculate well if there is also a Tsunami Slam on the other side, right? Syndrak has been holding on to that for like how many minutes now? And because of that, your timings could be off. You could be taken by surprise, which we did saw earlier. You see earlier, and it's just so good. It's so good for Influence Rage to have Syndrak on the Tsunami Slam. I'm starting to really think that, you know what, it's worth it. It's very much worth it in this one.
That was their main pick after they saw the Kalea. They decided they wanted a Tsunami Slam for themselves. Concentrated energy just built up here by Fury. And what do these two teams need to do as we head into what could most likely be the final Lord fight of the game, Rockhart?
I think Homeboys will not rush this anymore. They do have a lot of time to... They have a lot of options to control the waves, right? They've got a Moskov on their side, which can really make some cross-map plays. So I'm thinking maybe we can wait for that to happen before you go a little bit too ham. I do not think they should... force a 4v5 because they're definitely down. They're gonna be already. It feels like you're already down by one player or by one member when you fight 4v5 because Tsunami Slam is a thing, right? Syndrak has it, so you cannot fight without the Moskov, number one, and you have to make sure that you are also in control of like the majority of it. You have to keep your distance if you're Homeboys, because you have to force. Because that's the thing about the lineup of Influence Rage, they don't really have Flicker. Like 3 of them have Purify. Maybe you can use that to your advantage.
Yeah. So there's a high chance that Homeboys may have some ways to punish Influence Rage through the team fighting. And they do already naturally just have the lead in the map with them having taken down base turrets already on the side of Influence Rage, and there are still some second-tier towers for Rage that haven't, or towers for Homeboys that Rage haven't been taken down yet. So everything is pointing towards Homeboys having the advantage for the upcoming Lord. And it seems like we're going to be heading into the game all good for our teams. We will be heading back, and as we see the situation, it still does feel that way. Rage moving together as a unit, trying to get a pick off right away that they could build an advantage through, while at the same time looking towards taking care of the maps, taking care of the side lanes, moving together as a team to just push the sides, which then now opens Homeboys to just send one. So this is what we're talking about in terms of Homeboys having the advantage in the map.
Yeah, big advantage. Not to mention, like, their Suyo is already, like, super mobile, right? That's already built in. We kind of forget how fast a Suyo can actually just go around the map because of the dual dashes. Oh, Brilliant's gonna be at force here. That's pretty big. They're gonna go for the chase.
They really just go for the Lunox, and that's already a massive ultimate taken away. One big source of damage gone. Rage still sticking together, but look at the control in the map through that Moskov, through the minion wave pushed up top. All of that effort, and Homeboys is the one to start out this Lord. Soft reset. Good move. See Halberd built up by MelQT. Rage now scrambling to try and take control of the map. They're slowly losing. An entry by Daniel. He gets a tsunami slam, and Jotun gets blasted by Izanami. Immortality pop there for Daniel, but now Influence Rage needs to run away from this. They get chased down. Blade Surge connects. Fury gets a kill onto the Daniel. The AOG point blank will not land, and here comes Amal with the shutdown. Unstoppable, looking to make it a double, but why not make MelQT part of the party as well? Gino the only one remaining, and after 22 minutes of action, Homeboys will finally be able to close it out with a win.
That was a really, really good game. I loved what I saw from Homeboys. That's the kind of tempo that I expect from one of the strongest teams as well in Malaysia. So, man, this is pretty good. I like what I saw with their utilization of the Moskov cross map, their utilization of that Suyo as well. I feel like there was like a small indecision that we saw from Influence Rage there, leaving the Esmeralda to defend against a Moskov on the bottom side of the map instead of joining the big team fights. Feels like a massive L for me. That's not the decision you want to make in that scenario. Because you know the Moskov is just going to fly anyway. But yeah, at the end of the day, that didn't even matter. Amal went loco on the Suyo.
5-1 and 11. Terrific performance by the jungler of Homeboys. And that's another great Suyo performance. It seems like as Games of the Future goes on, we might be seeing one of the topics of the tournament. Suyo rising up through the rankings as one of the junglers that you can really go for now, and he did all of that against a lineup with terrific magic damage. But then again, Influence Rage went for too many skill-based heroes, I feel like.
Yeah, that's just not how you want to play. Man, I'm excited right now. I feel like Kyrie's already warming up on the CEO as well, man. Like, stuff like that just makes this such a fun tournament so far. And yeah, that was definitely worth the wait that we had earlier, Redmore.
Yeah, it took a long time to get there, but we finally saw the result of the very first game. But this is a best of 3. There could potentially be 2 more on the way. Homeboys versus Influence Rage. Homeboys with the series lead so far. We'll be back after a quick break.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Let the best win.
Welcome back to Games of the Future 2025, all the way from Abu Dhabi. Homeboys leads the series against Influence Rage 1-0. And if you missed out on the action over on Stream A, we've actually already gotten the result for Team Vamos versus Entity 7, as Vamos, another representative from Malaysia, has swept E7 and will advance into the play-ins round. So let's see if this will be a good day for the Malaysians following Games of the Future, if Homeboys will be able to advance there as well. Renmar and Rockhart still here with you, and any expectations for game number 2, Rockhart?
I think that should be the wake-up call, right? Like, I know we were pointing out a few things that feels a little odd. Maybe we're trying to we're basing it on like the usual stuff that we observe in most games, especially between like the more veteran regions of MLBB. But it's just not a feel, right? It's just not like a guess. It's very obvious that these holes in the armor are very apparent. The decisions that are being made here, they need to tighten up and lock in, as they say again, for Influence Rage here. Because another loss will mean that they are eliminated, right?
Yep. They cannot lose this one. All of the lower bracket final matches that we have from the teams that lost their series yesterday, it is an elimination match. And again, that's the GSL format. If you lose 2 series, you are out.
Yeah, it's really tough to see, especially that we saw that it looked good, right? Like there were times that they were winning team fights, and not just like winning like by the skin of their teeth. They were very dominant in some of them, like picking off 2 or 3 from Homeboys here. They could have had this in the bag. Maybe just a bit of a questionable late game decision making, and again, just hoping that they can like tighten up. I mean, they already did step 1, right? They kind of just tried to make sure that Fury was gonna have a fun time, and I guess he did in that game, but just not consistently, not all throughout. I mean, there were still holes in the armor. Again, sending the Esmeralda out to defend while big team fight was ongoing. Esmeralda is usually really good in team fight. Like stuff like that is what makes it just a little bit too hard for some of these games for Influence Rage.
Yeah, likewise for Homeboys. I feel like they were able to show off a lot of the weaknesses on the side of Rage because of how well they were just able to take care of the map. I mean, naturally, the map control is going to go in their favor, considering that they were playing around the Moskov. So they made the most out of that Moskov, and you saw that Rage really did need to win through a big team fight or through a big pick-off, which they tried to get. Cannot fault them for trying to go for that, but then it became a big trade-off. They lost Lord control, they were losing control in the bot, and maybe they were looking for the right thing, but at the wrong time, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you're right as well with, the map is definitely gonna naturally gravitate towards Homeboys. You know what? I think we kind of forgot how well or how quickly Asuyo actually goes around the map, especially if you're you don't have a Lancelot on your tail or something like that. That is just since the Lancelot was playing a little bit more passive in this game, just looking for a perfect team fight just going. You forget that the Suyo can actually do some pretty decent cross map plays as well. go to the top, then just double dash out all the way to mid, and you got yourself a team fight already, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think we already see the draft in motion for both of these two teams. But right now, we are actually, just to reconfirm, we are just making sure that things are going well for our players in terms of their connections. Just gonna have to wait a little bit longer for the draft. And now for Homeboys and Influence Rage, just to revisit the heroes that they utilized in game number 1. For Rage, it was the Lancelot, Esmeralda, Gatot Kacha, Valentina, and the Harith closed out the draft after they saw the Suyo 4th pick from Homeboys, while Homeboys fielded Hilda, Kalea, Lunox, the previously mentioned Suyo, and the Moskov as well. So I like how you got to see now another evolution as well for Homeboys, whereas compared to yesterday, today they are spending a lot more time really taking care of the map, opening it up, and they're not too hard focused into playing one specific route. I feel like yesterday really was just like a big try to see if they can make the Angela and the Freya work and over again. Well, this time around I feel like we are seeing a Homeboys team going for more familiar strategies and more familiar play styles.
Yeah, definitely more familiar, maybe more comfortable on where they are. That's what I want to see as well for Homeboys. I feel like they might have been trying a little bit too hard in some of those games. But yeah, absolutely. I feel like Homeboys feels more at home, wink wink, in this one. And I would say that this is the exact Homeboys I want to see today. So Influence Rage, 2 words, lock in, boys. You just gotta make sure that you can bring your A game. Again, be prepared for the crazy stuff. I love that they were doing that on the draft earlier, preemptively banning out the Leomord. The Freya was highlighted by Homeboys earlier. They didn't lock it in, which I don't mind. That's fine. But
yeah,
it might make an appearance here.
Yeah, maybe it just goes to show that Homeboys are going to be leaning towards more, well, how do we say, the standard drafts in the current metagame. While for Rage, I hope that they decide to show up a little bit more picks that take care of the map better, because I understand that as a team, their lineup in game number 1 works together, just playing around together, getting the pickoffs, playing through the fights. But then they already knew that they were up against a Moskov, and at some point it should have also really like clicked with them that, ooh, Homeboys are actually not making it easy for us for these fights. They're fighting well. They also have a lot of damage. It is way closer than we would want. The threat of the late entry Moskov got them a couple of times in that game as well. So hopefully we get to see a more balanced Rage lineup wherein hopefully they get a little bit more range, something that can take care of the map a little bit better. And maybe as well, outside of the picks, once you get into the rotations in the game, pretty sure they can spend more time going off with 3-2 splits, making sure that they can get towers, and they could do more of that. They could have sacrificed or tried to gambit a little bit more of the Lords, trying to get for more turrets, whereas it felt like 80 or 90% of the time it was just we win through fight or lose through fight.
It's actually true. The in-game fighting is just a little bit more, I don't know, it's tight in sometimes, but then it feels like they just get caught off guard so many times there. So I can agree, like the Influence Rage's team fighting should really start to it has to make more sense, because right now it feels like sometimes they're cohesive, sometimes they will just like pick a random fight. A lot of those times actually they won, especially the first 5 minutes of the game, or first up to 8 minutes of the game. Actually, they would actually be at an advantage for most of these team fights. So Influence Rage seem to be just like, I guess you could say, they're polished in closing out. They need to look for that. They need to, if they had that before, they need to just rediscover that as well.
Right now, you see Influence Rage on your screens. They are alongside Homeboys, just making sure everything's right and proper with the connection. As we all know, heading into game number 1, we got through some hiccups, and then there were a few quick little pauses at the end or near the end of game number 1. So now we're just double checking, making sure that everything is okay for our players. See, our referees working hand in hand with the coaches and the players themselves as well to make sure everything is all right for the next game to begin and for the next draft to begin. If you are just joining us now, we are still 1-0 in this best of 3 against between Homeboys and Influence Rage, and we already saw one Malaysian team advance into the play-ins round. It's Team Vamos. However, I will have to reconfirm the brackets, but it looks like this might be the case wherein for Group B, if ever Team Vamos might actually be going up against a loser of the upper bracket finals of Group B, which is either going to be ADNOC versus DFYG, and that does confirm it, as you see there. So you get a little bit of a preview of the potential matchups that we could be seeing.
Yeah, actually, this is a very good preview. Man, there's just so much that so many things that can happen here. DFYG obviously it's most likely their fight, right?
Yeah.
Are we gonna be like we can talk about ADNOC versus DFYG later, but it just feels like if ever Homeboys does win out, they're fighting DFYG 100%. And I don't know, that feels like the ultimate 50-50 coin toss for me. I love that. I love that you brought that up. I actually didn't think about that yet, but you're right. It sounds like it'll be a lot of fun. And ADNOC Indonesia, again, this is we're saying all of this considering that ADNOC Indonesia does better. Like they're still like they play up to expectations. It just feels like ADNOC Indonesia should have this, but I don't really wanna. What do you call it? I don't wanna jinx it at all. But yeah, ADNOC Indonesia's tournament so far, at least for the Group B, right?
Yeah. They are looking by far one of the favorite teams to win it based on the performances. We saw Arky Hoshi take down Team Spirit in a surprising result with a 2-0 sweep yesterday in Stream A. Aurora of Turkey is another team to watch out for, alongside Aurora of PA. So there are some big giants of Philippines and Indonesia that all of us need to watch out for as this tournament goes on. Of course, play-ins round is going to be happening starting tomorrow at the end, by the end of tonight. And because of the results, we've already confirmed one eliminated team, and that is E7. Also from Latin America after they got swept by Team Vamos earlier today. And Team Spirit versus the Mongols, if I'm not mistaken, is the upcoming match over on Stream A. So if you want to catch that, you can check that out as well to follow the results. I know the Mongols have had a lot more eyes on them in the past few months. Team Spirit, of course, again, surprising result for Arky Hoshi to be able to sweep them like that. But Arky Hoshi played a hell of a game yesterday, so there's a lot of matches to really watch out for across both streams. So make sure that to try catching both. All right, so in just a bit, we're going to be starting the draft of Homeboys versus Influence Rage. We've already revisited some of the picks, so do you have any predictions for what could be popping up? What could be the priorities? If not specific heroes, maybe the general play style that these two teams want to go for as the draft is now up.
Very specifically, I want the Benedetta to make an appearance because I really think that Homeboys is trying to make that work. And I think if there was like a chance or like a match that you can kind of just do that or try it out in a very high level, this is it, right? So we're going to draft finally here for game number 2 of Homeboys and Influence Rage. Esmeralda feels like it's still very much ban-worthy. They weren't going to play it like that. It feels like you could have just banned it out.
Yep. You mentioned the Benedetta, and I'm inclined to actually agree with you here because as we were talking about it earlier, Homeboys might want to continue playing through the macro, or at least having at least one hero that plays the macro very well. if they have the Benedetta in the jungle, they have someone who can rotate the map very well and can either team fight or pressure the side lanes by pushing turrets. So I think we're both seeing eye to eye there. If Homeboys wants to pick up the Benedetta, if they're considering it again, this might be the game to go for that. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm all for it. Again, Freya is also a looming threat. I love that the Homeboys have just created that just because of their statement game. I mean, it wasn't a statement game, like because of their their very spicy picks yesterday. It just opened up the possibility, right? And if you're Influence Rage watching that game, you'd be kind of just wary of it. You're not gonna expect it right away, but it'll always be on the back of your mind while drafting. So honestly, Homeboys might have actually accidentally created a pretty good strategy yesterday. I'm not saying losing a strategy, but it kind of just helps here when you're drafting.
Okay, first pick here for Rage. The Grok has been let through now since they no longer banned it. The Kalea open as well. Or they could just fall back into picking the Lancelot again. I'm inclined to think that they'll pick one of the two roamers.
I think I would love to see, for example, the Kalea earlier, right? Yeah, I love the Kalea for sure. Grok on the roam, it's a really good one. I feel like it's very solid, and you can kind of just not be afraid of Selena's earlier. I think earlier Selena was banned out, right? I can't quite remember. Was it the Homeboys who banned it out?
No, the Selena was open earlier. It just wasn't picked up.
Oh, really? I could have sworn it was banned out. But anyway.
Oh, no, you're right. It was Homeboys banned out. It was the last ban in the red side.
Yeah, there you go. So Selena feels like it is a very good alternative, especially now, right? That the Lunox is actually unusable in this game.
Yeah, we might actually get a Selena Grok pairing if ever. Considering that they don't want to pick up someone who wants to be static, it would be tough to make an Eve work here. Farsa might actually be okay, but yeah, I think Grok Selena, as you mentioned, would be a great combination to have in the center. They are up against a Hilda, should help with tracking the movements of the Hilda and the Lancelot later. Plus vision on vision goes well with the Yi Sun Shin. Might be a little bit too early to pick it up now, but Homeboys already know it might come out. So if they want to, they can pick it. But the Uranus, how do you feel about this pick?
Oh, big beefy boys.
Yeah,
I like it. I actually like it. But then again, you are fighting against a Lancelot, so I'm not sure how well the Uranus is gonna fare against that. Sorry, or the Lancelot is gonna. Yeah, that one. Uranus fare against that, but yeah, it feels like you can kind of just bypass them if you have a lineup that moves fast, like a Lance, like a Hilda. But instead of moving fast, I feel like they just want them to take a big team fight. The Eve, third pick here for Homeboys.
Yeah, the Eve kind of meh for Rage right now. For Homeboys, though, it's great. They get the Hilda and the Eve together, so some strong pry on the mid. They might forgo banning the Kimmy, although the Kimmy will actually do really well in terms of the trading in the center. Homeboys might be just a little bit more okay with playing into that. You suggested the Selena, and yet again, it's going to get banned out by Homeboys, making sure that Rage doesn't end up with it. Meanwhile, the Harith gets taken out, as it is a great combo alongside the Eve for the big team fights.
Okay, Selena banned out means that they might just have a hard time picking up a good mid laner, honestly. Is it time for the Farsa, though? Maybe it is. Maybe you want to just play that for a bit of a slower game. Again, Farsa is the prime pick here for mid, right? If anything else, for Influence Rage.
Yeah, the thing is, though, Homeboys might just let it through because they might just lean into playing. Because they can pick Gata Kacha, Yuzhong also still open. If ever that Hilda will end up going into the roam instead of the EXP, they can play Hilda roam, Yuzhong EXP. Though they just need to be a little bit tight with the execution. Should be okay. IR takes out Gata, and that should be all signs for Homeboys to just pick up the Yuzhong now. Considering that the Farsa will be going to the side of Rage. Or the Hayabusa. Oh, wait, no, not the Hayabusa. You already have a jungler.
Okay, that was close. Valentina, by the way, possible as well. You suggested it in game one, right? Valentina is if there's like an Eve on the opposing side, could be a ping, could be a good pickup.
Could be okay here. I'm just trying to think of the trade in the center. Might be tough, but in terms of the team fighting, for the major objective fights, you will have that utility. I would want them to pick up a Moskov here. You just get that constant stream of attack damage, which should be great. Hovering a Zetien right now, that's one of the picks that I thought might actually show up yesterday. Someone might be willing to try.
Yeah, Zetien 100%. We were actually kind of itching for that on the FYG game, but wasn't really given to us, sadly. But they already have all the global vision they want anyway. So yeah, Farce is great. Man, that would have been good. It would have been actually really good for the Selena here. But yeah, Ruby can go in because Selena is banned out. So far, very solid front-loaded lineup for Influence Rage. The only problem for me is if Jotun gets shut down early, there's just not much they can do to take team fights. And you already know that Syndrak is not going to have an easy time as well. He'll probably get hunted down by the Hilda.
Yeah.
Not as good of a draft as it looks like on paper.
Yeah, I think an X-Borg or actually an Alice would be a little bit more steady. It would be great. And this would not be a fun time for Rage. Actually, whatever ends up here for Reza. Hilda is going to the roam. Phovius will also just be great no matter what. Phovius, Alice, X-Borg, even the Cho would be fantastic. Although this Cho might end up... Let's see. I think Reza and Mel, we might see a switch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Possible.
Yeah. It is a roam Cho for Daniel, and it is an XP lane Hilda for Reza. This is a go-to pick for Daniel. It's something that Husky himself has mentioned that Daniel loves to pick, styles with it. He really wants to set the tempo with this kind of hero. He plays aggressive. He'll be up in the face of Influence Rage.
100%. Again, it could have actually gone either way. But yes, actually, if the Cho is on the roam, 100% more uptime. Especially if you're trying to get as many kills as possible. You want to be able to use your Way of the Dragon as soon as possible the moment you hit level 4. And no Valentina feels like it's actually worse for this one. I feel like Valentina would have been better in this draft, surprisingly. But yeah, let's go ahead and find out if that's going to be the case here. It's Homeboy's Influence Rage Game 2.
The Gronk and the Farsa will really have to set the tempo here, go fast and get picks as soon as possible. Speaking of setting the tempo, Homeboys, as we expected, already up in the face of Rage, but they might be here a little bit too deep. They want to cut, but they might have to give up kills.
Oh, that was funny. Reza just literally walked on up there. He said, okay, you blocked this? I'm going out the back door. Just go straight through that tower. That was funny.
Yeah. Good thing he had the minion wave to eat up the hits from the turret for him, or that would have for sure been a kill given off for Rage, but no kills. It's a little bit of tempo, and still steady for both. Paquito and Syndrak just doing what they can to slow down the minion waves in the mid, bulk them up together, and just clear them up fast for some very fast XP and gold.
Fast XP and gold, and look at that Izanami as well. They know that they don't have to be too afraid because Real World is not up yet. So you can just keep doing that now, but later on you're going to have to be a little bit more wary when you actually start grouping up stuff in the mid. And again, they're trying to buy time, as much time as they can for Jotun anyway, so they're not really the main focus of the game right now. Jotun, though, getting invaded a little bit. You're going to lose out on one jungle camp just because of how a Lancelot will naturally just speed up. Or, no, a little bit of an assist here from Paquito. It means that, you know, XP is relatively even for both our junglers.
Yeah, slow start besides the little scramble behind the EXP turret up top. It was started off by Homeboys after going for the cut. Now they will have the advantage for the turtle. Rage cannot get close enough just yet. Feathered Airstrike already committed. Daniel with the zone out, and it looks like they're going to be going for purple side invade right after this if they can, and yes, they will. Izanami with the first blood. Paquito goes down. No more roamer here. Dangerous waters for Rage, as they will also lose their purple buff. Jotun was not able to win the retro battle. Reza and Amal get away with robbery.
That is so much resources going over the homeboys in the span of a few, like a minute. That is going to be a tough one to climb here. Not to mention, Melcutie was actually just farming up really, really nicely on that wave at the bottom as well, while all of that is happening. So, Influenced Rage, this is one of the cons of picking up a Yi Sun Shin as well. Like, this early on, you can't expect any more than that. Beautiful Way of the Dragon combo as well. Paquito, I think, will go down.
Yes, he will. Let's see if Fury will be able to survive. He will not, as he tried to assist his roamer. Ended up paying the iron price. Could be another kill here, though, but Homeboys will not push the issue anymore. They're happy with what they have. A significant lead this early in the game. Paquito charges up. The tech charge, able to knock up Reza, but Reza was already in the bush, able to benefit a little bit from that as well. Feathered Airstrike versus the real world manipulation, and Syndrak takes the brunt of the damage. SOD! He is not gonna go into it. Melcutie decides to play it safely.
That was a lot of time being bought by Daniel. As funny as it was that he died like after like 30 to 45 seconds, that is a tangible lead that was taken by Homeboys in the duration while they were having a scuffle on the jungle. I mean, Melcutie was able to take out the tower on the bot side of the map, including everything else. Oh my goodness, though. Rage finally getting a catch on the Daniel after 4 minutes in the game.
Great pick off on the roam. Already 2 deaths for Daniel, but now for Rage. They should be able to utilize that for a very clear, uncontested take on the turtle. But Homeboys are not going to go down with a fight. They send Reza in the roam spot to go forward and get vision. And Amal is close enough. Rage decides to forgo it altogether after they clear the minion wave in the mid. But that means Daniel will be able to come back.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to be able to arrive right on time. Reza going to be able to get a lot of space as well on the side. Jotun getting ready for the steal. And that's a no-go. Alright, Amal securing it up right there and then. And the real world, by the way, going to get Fury super duper low. Guess that's all they're going to lose here, at least for now. But Daniel says, you know what? I'll go take that fight. I'm going to take you out. And then you're going to go down. Amal, though, going in. Izanami going flickering forward as well. Beautifully done. Look at how much carnage, how much damage was done by Homeboys. Chino going half. I don't know. I think at this point, Homeboy should really make a run for it. And yes, he will be. Oh my goodness, no way, Izanami. You're way too win over your head, man. And he's gonna get punished very hard for his insolence. But all said and done, does feel like we are in for a bit of a fight. We're all good in the hood here, and the Homeboys, they didn't get out scot-free, but they got some pretty decent chunk of gold because of all of that exchanges.
Still, definitely, they are more comfortable, except that Rage bite back immediately, trying to take down Daniel, but he gets away. Shunpo just in time and just a sliver of damage. No one could get a basic attack up. No one could get a skill up. And all of that spent only for Daniel to escape. And Rage, though, will balance things out with a push at the bottom.
Yeah, great push at the bottom as well. That's all you want to do. So, again, the gold being distributed all over the teams feel like it's just so close, right? 6.5 minutes, we are at a 3K deficit. And the items, a little bit more chunkier for Homeboys, but it is close. I feel like Homeboys might be getting a little bit too comfortable in some of these changes or some of these exchanges that they are losing out small bits of gold to Influence Rage. So I feel like they got to lock in as well. I feel like Homeboys might be a little bit too complacent, but again, they are still relatively in the lead.
Playing the map right now, Moskov gets spotted out by Chino up top. The Uranus brings the Moskov down low, entering with an SOD might be risky later on. Daniel behind enemy lines in the Rage jungle. Reza getting the vision. Amal, will he be able to get close enough? And he will take the turtle away from Rage just when they thought they were safe. But Reza gets punished for his gank in the back. The I'm offended by Fury, buys time, deals damage as well. But Amal finishes off the Ruby. But Homeboys yet again will get away with the turtle take with the retry win by Amal.
Yeah, that was a pretty decent 1-for-1, and I don't know, for some reason Amal is just gonna go ahead and check these bushes. Just when you thought Homeboys is gonna get out with a pretty decent trade, they give out even more than they should lose. Again, that is the trend here for Homeboys. Instead of just backing off completely, hey boys, we got 1K, why not go for 2? And they give out 200.
Except it looks like they're going to trade it out across the map as they kick Chino under the tower. Chino trying to get away from this, already committed to Purify, but he'll get taken out there by Melqt. The Feathered Airstrike gets readjusted, flicker forward by Syndrak, and it's perfect. Jotun takes down Daniel. SOD! Melqt firing off uninfluenced Rage with 3 members down. The turnaround has been completed.
Yeah, that was a little bit way too aggressive here for Influence Rage. Again, this time around, they're the ones who seem to be biting off more than they can chew. Paquito in trouble here. Reza. By the way, I love the way that Reza just inserted himself right through that bush into the team fight the moment that he saw that the real world was in. That was beautifully engaged. And Melqt, the coordination to throw the SOD at the perfect time as well. Homeboys definitely getting a lot more control on this map. I guess they are realizing, you know what? You might be giving away a bit much. Let's take some more. And they're doing it in a really, really conservative fashion this time.
If you're going to lose something, trade out something good for it as well. They only wanted 1, but they ended up walking away with 3 because Rage decided to join in the fight, and it just didn't go their way. You can see here the confidence of Daniel, his signature pick for the last season of MPL Malaysia. And the confidence he shows off, playing the chill, getting the vision. There are 4 members of Rage nearby, and he is unfazed. He knows he'll be able to get away.
Yeah, unfazed and just ready to go for it again. Like, it's just a lot easier against the Grok, right? Before, you couldn't really knock up a Grok because, you know, when charging up. But now, it's a lot easier. He has more opportunities to go for those Jeet Kune Do knockups. And no one's actually safe here. Again, hunting down Jotun is target priority number 1, but he is actually just playing relatively safe.
Homeboys have the lead across the map. Again, the threat of the Moskov still unsolved by Rage. Not just in this game, but even the previous one as well. Daniel in the back. Almost spotted out. Jotun gets a kick, but it goes away. He's just bothering them. The SOD, unfortunately, didn't land, but he'll be able to conceal away. The members of Homeboys already locking in on the Lord. It was a buy time. It was a ruse, and it goes towards Amal. Daniel gets taken out by Syndrak. Reza goes down as well. Homeboys have lost bodies, but they need to trade out the kills here. Amal gets the kill onto Syndrak to balance things out. The wall gets brought up, but no more tech charge for Paquito. All the while, Melqt just split pushing the top lane.
That was very high effort here for Homeboys, honestly. Really good for them to actually maximize the space. Daniel going on the hunt for Jotun, Melqt on top side taking care of the turret, and them going for the Lord at the same time. So that's like super multitasking, 3 tasks at a time. They gave up 2 bodies, but it feels like it's really, really worth it. And now they have a Lord walking up on bottom. They can kind of just sync that with mid. Maybe something can happen.
Are they going to be able to get a considerable push with this? Top lane handled well. Lord, a full commit might not be in the books here for Homeboys. They just want to pop up the Holy Shield passive if they can. Then if ever full commit, great placement of the Rampart. Although Rage will lose the tower in the mid, still trying to find an opening here is Homeboys. Lantern already built up by Izanami. But Rage will not give it. Homeboys have to do a little bit more to break down the defense of Rage.
Yeah, so much more, right? Obviously, they're buying time for Jotun. He is 5-2. So, technically, this YSS is really healthy already.
Yeah.
But, again, he's having a hard time actually using those items, using that sharp blade, using the crit. can't really go near too much against a Hilda, against a Lancelot, against a Cho. So he's always been having to basically just skirt around, and it's not as easy as it looks.
Yeah, loads of pressure for a lineup that has Yi Sun Shin to go up against what Homeboys decided to field here. Fury and Paquito really need to be on top of their game with peeling for Jotun, making sure that they don't run Wolf King for the Ruby or even the I'm Offended if they're not going to use it to initiate. The Tech Charge, the Mighty Swing, anything just to give a little bit of room for your Yi Sun Shin, extra bits of crowd control to stop Homeboys from diving on your main carry. Because right now he's the main damage dealer alongside that Farsa. The problem is Homeboys, they've been pretty good in terms of just throwing who they need to throw at Rage at the right time. Again, we talked about it. Their man marking is brilliant, and that continues today.
I think they did that exceptionally well earlier. Again, splitting up the map basically in 5. If you actually look at the mini-map earlier, you will actually notice that the whole of Infiltration is in the middle, and they're actually just surrounding them, like almost in a perfect circle. So I loved when I saw that. And I can't wait to see what else they can do. But Influence Rage feels like they're also catching up slowly, man. That gold lead at 6K, it doesn't feel as difficult to overcome, especially at almost approaching the late game of the game of this match with like 14 minutes on the timer.
Yeah, could be a turnaround nearby. Chino applying the pressure down bot. He knows Melcuti is there. Just trying to show himself, potentially get the vision or give the info when the SOD gets tossed out. He also just built up the Chastised Pauldron as well to deal with the Moskov. And I like this 3-2 split for Rage. You get your mid laner alongside the EX laner and try to pressure down the Moskov. So I like the play here for Rage, but at some point they're going to have to let this go and then go towards the Lord. Kick already committed.
Oh!
SOD not going to land, unfortunately. 4 Homeboys, but they didn't need it as 3 members of Rage just fell down like that. Overcommitted with getting the vision, overcommitted with going for the soft contest and going for the dance. Concealed by Daniel, locks in onto Syndrak. He uses the flicker to create space against the Cho. Homeboys dives in under the turret, but they don't have the minion waves to clear up the top turret. So Amal will look towards starting progress on the Lord.
Yeah, they're trying to buy as much time as they can, honestly, and that's all they need to do. Again, despite Melcuti not actually joining the team fight, Homeboys a pretty chonky amount of tempo, not to mention the solo kill almost for Amal against Jotun. So that's already proof that, okay, you know what? You're a 4 protect 1, but your 1 can't really handle a Lancelot. So that's a big problem.
Yeah. Flying Clouds to get out of the base much quicker. Homeboys will have the Lord. They have a considerable lead. They are already past the 50,000 threshold, while Influence Rage is only at the 40. At this point in the game, definitely endable for Homeboys. They just need to play their cards right.
Yep, that's right. I don't know if they're going to be able to utilize the Lord that much, since it feels like Influence Rage is primed and positioned for the defense. But they're definitely going to try. Let's see if that's going to happen here.
Amal cutting behind right away. I set onto Syndrak so that they can pressure down the feathered airstrike of this Farsa. Real world manipulation already dropped down here, and Chino takes the brunt of the damage. Turret in the mid gets taken down. Homeboy still playing the slower game. They know they can't force anything, though they can, and that they don't want to risk turning this 10,000 lead into a 5,000 lead. They want to hold on to their advantage as long as possible. They're not clearing them away with bot. They're allowing that to push in naturally.
Yeah, and they're going to wait for the wave on mid and then maybe go for a pickoff here, which is exactly the plan.
Daniel gets pulled back in by Rage, and he might get taken out, but he survives again. Melcuti eats a feathered airstrike. Not enough health on him to focus down the turret. Amal's Phantom Execution gets cancelled, but he'll still be able to get away. The flicker tech charge by Paquito to take down the Cho. And Reza could be up next. Immortality pop. And just like that, Rage still in this.
Yeah, they're fighting back, man. They are fighting back. I think you kind of just realize how tanky the Rage lineup is when Homeboys' lineup can't really make a dent if IR groups up as a 5. I feel like that's their main strength, and I think they're using it very, very well at 17 minutes, which is about time, man. About time.
Homeboys want to end it here. If this goes to game 3, this is going to be anyone's. The advantage that you have, the advantage that you had, Homeboys. How long can you hold on to it as Rage now opens up the map even more through patience, through waiting, and this is the strength of their lineup when they are all together, as you mentioned. 25 seconds up until the next Lord spawns.
It's really hard to isolate any single member from Influence Rage, especially if Paquito, Fury, and if they're all like up on front. You've got obviously a Uranus as well that's so hard to bypass. And Melcutie is actually getting marked very well by Syndrak, if you guys have noticed. Melcutie had so many opportunities to maybe make a free hit happen, but he's so hesitant just because of the presence of the Farsa. Again, Farsa is like public enemy number 1 of most gold laners, especially marksmen. So he's doing a pretty good job as well, keeping in control. But doesn't take away from the fact that Homeboys, they are definitely in control of this game still.
They got a minion wave up top. They will start off the Lord first. Paquito gets the vision, and the formation of Homeboys is very easy for a great tech charge to land. Look at Daniel, though, of Homeboys, cutting way far behind. The minion wave is going to be coming out. He'll get spotted out, and now Homeboys will apply the pressure because Daniel has been spotted. He tries to go for the kick, and he buys time. And just like that, Rage has given up the Lord to Homeboys. They wanted to cover their back, and they get punished for it. Real world manipulation. SOD lands as well, and Homeboys decides to full send, but Syndrak is here with a feathered airstrike to answer. And Rage are answering to the threat of Homeboys. Winter Crowns and Immortalities getting exchanged as Melcutie is able to free hit and take down Jotun. This Moskov has been the problem for majority of the game, and it is still unanswered by Rage. Only 3 members on their side remaining. Homeboys have their eyes set. No more waiting. Time to end it now. Moskov trying to find space. Homeboys creates a space, but Paquito with a check charge to take down the Moskov. But it's just Fury. He is not enough. Homeboys gets the win.
And just like that, Influence Rage are out of Games of the Future 2025. Homeboys, that was shaky. That was a shaky last few minutes there. I have to really commend Daniel going for like the crazy out of this world insertions into random parts of the map. It's actually throwing Influence Rage off of their tempo, which they were already planning like a really good Lord fight. They were planning to go ahead and go for the steal, but no, suddenly there's like a show on your back line hunting down your YSS. It's like it's so good at making sure that your enemy is not prepared to take a 5v5 against you.
What a terrific performance by these two. Though it was a sweep, it was 2 very competitive games of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. With, I think, Influence Rage definitely should not be ashamed of any of the results here. They were very competitive in this one. They were competitive as well yesterday. 8-1 and 10 for Izanami. Real world manipulation versus the feathered airstrike. The timing of his ultimate was absolutely clutch for majority of the team fights of Homeboys Rockhard.
Yeah, absolutely. Izanami, man. I love how well Homeboys are playing around the what do you call this? The real world manipulation control as well. So far I would like to, this is the exact Homeboys I want to see. And so far, look at the bracket. I think Team Spirit actually getting a game ahead of the Mongols. Wow.
Yep. They are now in the lead in that series. Again, also just the best of 3. More action coming your way. Any thoughts, final thoughts about the series that we just had, Rockhard?
Man, Influence Rage, they're a lot better than where we left off of them in the last international tournament, but definitely has a lot more to catch up on. So can't wait to see them again soon in the future.
Yeah, a lot of things to look forward to for Influencer Age, but of course, congratulations to Homeboys with an impressive series win. Tested to their limit, they still walked away with a sweep win. Games of the Future 2025 will be back after the break.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Let the best win.
back to Games of the Future 2025. We go on over to Group D now with Mythic Seal versus Zeta Division, another lower bracket final elimination match. One team from Myanmar and one team from Japan. It's still Renmar and Rockhard here to call the action for tonight. Rockhard, how are you feeling about this series?
Yeah, this series obviously is what's the word I'm looking for? I hate saying the David Goliath thing, but it's not, right? Like that's not what it is here this time around. So Mythic Seal, again, maybe the expectations for that team is just a little bit too high coming into this one, especially with the return of Ruby DD. But Zeta Division went Super Saiyan last night, man. It feels more evenly matched than I thought it would be coming to GOF.
Yeah, they were not able to get the win against Team Max, but in game number 2, 10, the jungler of Zeta Division had an amazing showing with the Suyo. While for Mythic Seal, it seems like they're still trying to find the right chemistry, the right style that really works out for them. With Ruby DD back in the field, it was not an easy time for them up against Aurora Gaming. Game number 1, a little bit the longer game, a little bit more competitive, but ultimately, it was Aurora Gaming sweeping Mythic Seal. This is the Aurora team from Turkey that is going to be playing, that they played against earlier. And now, with Zeta Division here, honestly, based off of what we saw, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Zeta actually walking away with the win here. Mythic Seal, similar to what we saw earlier or yesterday for Influence Rage not being able to take care of Fury well enough. Zeta Division, though, for Mythic Seal, it was Nico who did not have a good time.
That's a very bold statement, Brother Renmar. You think Zeta Division has a bit of an edge here in this Mythic Seal game?
Yeah, I do.
I never thought I'd hear you say that.
Well, I mean, this Zeta Division squad, as a whole, has been playing a little bit longer compared to Mythic Seal. This time, of course, with Ruby DD, a legend, definitely. Not discounting him, but in terms of just the overall chemistry of the team, Zeta Division has had more time together. I think for majority of the history of their lineup, they've really only just had one change, and that was in their mid lane. Before it was Pisuke in the mid. Now it's Katsu in the mid lane. He played for majority of 2025, but all that while leading up, there's a reason why they bring Katsu in. They really thought that it would be an upgrade from Pisuke, and of course they continue their domination as well in the region. So for Mythic Seal, again, they're just still really on their rediscovery phase ever since Ken left the team.
That is true. It does feel like Mythic Seal is, I don't want to say it looks like they're grasping straws here or anything, but it's just not the Mythic Seal that I kind of remember. You make a good point. Obviously, Mythic Seal is going to be it's going to be an uphill battle, feels like, right? Especially since Japan has proven that they can really micro well, especially on the Suyo. I feel like Suyo is 100% on the chopping board on the ban list later, just because they play it so well. They feel like they play it so comfortably, right? Especially what we saw last night.
Yep. We're going to be heading into the draft now for game number 1 of Zeta Division versus... For a second there, for Mythic Seal, there we go. So many teams to follow for this tournament. And yeah, they are going to be starting it off with a Lunox ban. Respect onto Ruby DD's name. I mean, there is a highly likely most Lunoxes that we've seen throughout this day have gone into the mid lane as a pick for that role. Most likely for Nico, but come on, just take away the Lunox, and I am okay with this for Zeta.
No, 100%. Even if we haven't actually seen the Ruby DD play a Lunox here in GOF, it's safe to just ban it out. You just gotta give respect, man. He's the legend in this one. And you know what? The old muscle memory might kick in and you just might get demolished in one go. So Zeta Division definitely doing their homework on this one. I love what I see. So, yeah, Angela's still getting banned out. I feel like the Angela ban is starting to become a priority, just so that you can disable heroes like the Frey or the Leomord here. Is that the trend that we're seeing, Redmore?
I mean, not just that. Freya, as we did, or excuse me, Angela, as we did get to see, especially during the time when they brought her cooldown down to 20 seconds, just slots in with a lot of lineups, and especially considering there are more fighters popping up in the gold lane, just makes sense to take out Angela. I feel like there are some teams overly committing towards banning her out as early as now, though. Definitely, even if an Angela gets rush picked by Zeta Division, then Mythic Seal can just pick up an Esmeralda, and then they will have all the shields in the world to steal. You turn off a lot of picks as well that Zeta Division could go for. But maybe there's just something that we don't know yet about the Angela. Maybe the changes to her cooldown now starting once she actually like full casts the Heart Guard, it is actually ban worthy, maybe. But for now, Zeta will lock in the Lancelot.
Yeah, it's also a longer duration if you think about it, because now the duration of the shield just stays on. Like, it doesn't expire anymore. Like, you can just keep going and you can just kind of reach longer and farther distances alongside your partner hero, and he's still going to be relatively well protected, whoever that may be. So, you know what? You're absolutely right. And now the Lancelot, definitely a great first pick. I love to see the Grok here as well.
Do it.
The SpongeBob, please. No? Okay, fine.
For a second there, I thought we'd be seeing Cyclops. But we are not. We still get the Kimmy there, and we get a Hilda. I like the Kimmy in this regard, considering that when you play around a Farsa and a Grok, you know that's already two heroes that are very ultimate dependent, which if you can just sidestep, great. You'll have the damage to be able to apply the pressure after they've utilized their mobility skills, their cooldowns. But as equal as a good the Kimmy pick is, the Hayabusa pick is also fantastic, because immediately you now have a lot of threat in the center of the map. And the mid trio right now of Mythic Seal, very, very good.
Yeah, great mid trio for Mythic Seal. Obviously great for picking off heroes. The moment someone gets caught by a tech charge, you can kind of just expect the Feather Airstrike salvo going down on their heads, and maybe a Hayabusa kunai going straight into their body. So yeah, Zeta Division might just be in here for the long haul here, though. I would love to see maybe just more fighters, one for XP, one for gold, and I think they should be fine, right? Which is weird for me, because Zeta Division, it feels like they suddenly became like a normal team in my eyes, right? Like, that's what teams normally do, especially around here in Southeast Asia.
Yeah. Now with the Phoveus getting removed here, they're thinking of getting a little bit more dashes on them. Will they go Cho, Roam, and then put the Hilda in the EXP lane instead? That would still make a lot of sense. I feel like Mythic Seal cannot overlook the Yu Zhong right now, though. Considering the Gacha has already been taken away, a Yu Zhong would slot in very well for Zeta Division if ever they put that Hilda in the roam. We are going to the second phase, though, definitely, wherein the Hilda is a flex. So it might just be up to whatever Mythic Seal picks up as the fourth pick for Zeta to decide exactly where that Hilda is going.
Yeah, where this Hilda's going. Again, many options for the Hilda now, right? Because it's not just the roam pick anymore. XP lane Hilda is also a thing. Although, again, kind of depends on the matchup, where it is getting thinned down. That XP matchup is looking like it's, looks like a Ruby. And that was a pass. Are you sure about the Benedetta? Sorry, the Badang? That's good.
Yeah.
And it looks like this is going to be it, right? That looks like it should be. No?
Yeah, Zeta Division could afford to go double fighters here, definitely.
Lapu, okay.
Lots of routes to go for. Lapu's fine. The Esmeralda and the gold lane would be fine as well. They don't necessarily need to go to marksman, considering that there's a Hayabusa on the other side. And there you go. They get the Esme, Lapu. I like the line of a Zeta Division, although it is very centered around their Kimmy too much. Now there is a lot of dive, not a lot of single target lockdown, though. They have I guess they have the ultimate of the Hilda. They have the Landshaker as well coming in from the Lapu Lapu. Point blank falling star move, but that's not going to last long. This Yu Zhong would be perfect. Easy access, fierce dive, petrify. the combo of Mythic Seal will just be devastating for Akimi that right now, later on, Katsu will have to play the game of his life with that Kimi.
100%. Man, you're gonna get hunted down so hard. Yeah, even as a Kimi player, the Yuzhong will definitely be on your tail, so you better watch out for that. So many things can actually go wrong for Katsu, and I think you have no choice, right? You'll have to purify it. Yeah, there you go. You have to purify on that one, because there's just so much that can catch you on the Mythic Seal side.
Yep. It's going to be better mid-trio wins. Roll mid-jungle who get to rotate and hold the right positions better and faster, while the X factor is going to be towards the EXP lane. Just how well the two EXP laners will be able to make the most out of their ability kits. The Lapu Lapu versus the Yuzhong, who can maximize the crowd control and spacing they can provide. Looks like it's going to be just a little bit easier for the Yuzhong to pull that off, though, considering they have so much space they can provide for free hit feathered airstrikes from the Farsa. Welcome to game number 1 of Series 2 for this evening. It's Group D's Zeta Division versus Mythic Seal.
That's right. So Mythic Seal, obviously, we already highlighted, we already laid down their win conditions for this one. Basically, go on the hunt for the Kimi and the Lancelot, and you could be fine. Again, with the help of like a Grok, that should not be too much of a problem. I guess the biggest problem is how do you actually just get to the point where you can do the hunting and not the Lancelot hunting you instead.
Exactly. You're gonna have to be proactive here. You're gonna have to be the one starting things off initially. So a little bit more of a conservative start at the center of the map for Boye and Zhenju. Meanwhile, Kun, we were talking about the X Factor in the EXP lane. Kun might have been a little bit too greedy.
Ooh.
Way too greedy. He forced out the flicker, though, but he utilized his Petrify. He went down. Not a good trade.
Yeah, absolutely not a good trade here. But again, the job is to hunt down Katsu, and so far, Boye and Nico has been doing it very well. Again, forcing out the flicker is already one. Oh, he switched back to flicker. I didn't notice that. Yeah, and purify as well is out of the purify means it's just gonna be easier for Mythic Seal to keep going and rinse and repeating on the mid, like what they're doing right now.
King Flash, easy shadow kill to take down Kani. Roamer down. And that's going to be Zeta Division taking a L leading up to the turtle. The good thing is, though, that 10 is still alive and they can still contest for this next one. A little bit more conservative now also is Kun after what happened to him to start off the game.
Well, that's absolutely right. He should be conservative, right? Because, ooh, nice fancy footwork there for Nico. King Flash on the side, and I think they're going to start working on that bottom side rotation, although there are 4 members present for Mythic as well. Want to make it happen on the bot side.
Kun yet again spotted out by Zeta Division. That's going to be advantage for Zeta Division. They should start off this turtle already. Falling Star Moon to the back, coming in from Moyminet, and they're going to be going forward. The Lapu Lapu and Hilda together with a feathered airstrike blasts them down. Kani goes down yet again. The second death for him this game. Meanwhile, Ruby DD, Boye, and Nico trying to extend this turtle take, trying to buy time. They will not be able to get that time as 10 gets the turtle. Black Dragon form, but for what, my good man? Kun, the fight has already been settled. You've wasted an ultimate.
Yeah, it's a big waste of an ultimate. I mean, in fairness, it will be up in a few, and his opponent is probably just going to be that Lapu Lapu, but still, man, there was a world where Zeta Division could have actually rotated bot side and waited for him, so luckily here for Mythic Seal, again, they will still have the waves in their favor, their turrets are pretty much intact, so Zeta Division, they're happy to just keep farming up on that Lancelot, keep getting more resources on the Kimi as well. Ooh. And the salvo is going to be the last salvo, just missing out for Nico here.
Yeah, Nico was able to predict the second to the last one really well, but June was able to sidestep it. Now, Mythic Seal and Zeta Division, very even game so far. Who do you think, where will be like the main focal point be? Where, if ever, will it crack first for either of these two teams?
I'm looking at that Kimi, man, because I feel like the Kimi is the biggest pain point here for Zeta Division, especially without the Purify. So Right now on the bottom side, though, a little bit of payback being given over. And, of course, King Flash going to make sure you're not going anywhere there. That's a pretty decent move coming in from Mythic Seal. Very calm and collected and surgical precision. Taken down June 1.
Both of these teams have a great understanding of the lineups of both. We mentioned EXP Lane as the X Factor, and there has been so many rotations committed to the EXP Lane to try and get advantage. Although Kun still has the deficit compared to Lapu Lapu of June 1. 10 just built up the War Axe. Zeta Division will be able to start things off here at the Turtle. Kun takes a lot of damage yet again, eating a Falling Star Moon and the Thorn Rose from the Lancelot. So it's going to be pulled out by Zeta Division, so that Mythic Seal will have to work just a little bit harder to get this Turtle.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be working harder here, but it is going to be a 5v5, and Boye, pretty decent in control here. Very early back Black Dragon form here, trying to see if he can get a measure of 10, and Muiminen actually is the one gets that Turtle. What a messy team fight here for Zeta.
Meanwhile, they're still going to continue the fight here, and that is Mythic Seal getting a massive win. 3 members of Zeta Division taken out, and Mythic Seal have solidified their lead in this series, in this game specifically, as now the Black Dragon form, though early as it was, bought just enough time for Mythic Seal.
Zeta might have actually tunnel visioned a little bit too hard on that one to get the Turtle. And then they were not like paying attention to the number of bodies and the number of skills that were actually running their way. Yeah, that's they lost the Turtle, but you know what? Mythic Seal got some pretty good map control because of that, and will get more gold in their pockets. They're starting to build up a pretty solid lead as well.
Well, the crowd control and burst that Mythic Seal has is making every team fight uncomfortable for Zeta Division. But now we're getting close to the point where Mythic Seal are 1 or 2 big team fight wins away from getting a massive turnaround in their favor. But when Ruby DD gets spotted out in the center, it looked like Mythic Seal were trying to set up for something, a play, a turnaround, but they just couldn't get it in time as Ruby DD gets punished.
Yeah, Ruby DD on the Ruby is just, you know, it is Ruby. So it just doesn't feel the same, but yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely the role that he needs to do. He's trying to do as much as he can to get back into the lane here. Again, waiting for Boya to make a big play, waiting for King Flash. That turret might just fall very, very soon here. I think it might turn into a 3v4. I don't know if this is a good call here for Mythic Seal, but they're going to sure as hell try.
Whoa! They need to back off as Boye commits a tectonic charge and the flicker as well. Massive stun coming in for Zeta Division through the Landshaker, but Mythic Seal are still holding on. Feather airstrike to safety. Katsu gets taken out eventually, and that Kimmy is gone. No more major damage dealer for Zeta Division. Mythic Seal and Zeta traded out mid laner for EXP laner.
Yeah, I know they made that call here, but that looked really bad. But you know what, Mythic Seal, with the movements of Kun, that sacrifice is very worthy, man. You're slowing down Katsu, and you're giving your team more space to farm up, especially that Hayabusa. So you're doing a very good job, and might just cost them a good positioning on the Turtle, since, you know, as you can see, trying to fight on the mid, Ruby DD.
Oh.
With the I'm offended!
Really good pull there, but it might have been a little bit too early. He does get that very quickly, but will he have it back in time? Feathered airstrike just to try and take down Kani? A little bit too eager there for Mythic Seal, and now Traction Pulse, massive turnaround for Zeta Division. They locked in too hard on the Hilda, and now Ruby DD is going to get caught by 3 members of Zeta. I've offended, and the Don't Run Wolf King controlling them, but the King Flash, Shadow Kill is not enough. Zeta Division have punished some greedy plays from Mythic Seal.
Yeah, bro, your initial call there was absolutely on point. That I'm offended way too early, and Zeta Division knew it.
Feathered airstrike as well. Mythic Seal trying to scramble to find a turnaround again. Ruby DD, now that's perfect. But Katsu able to flicker away, showing off why he picked up that battle spell, the immobilized entry, but the tectonic charge counter by Boye is perfect. Kani gets punished. Zeta Division, though, have minimized their losses.
They've got some really decent engage, so much engage actually, but it feels like the damage is not quite where I expect it to be at 9 minutes in the game, man. Mythic Seal, I don't know, maybe Nico's having a hard time pulling consistent feathered airstrikes, but he's the main guy. Oh, just when I say it, though.
Nico single-handedly finding out there, but the Land Shaker plus the Flicker from June 1 evens out the punish, but 10 finds the solo kill onto Kun in the bottom lane. That's actually a big win for Zeta Division now. As Mythic Seal, their map is getting smaller and smaller. No mid towers have gone down just yet, though, and that is going to be the next key for these two teams. Which tower in the mid will get taken down first? Meanwhile, the Hayabusa gets spotted in the mid lane. He does not commit the shadow kill. Both back off.
Yo, 10 is popping off, man. 10 is popping off. That was a solo kill on the Kun. And that's exactly what Zeta Division needs at. And if we haven't noticed, but they're actually ahead now on gold. Meaning that all the small moves they're making are actually really adding up. Giving them a big breathing room and maybe, just maybe, a little bit of advantage coming into this next Lord fight.
Mythic Seal will start things first off, though. King Flash takes a brunt of damage from the Lord. A pullback by Ruby DD means the Esmeralda used the Purify already. Entry Feathered Airstrike, perfect spot there for Nico. But Mythic Seal are holding on to their formation, and that's going to be Moimenet going down. 10 gets the kill, though, onto the Ruby. That's going to be a trade 1-for-1. Mythic Seal still continuing the fight alongside Zeta Division. King Flash able to shadow on out of there as 10 almost got taken down by him and Boye. But the Lancelot still survives.
A little surprised that was just a 1-for-1. Right now, look at that, June 1. It's super duper low. And so far, it does feel like the proper people, or the people who are supposed to stay alive, are staying alive for Zeta Division, at least for now. So, good job so far for Zeta in keeping the tempo up. But then again, they have like a very delicate balance. They have a very delicate soft spot on Katsu that they need to take care of. So, it's up to Boye, right? It's up to Boye to make something happen, to make an unexpected charge to make a play here. Yeah, they're not giving any inch.
Both junglers have Malefic Roars now. Massive power spikes on the way. Hilda spots out the Farsa. Moonminute goes in with a Falling Star Moon. Near perfect there. Shadow already committed by King Flash. 4 of them already utilized. Zeta Division might want to use this time, but they're looking towards the Grok. Here comes the Black Dragon form coming in for Mythic Seal, but Ruby DD also has a good angle. Shadow kill. Shut down though. But Gatsu miraculously gets the last hit of the Lord. Despite 10 going down, Zeta gets the Lord through sheer miraculous will by Katsu. And 2 members of Mythic Seal have fallen. Grok left behind. Boye will fall. 3 members of Mythic Seal are down.
They really, really needed that Lord there. And again, 10's going down early. I really thought that was going to be a Mythic Seal Lord, but man, oh man, Katsu really took it by surprise. Look at that though, Ruby DD making another engage. I guess they're trying to go for broke here, and a Ruby DD is going to be falling very soon. Here comes that follow-up from Nico.
Feathered Airstrike stops the members of Zeta Division's advance. And now the threat of the win here. Still not completely endable. Way too many towers to take down unless Mythic Seal get too greedy, get too sloppy, and Zeta Division will punish. Here comes the Traction Pulse, misses. Boye does have his ultimate. He commits the tech charge. Mythic Seal, not enough follow-up. Feathered Airstrike now committed onto the Lord to bring it down. Kun able to get away from it as well. Zeta Division now still standing in front of the base of Mythic Seal. Shadow kill committed there by the Hayabusa. June 1 and Moonminute really low, but no kill there for King Flash. Zeta Division still in control.
Yeah, they're holding on to that inhibitor turret, but I don't know if that is going to be enough to slow down Zeta. They got all the gold they need now. And that is decent, especially on Kimmy. I think we're nearing Divine Glaive on that guy. And this could... Oh, actually, it's going to be Feather of Heaven. And it's just going to make it harder for them to catch him. So, yeah, so far, Zeta Division making the correct decisions. They're making all the right moves. Mythic Seal going for broke.
A little bit too close there for comfort. Zeta Division now moving together as a 5-man unit. Still just managing the minion waves, pushing them out to continue the pressure. 58 seconds until the next Lord spawns. Mythic Seal definitely will have the wave clear that they need to clear up the minion waves. Quickly check if you can contest the Lord or actually go for the full contest. Definitely, though, they need to keep Nico alive because that's going to be their main ticket for defense. If ever things don't go Mythic Seal's way, they're going to need to send Nico back to clear up and defend.
That's true. I think the defense is just going to be so crucial. Again, Nico is actually the main damage dealer. For some reason, the King Flash's damage, even on a solo shadow kill target, is just not enough to take out most members of Zeta Division. For some reason, right? I'm not sure why. But yeah, it's just not as good as they think. Oh, look at that.
Zeta Division threw everything at Ruby DD thinking they'll be able to take him down. He'll be able to get away to safely. However, they did force the flicker out of the Ruby, so they don't have to worry about the sudden surprise from the I'm Offended, either pulling them way too far back or for Ruby DD just to show up out of nowhere. It will be an honest, very foreseeable I'm Offended ultimate from the Ruby. Boy, gets spotted out here. Kun, perfect position alongside Nico. Kun with the Petrify. Lancelot brought down really low. 10 still alive, holding on despite the feathered airstrike. And the last hit was not able to take 10 down as it was targeted to another member of Zeta Division. Mythic Seal are gonna need to go for broke now at this point because the Lancelot is down. They're gonna need to try and rush it, but they're still trying to go for the slow take. They think it's way too risky unless they're waiting for the Lancelot to bait him in closer. Entry by Kun, spotted out by Kani. The reset attempt not gonna get completed. Boy, he misses the tectonic charge, and Nico miraculously gets the Lord. A mid laner got it earlier, and another mid laner gets it again. But King Flash falls. 2 members of Mythic Seal are gone. 10 is gone for Zeta Division. Kun trying to hold in front of Kani and Moy Minette. The damage of the Yuzhong, the sustainability keeping him alive.
Oh my God.
Boye now able to assist with the Rampart, and Mythic Seal march with their Lord. Zeta has to defend Rockhart.
That was a huge team fight, non-stop action coming in from Mythic Seal and Zeta Division, and for some reason our mid laners are just so damn good at last hitting Lords in this game. And I can't really believe my eyes. It felt like Zeta Division had that, honestly. But then again, it's so hard to take down Kun, especially now that he's actually not as behind as compared to earlier. Looking at the items, yeah, 100%. Feels like you're just waiting for an Immortality and an Anti-Karas there for the Yuzhong, and he's golden. And now it is going to be Zeta Division on the defensive. This time around, just waiting to clear out these minion waves. Bro, this game is starting to really be on a knife's edge.
Everyone knows what it means for the lower bracket finals teams today, that it is an elimination for them. If they're not careful, they will lose out on the tournament. Remember, the prize pool of Games of the Future 2025, $900,000. Even if you're not going to be able to win it all, it's still a massive part of the pot that you get just for advancing forward. Moyminette takes a lot of damage. Traction Pulse not gonna land. Feathered Airstrike committed by Nico there to bring the Esmeralda down low. Ruby DD trying to look for an opening. Not sure if he actually committed the ultimate there. June 1 goes in with the Raging Slashes. Here it comes, but look at the Yuzhong straight to the back. Furious Dive means 10 did not have any help. They were zoned out by the Yuzhong of Kun. The Furious Dive Petrify combo way too tough to get out of. And here comes another Feathered Airstrike coming in from Nico. Katsu trying to get him down. Moyminette goes forward and creates the space. Mythic Seal hold on to their lead.
Yeah, they're holding on, man. And that's a really good way to swerve around Zeta Division. Again, luckily still has enough tank left in the tanks to try to dash on and dive out of those Urban Ramparts and Feathered Airstrike. Salvos Moyminette! Oh my god. That was actually pretty close.
Huge chunk of damage dealt there by the Shadow Kill. But Zeta, they are holding strong. I think Seal, though, they keep catching Zeta Division off guard. But it might be inevitable that they will eventually get the win here, as that timing of the entry of Kun is what's messing up Zeta Division. I think if 10 or if any other member of Zeta Division wants to go forward, their main condition is to look for the Yuzhong first. But how is that going to work if Mythic Seal is already rushing the Lord, and it forces Zeta Division to get close, to show themselves. And this is exactly what Mythic Seal wants. Moimined trying to get the vision and holding down the front line for Zeta. But meanwhile, Mythic Seal take it slow and they go for the reset.
Yeah, it'll be a big reset. 10 is actually the soft, for some reason, right, in this game. 10 is the softest point of this lineup. And look at that, June 1 evaporating like mist.
Just like that? They lined everything up. Tech charge. I'm offended. The feathered airstrike as well. And look at Kun yet again. The Black Dragon form goes straight to the back. Wind of Nature already committed there by Katsu. And that means that it's an easy entry for King Flash.
Oh.
Shadow kill. And Zeta Division is falling slowly. 1 by 1. 10 gets the 1v1 win though against Nico. He still survives. Mythic Seal has 4 members and they will not go for the push. They will go for the Lord.
Yeah, Mythic Seal found that opening and they did not let go. Katsu going down, June 1 going down early, so early in that last team fight just meant that there were just no way that they were going to have enough damage to actually duke it out against Mythic Seal. And now Zeta Division are going to have to be on the defensive against a very beefy Lord. It'll be a hard time for them to actually clear this. I forget, so beefy. I think like that's Evolved Lord already. And their main DPS is a Kimmy. And we saw how vulnerable this Kimmy is to just non-stop pick-off attempts here coming in from Mythic Seal. So it's going to be tough to defend. And luckily, they have some time to plan it out. They've got a few seconds here of Braving Room before we get into it. And before the Lord arrives here, the Mythic Seal are already setting up for the big siege. Trying to get those minion waves in order. And this is going to be a tough ask to defend.
Seems like it's way too easy right now for Nico every time to just get into a great spot with a feathered airstrike. But then all the control abilities, all the initiation tools that Mythic Seal has. Again, one of the problems we have for Zeta Division's lineup is that they did not have enough crowd control. And look at all that crowd control. Lock 10 down. 10. Rampart is up. And the tectonic charge from Boye is the definitive end of this game number 1 as 10 and Katsu fall. Mythic Seal will have their eyes set on the base. They want to end it here. 21 minutes in. Too much control, too much damage, and way too much bodies to deal with. Win for Mythic in game 1.
That is a very well-deserved win here for Mythic Seal. Obviously, it's not as clean as we thought it would be coming into this one. But, man, oh man, they knew how to find those pain points. They knew how to find these soft spots on the side of Zeta Division. And they were good at punishing any small movements, any small mispositions that the Lancelot or the Kimmy was doing. Again, it helps that you have a Grok, right, that has a tectonic charge. You can do it at any point of the game. But, again, just making sure that your cohesive unit to take down those targets is also very important. Boye, MVP for that game.
Our highlight player for this game number 1 against Zeta Division. 1 killed, 2 deaths, 13 assists. And we saw how massive time and time again the tectonic charge of Boye's Grok was to set things up very easily for Nico in the Farsa or with the Farsa. And then with all of the initiations, as we were saying, every tectonic charge was always followed up by something. That's what I liked about Mythic Seals here, where they didn't wait for it. They knew the value of a tectonic charge landing and immediately would just add value to that through the Furious Dive and Petrify and through the combo of the Ruby.
Yeah, this absolutely just shows us that Mythic Seal is still on the board, right? They are still a team that you have to be so wary about. And yeah, love to see what I'm seeing here for Mythic Seal. Let's see if they can keep it up here in game number 2.
That was a 21-minute and more banger to start off this series. Very competitive between Zeta Division and Mythic Seal. We will be back after a short break. But while you wait, why don't you share your predictions in the comment section?
We're here to win. Let the best win.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Mythic Seal holds the lead against Zeta Division in this best of 3 series 1-0, but it took a lot out of both of those teams to try and get the win in game number 1, but Mythic Seal still ran away with it after it all. An almost 20-minute or around 20-minute match that we got for the very first one. Rockhart, any reactions? Were you surprised with what we saw in game number 1? How did you feel about that one?
Yeah, I felt really, it felt really odd to see Mythic Seal struggle that much, honestly. You can't say it was clean sailing, right? You can't say it was smooth sailing for them. But then again, I think this is absolutely exactly how I kind of predicted it would go, considering the lineup. It was just so easy to take out the Kimi in most scenarios. And then if you do take out the Kimi, it feels like it was just smooth sailing after that. So yeah, it kind of just went exactly how I thought it would go, just not as cleanly. Again, being clean is a big part of the journey, right? If you want to be like a pro team that is really scary or, to be dealt with. So go ahead and make it cleaner, maybe, if you want to make it decisive for Mythic Seal, but I'm not counting Zeta Division out just yet.
Okay, we're in the draft, and it seems like similar approaches to the bans. Maybe Zeta Division are just going to adjust a piece or two. Let's see if this will be an Angela ban again. Yes, it will be. Might be a mirror in terms of what we see here. Unless Zeta decides to ban out the Grok instead of the Gatakacha. But they thought it was the Farsa that was actually the main problem of the lineup.
Oh, all right. That's very interesting. So we're going to go ahead and slow it down a little bit. To be fair, it was a very quick breathing time for us. So, all right. So we're gonna we're gonna have a look see at what specific pain points should actually get banned out there. Right now, Mythic Seal feel like they have more control if they kind of just take away a Kimi, take away again Suyo. Don't forget the Suyo. I'm just saying, if you're Mythic Seal, don't forget banning out the Suyo. It's a sleeper. It feels so, what do you call that? Feels so comfortable for 10, all right? I've almost said, a different name. But yeah, it feels so comfortable for him. And it's just so easy for you to just lose track of that Suyo. Which, again, you kind of just forget how good the Suyo is, doing a cross-map play, clearing out waves and just dipping out and getting a good advantage against your opponent. Especially now with the changes to Suyo, right? Feels like it's a lot easier to use.
Yeah. We're still in the draft right now. Just a quick little redraft. Just had to remake the lobby real quick. I think it's still going to be the similar process that we saw earlier. Right before we lost track of the draft, the last thing we saw was a Farsa ban on the side of Zeta Division. That should still stick. And then it was an Angela ban for the second one on the Mythic Seal red side. So after the Farsa ban, what then now do you think Mythic Seal will take away for the third and final ban? Gatakacha Grok, I think, might be one of the main trades in the middle. Without this Farsa, Zeta might also be keen on getting that Eve for themselves so they don't have to worry about another long-range artillery mage in the mid.
Yeah, long-range artillery Eve, by the way. So that's probably up for grabs here on first rotation. I would be surprised if Zeta doesn't take it, if it doesn't get banned out here.
Yeah. If they're still willing to give the Eve, and then let's say they have their eyes out of the Kimi, then they definitely have to pick up the Grok. So Mythic Seal are seeing which way the wind is blowing right now, and they're taking their time for this final ban. Whether or not they're gonna have to lose out on a roamer trade, so they banned the Gatakacha. It's sort of like telling Zeta, hey, you're either gonna pick the Grok or you're either probably thinking about picking up the Eve. Because Zeta Division go Grok here, Mythic Seal might be keen on picking up the Eve for themselves as one of their first 2 picks.
They can't take both, right? Like, but you know who can? Mythic Seal, Grok and Eve. Come on, yeah. No?
Still the Lancelot. No, that's the Kalea for sure. And they take the Kimi away instead. So now, great initiation, great lockdown, and then the cost of damage as well coming in from Nico.
Yeah, 100%. If they weren't gonna go for the Grok Eve lineup, maybe Zeta Division. Interesting. Mythic Seal pivoting to this. Did not expect that, honestly.
So now they go for the high loss, and that means Mythic Seal will have to commit a ban onto the Harith in this draft unless they're okay with giving it or they want to pick it up for themselves. But then they'll have the Harith, Hayabusa, Kimi. It might be a bit too greedy.
Yeah, for sure. This might feel like you have to draft in like 2 really solid tanks. Wait, is this almost like the Zeta Division lineup earlier? I guess, yeah, pretty much with the Kimi in front. And this could be a lot better as well on their side. Mythic Seal obviously has a good amount of experience dealing with or using a 4 protect 1 or almost a 4 protect 1 combination lineup here. So go ahead and pick up. Oh, there you go, banning out the Esmeralda. Might be signaling something alongside the Lapu Lapu for them.
Yeah, the hardest hitters. Great ban, by the way, by Zeta Division. I was thinking that the Yu Zhong could slot in really well for Red 4. Maybe instead of getting the Ruby at Red 4, they could just bump up the priority in the Yu Zhong. But thing is, if Zeta Division decide to go, or they have their eyes set on picking up the Ruby here, if Mythic Flash is not going to take it, it might be a requirement for Zeta Division to ban out the X-Borg, because the X-Borg will slot in very well for them. Might be difficult for Kani to frontline, but Mythic Seal ban it out. I thought that they'd be the ones leaning towards actually picking it up, but I guess either way, it would also do really well for Zeta Division. So no more Yu Zhong. What are we stuck with? Yeah, Uranus. Uranus, Ruby, Phoveus, Arlot still available though for Zeta Division, but so is the CC.
Wow, they nuked out all the XP lane picks that might actually make sense for their own lineup. So that's a really funny exchange.
Yeah, it's like...
I'm just late.
I mean, dude, look, Ruby, perfect already for Zeta Division, and then they still ban the X-Borg?
Yeah, I think they just go ahead and pick up. There you go. It feels like you can just go with Alice. There you go. Alice is fine, but you will need more damage, right? They need more damage for this. What?
No, they're single carry through the Eve and then the Lance.
Huh?
I mean, oof.
I thought Alice and a marksman would have been good, but no, not really. They don't care.
I mean,
greedy though.
Right. A little bit, but then I think they're just accepting the fact that the early to mid game, that's not their curve. It's the mid to the late game that they're gonna really be looking towards too. There's a chance Zeta Division just bullies them early, but I think Mythic Seal has the experience to be able to keep the gold close and not worry too much about it. They are lacking a lot of crowd control though, and they're very dependent on the Kimi to deliver that.
Okay, that's their big engage here is basically the Kimi traction pulse and the Tsunami Slam. Other than that, they're basically just a kiting lineup, or they're a composition that really wants to fight, while moving. And I gotta commend them for that. That will actually play well against an Eve, which will kind of just force you to stay in one place for her to get an advantage. Zeta though, what are they thinking? I don't know. They did not. This lineup is gonna lack damage later, 100%. They're gonna wish they had someone who had good reach, who had good sustained DPS. And they will want for it a lot.
Compared to a lineup that does have a Kimi, carry, a Hayabusa, they're definitely going to be thinking about that later on. But Zeta Division, hopefully they understand what they need to do is take control of this game fast and don't allow Mythic Seal to comfortably farm up. Welcome to game number 2 of Zeta Division versus Mythic Seal. Best of 3 in Group D. Whoever loses this match is eliminated from the tournament and will miss out on their chance to make it to the play-ins, as the winner of this match will be advancing towards the play-ins stage of the tournament.
interesting because yeah, you're right. But yeah, obviously in this specific game, Mythic Steel has a little bit of a buffer. But yeah, going home here is going to be the loser for this match. So now we are gonna go and look for a tech pause. Look at a tech pause here for the meantime. I think now that I've gotten a few minutes or a few seconds to think about the Zeta Division win condition. Wow, that rhymes, huh? Zeta Division win condition. It feels like they just want to overwhelm you, right? They want to overwhelm you with the dive. Like any single target, I can just kind of picture it, right, Renmore? Like any single target that just gets jumped on by a Phoveus, by a Ruby, by a Hylos with a non-stop with a red carpet glorious pathway, that is probably gonna struggle. So maybe that's one way to do about it.
Yeah. See if Zeta Division will be able to get that. But they're playing up against the Kalea. And the awkward thing about Mythic Seal is when they do finally get their Tsunami Slam is, are they just going to decide to full send it? If they're off timing, then they're just going to get caught out with all the crowd control from the rotations of the Ruby and the Phoveus. You see here Boye having a lot of difficulty surviving Katsu from out of nowhere, a Void Blast. Why Boye decided to walk back into the mid was questionable at best. Definitely should have just backed off and started recalling once he was safe.
Yeah, those things, right? I think that's a little bit of a preview of what we are going to see later on for sure. Especially with Boye, with Kun. They're the ones who are actually going to be in trouble here a lot. Because they're the ones who are going to face off against a Hylos. You're going to have to tank a Hylos stun. You're going to have to tank these Void Crystals. And you're going to have to go face first into the opposition. Just like what we're seeing here on the bottom side of the map. They dealt with Kun so easily with 10.
2 kills to start it off. This is exactly what Zeta Division wants. And the fear of Mythic Seal would happen. Shadow, well, there goes King Flash. Shadow kill. Just like that. Boye gets the clapback though. The turnaround goes well for them. And that is going to be Mythic Seal. Losing out a bit on the turtle though because they committed a lot on getting that kill in mid. Zeta Division gets turtle number 1. They're going after Kun right now, but they back off, decide not to commit the chase.
Yeah, Mythic Seal is starting to slow down, slowly lose out on map control here. I don't think this is what they had in mind when they were drafting. You know what? Let's go triple marksman almost, right? If it was a Yi Shin, it would be a triple marksman. But no, this is the tempo that, again, you kind of already talked about it, right, Redmar? This is what you kind of expect them to be. They're going to lose out on the early. But look at that. Oh, big engagement.
Yeah, Tsunami Slam right away, and everyone gets brought way behind the turret. That's going to be a kill there for Mythic Seal, taking down June 1. And that's going to be a little bit of a preview of what we might be seeing way later into the game. But still definitely Zeta Division at risk of, if they are way too greedy of trying to get the kills around the first turret, they might just get brought back by Boye with a Tsunami Slam. And then next thing you know, your engagement gets countered by Mythic Seal.
Yeah, this time around you don't have a Valentina to actually copy that. And this time you're the threat, right? So this Kalea actually might do better. Especially if, Zeta Division gets a little too ahead of themselves. So like you mentioned earlier, by the way, it is supposed to be like Zeta Division ahead on the early. They're supposed to have a big advantage here. But for some reason, right, Mythic Seal, they're actually keeping up with the goal, which is a very big achievement for me. Especially if you've got like multiple lanes trying to farm up your items. Now they're also going to be sacrificing some outer turret energy shields on the mid lane.
Yeah.
So, Mythic Seal is getting some pretty good stocks.
After the initial kills by Zeta Division, Mythic Seal were able to balance things out, and something that Zeta Division doesn't want. However, at least they're not in the deficit. Again, the condition for Zeta Division is to make sure that they have a definitive lead by Turtle 3, by Lord 1. Here comes an entry, Tsunami Slam right away, but the Don't Run Wolf King, and I'm Offended countered perfectly by Moyminet. King Flash gets punished just like that. Mythic Seal initiated, but Moyminet with the turnaround, literally and figuratively, as the Ruby. Zeta Division will get Turtle number 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Mythic Seal actually fought that one. That was obviously set up for the Eve here. Katsu had a pretty easy time there with a big wall in front as well to slow down the movements of Mythic Seal. So, yeah, that was a weird choice for engagement, but you know what? They have to take it as slowly as they can. Zeta Division starting to slowly build up on those items.
Okay, mid laners both decided to rush for the glowing wand to OR access already for Zeta Division. While Dominance Ice was the priority here for June 1, maximizing utility. Hunter Strike already for the Hayabusa, while there is a Dreadnought armor for the Uranus.
Yep. So Uranus absolutely is going to be key. Earlier, he tried to make something happen. He tried to go in while they were busy, but Kun was just way too late there. So maybe if Kun was a little, maybe like 5 seconds earlier, that would have been a bit of a difference. But look at that mid lane. Actually trying to go for a pickup again.
And they will get it. 10. That's the jungler taken out, but they've used a lot of ultimates there. Tsunami Slam and the Shadow Kill out for the Hayabusa. Kun, though, gets dragged back, but what are you going to do against a Uranus who can just eat up all that damage? Traction Pulse. Here comes the counter by Mythic Seal, but the real world manipulation is a perfect bring down by Katsu. Stops Mythic Seal from initiating even further.
Yeah, that was a good preemptive real world manipulation, but it wasn't able to catch anyone. And that's the danger of this Eve here. If you lose out. And especially since the Eve is the main damage dealer here, Renmar, right?
Yeah.
If you miss out on real world, if they're able to skirt it, you're done. Like, that's all the DPS you're going to do in that fight.
You will have to do your best, Katsu, to bring it down to the perfect position, make the most out of the damage. But of course, there's a lot of value as well from the immobilized that it triggers when people step on the box. King Flash will be starting off the turtle first. Zeta Division will have a little bit of mid-priority. Kun spots the vision. He's not going to go in way too deep towards the side of Zeta. Just trying to draw attention towards him. 5-man advantage here for Zeta Division as the carry is split pushing up top. I think Mythic Seal are not going to be going for the full commit for this turtle, but they need to get this purple buff, or if they're not careful, Zeta Division might go for the invade. But Kun has pulled up enough attention to ensure that Mythic Seal's jungle is safe. King Flash gets his jungle, but Zeta Division gets the turtle.
Yeah, all Zeta Division got there was obviously turtle plus Kun. No, that's a big basic or a big bonus. But again, they might be giving it more than they bargained for. Flash close by uses that.
They're still going at it. Real world manipulation. They bring it down. King Flash gets taken down.
Look at Ruby Didi. It's like it has a world of his own there on the top side. They don't really mind that guy just farming up, eh?
Man of focus and sheer will. Just locking down, making sure that he gets to open up the map for his team. But Zeta Division will open up the mid first. That is the only turret, though, that Zeta Division has taken down. But Mythic Seal now has a bit of a push up top as well. That's a lot of damage onto that turret, that second turret. And in the long run, that push by Ruby DD will actually be felt by Zeta Division. 5,300 gold already for this carry up to a golden staff.
That's actually true, especially now that the Lord is on the bottom side of the map, right? So they're going to have to really just control the wave and they'll naturally push by itself. Glorious pathway activation by Connie. Interesting preempting here against Mythic Seal, but you know what? It's all good in the hood because right now, even as we speak,
Ruby,
there's a good amount of control being done by Mythic Seal around the map. That's Ruby DD up on mid. Got King Flash on top side, trying to see if he can get that flow. Oh, nice attempt on the I'm offended, but misses out. Again, very fast cooldown, like you mentioned earlier, but that might be something that Mythic Seal is looking for.
Yeah, and Zeta Division attempted to go for a pickoff in mid, but now have sacrificed even more health in their turret, this time in the bottom lane. So both inner turrets, top and bottom, now at a dangerous position there. RubyDD gets dived upon, spotted right away. It was 10 who decided to bring out the initial salvo, followed up by Katsu with a real-world manipulation, and without the carry, Mythic Seal will be lacking a lot of damage. The good thing is they still have their Hayabusa, their Kimi as well. Kun will get the vision and go forward. Try to put someone, but Mythic Seal, you can see the hesitation of whether or not they're going to go for a full dive because Kun isn't going for the full dive just yet. 12,000 and counting in the health. Mythic Seal now still close enough. King Flash tosses out the shadow. They're slowing it down, but 10 gets the Lord. A little bit too slow for King Flash, and Zeta Division have taken the lead in the game now as Nico gets taken down by 10 and Boye gets spotted out by Katsu, blasted in mid.
Mythic Seal are spreading themselves way too thin, especially with RubyDD going down. At this rate, RubyDD is going to be ending the game without doing anything for the team fight here. And so far, it is going to be a huge wave alongside the Lord on the mid, walking for Zeta Division.
Mythic Seal has 2 members, while RubyDD still up top. I think they're trying to tell him that, hey, maybe it's time for you to go back, or RubyDD is thinking that it's also still good that you guys can hold. Mythic Seal can definitely hold. The I'm offended. Did not get tossed out there. Zeta Division still going at it. No more glorious pathway for Kani. But they now decide to back off as Mythic Seal are fine for now. Still a 4,000 gold lead that they need to work through, though. We do have a Sky Piercer already for the Kimi. And the Trinity for the carry has been locked in. But the range provided and the box provided by the Eve is really way too much to handle for Zeta. Oh, for Mythic Seal, excuse me.
I'm a little weirded out here. Like, these catches that Zeta Division are doing, they're not really surprises, right? I mean, there wasn't even a flicker available for Moyminute there, so I don't know where these catches are going on. I guess they're having a hard time with Kun being a little bit more vulnerable to have more information on where the Zeta Division members are. But if that's the case, right, if you don't have info, then just don't show anyone. So far, there's so many low-hanging fruits for Mythic Seal that Zeta Division don't even have to exert that much effort to make a pickoff happen.
So far, the game is going as expected for Zeta Division. Although it wasn't the definitive lead of them completely taking control of it, they had to work for it. The first main lead happening after the First Lord is in Zeta Division's hands. Now, for the lineup that Mythic Seal brought out here, this is nothing to worry about. This is actually one of the tendencies that you have when you have multiple carries, 2 heroes based around basic attacks, that there is a chance that the team who's a little bit more cooldown based, ultimate based, will take control of the game and take control of the First Lord. It's just up to you now as a team with a lot of basic attack based heroes to really just hold on, get your items, and make sure that you can deal damage.
Yeah, because right now it feels like the Kimi, RubyDD on that carry just feels like they can't really do more than 3 seconds of worth of damage, right? 4 seconds if they're lucky. So I would say that, you know, if you have a lineup like this, that's why I was like gearing towards to maybe not make it such a greedy lineup, is because you have so many range sustained. You have 2 marksmen, right? And there's just no one to hold the front line. It's a very off tank on the. You have an off tank, right? On Nakaleya, your main tank is Kun, but at the same time, Kun is just so squishy right now. I don't know why. It feels like he's so squishy. So I don't know, how are they going to actually be able to utilize these 2 marksmen, even if you load them with items right now, even if you throw the kitchen sink, even if there's 6 items right now, it feels like they can't really do more than stand still for more than 2 seconds.
Yeah, which is why I think Mythic Seal has. Hopefully, they've already accepted that they're not going to be able to end this game. It's going to take somewhere around past 16.5 minutes. Maybe we're going to end up seeing another 20-minute game for this one if they do want to make a comeback through this. What is going really well right now of course, for Zeta Division is just the raw survivability that they have. Decided to feel out a Phobius. They have a Ruby together. And again, it's not too far-fetched that this is happening, that they have the lead. There's a reason why the double fighter meta has risen in popularity yet again, while marksmen are slowly going down the totem pole of priority. So in just a bit, we're going to head back into the game after the little pause that we had to work out a few kinks that we needed to fix. Again, thank you all so much for tuning in. This is only still the second series of the day. We still have 2 more later on. This is the lower bracket finals for Group D. If Mythic Seal wins this game, Zeta Division are out and Mythic Seal advance to the play-in. So if Zeta Division win this one, then they still have tournament life, and it will be down to a best of 1 to close it out. King Flash already committing the shadow kill. The entry by Mythic Seal. Boye with the Tsunami Slam finds Moy Minette, but Zeta Division are way too tacky at this point. King Flash has been taken out. 10 as well, trying to hold on, and he gets to escape away from the wrath of Ruby DD, who just got taken out there now by Katsu. 2 members of Mythic Seal are down. Boye and Kun decide to force the issue here. They still have 1 more carry, and that's the Kimmy, and the Kimmy is now doing work alongside the Kalea and the Uranus. The Phobius falls down. Even
they had a hard time.
Split.
Oh, look at that. It was so funny. I just wanted to point it out, man. Ruby DD, he tried so hard to do some DPS. He just got taken out and hunted down by fans. So, it was just so funny. And actually, while we were explaining it, actually came true right there and then. I don't know if Ruby DD will have the Wind of Nature locked in soon, so maybe he can deal with the Lancelot anytime. But right now it's a rush, man. It's a bum rush. It's gonna be Lord going over the Mythic Seal.
Right play by them, but here comes the real world manipulation by Katsu. Glorious Pathway, they weren't able to run it down. Zeta Division have understood the assignment. It has to be defense as Mythic Seal decided to rush the Lord.
Yeah, that was really decent. That was really good decision making for Mythic Seal, seeing the position that they were in. Then again, it might be easier this time around for Nico and Ruby D to actually do some decent damage, since there is a Lord that's also distracting Zeta Division. So let's see if they can try to make a play on the mid. That would be the smarter choice. Go ahead and see if you can distract him while the Lord is walking up on top. And you also have King Flash on the bottom, just making sure that it's going to be another layer that they have to deal with.
Yikes.
See what happens here in the big fight on mid.
Blade of Despair already for King Flash. Big damage spike coming in. I'm offended onto Kun, and of course that does not matter for him. He'll just be able to heal through with his passive. Mythic Seal have taken this lead with only 5 kills recorded in the game. Zeta Division has 10. They have 7 turrets taken down over Mythic Seal's 5. Boy already used the title strike to get away a little bit further. Mythic Seal are just being systematic with it. Tower for tower first. Unless Boye will pull the trigger on a surprising entry, or maybe a traction pulse. Spots out June 1. Takes a lot of damage there. King Flash and Boye get closer, but Boye not going to be able to get the Tsunami Slam. Here comes the real world manipulation though, and here comes the Glorious Pathway as well from Katsu. Nico trying to get away from all of this, and they are able to create the space. Zeta Division's team fight has been countered as Muy Minette is actually the only casualty of that fight, initiated by Zeta Division.
Yeah, they're going hard onto it as well. Look at that shadow kill being divided, trying to clear up these waves as much as they can. Zeta Division hold on to that mid lane turret, and finally we are seeing these marksmen in action, and they look even better, especially maybe now that Kun locks in the immortality. He can do a lot more than just be a nuisance.
Just as we've been laying down ever since the draft as well, the expected flow of battle, it has happened. Early to mid, a little bit even until Zeta Division got the first win with the first Lord. Now it's Mythic Seal's time to shine with their late game line of Glorious Pathway plus a Conceal. They're trying to close the gap, but the slow coming out from the light wheel of Ruby DD was more than enough to stop that from happening. Little play, but that was a massive result for Ruby DD.
Yeah, that was huge. That small light wheel stopped a big Conceal movement. A big possible ultimate maybe coming in from Boyminute, or maybe a dash in from 10. And now they have so much space. Mythic Seal have suddenly taken control of the whole map. And they can do whatever they want now. that might make it harder for Zeta Division to actually group up as a 5.
Some next level layering of abilities needed. Mythic Seal, it's now rushing the Lord, and Zeta Division can actually get close enough. They tried to reset it, but it's only a soft reset. Zeta Division now has priority over here, but the minion wave up top needs to be handled here by Zeta Division. Mythic Seal are looking at that as well. Here comes the Tsunami Slam onto Moyminet, and Moyminet will fall. Ruby DD able to free hit still, and the Lord goes to King Flash. Double kill already for Ruby DD, the legendary player that he is. Katsu falls down, shut down, triple kill for the man, the only man with a move named after him in the history of our sport. Mythic Seal have sealed the win.
That is the 2-0 for Mythic Seal. Unfortunately for Zeta Division, it's going to be them saying goodbye today. And wow, oh wow, Mythic Seal really picked up right after that one. Really a very good execution of the lineup that actually was a little difficult to execute, especially early to mid. And once they got the grip of that late game, they did not let go at all. So congratulations to Mythic Seal here. Their standing is going to be currently 1-1, and they are going to be continuing forward into our bracket.
Yeah, it just took them a lot of time, as expected. Of course, cooldown base does very well early to mid. They just needed to change their favor through some team fights, and they were able to. 4-1-6. Nico getting a big W here. Great space creation, great positioning as well. And despite being up against a real-world manipulation, they knew they just need to get out of it, and then they can just play towards the edge of the RWM, and they minimize the damage of the Eve, just as you mentioned, Rockhard.
Yeah, and so far, again, that Eve was just... It wasn't supposed to be like the main damage dealer, right? It was just, it was just supposed to be the guy that's catching people, and that's what they did to the Eve, and that's why, you know, you overload the Eve. It was gonna be so hard to actually play it properly, but you know what? Who played it properly? It was Nico. Nico played that Kimmy so well, even in the times that they were actually a little bit starting to get a little bit behind. Nico definitely maneuvered that, and better late than never here for Ruby DD on that carry.
So now we see the first 4 teams to advance towards the play-ins, if I'm not mistaken. So that's Team Vamos, Team Spirit, Homeboys, and Mythic Seal. And they're going to be waiting for the opponents they are going to be facing off. So the opponents that they will go up against are the ones that will be losing the upper bracket finals that we're going to now be witnessing across both streams and across the 4 groups that we have. So the upcoming matches are now all going to be upper bracket finals, where winner advances onto the playoffs straight and will not need to go through the play-ins.
That's right. So very excited to see that. Then GG's to Mythic Seal. See you in a bit.
That's it for now. Rockhart and Renmar will be back for you here at Games of the Future 2025.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We're here to win. Let the best win.
Ow!
Back at it again here for Games of the Future 2025, live in Abu Dhabi. It's gonna be Rockhart and Renmar on the mic here for you guys. It is series number 3 here in Stream B. It's ADNOC Indonesia versus Tianfeng Yaoguai. And now, gonna be in for a bit of a... this is exactly what I'm expecting a high-level matchup or high-level matchup is gonna be. Because right now, honestly, ADNOC Indonesia feels like they are still top dogs, at least for this group.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they showed off really well up against their opponents yesterday in Homeboys. Even though they were losing the early to the mid game, they still held on and found the turnaround. And then game number 2 just straight up dominated. Skylar Sands, Kiboy, Lutpi, and Kyrie together still playing the way that we're used to seeing them play in MPL Indonesia. And definitely one of the top dogs of this tournament. They're really good heading into GOTF.
Yeah, absolutely. And here for ADNOC Indonesia, you always want to look at the mid trio, like we mentioned in day number 1, right? This mid trio for ADNOC Indonesia are basically one of the best, if not the best, right, in the world, right? So far, I mean, it's hard to say it's in the world, but at least in this tournament, it feels like they're such a scary force to be reckoned with. Controlled aggression, high-level movements, and even when you think you have them or you caught them off guard, they actually find a way to get an advantage in most skirmishes. So obviously, again, not to mention the flanking, the laners, right? So very, very well put together team here for ADNOC.
Yep, and it's going to be a slight reunion for the Indonesian players across both teams. Of course, Super Ken, formerly of BTR, Vel, formerly of EVOS, will be reuniting with players that they have gotten used to playing against in Indonesia. But for Long ZNE1, it should add to their repertoire of experience of going against some of the best teams in the world. They were in the same group together for the MSC 2025, so we haven't seen this exact matchup just yet. I'm trying to remember if maybe we got a chance to see it in M6, but I don't think we did. So for DFYG, it's going to be interesting to see how well they're going to fare. We really have to start everything through the center of the map, because if you want to beat ADNOC, you have to win the mid. You have to beat Kiboy, Sans, and Kyrie in their game, which is definitely easier said than done, especially since even though we are very far away from the days where it was just constant ADNOC domination, they have added an even more important layer of the game, which is even if you don't win the early, even if you're not dominating, that you can still win coming from the back, coming from behind, and they can.
Yeah, especially after those big fights after a Lord take, ADNOC is so good in taking those. And one of the reasons why they are definitely one of the scariest teams. Again, this is an upper bracket final, so no one's going home in this specific matchup. Loser will be facing off against the Homeboys in this specific group.
Yeah, so right now, if you're Homeboys, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to be straight up hoping, hey, if DFIG, if you could make a miracle, it would be greatly appreciated. Oh, wait, no. they would want to face off against Tianfeng Yaoguai, not against Onyx. So yeah, no, it's the other way around. They're looking at Onyx. It's like, hey, Onyx, don't mess us up, guys. Come on,
Exactly.
take the win. We don't need to see you guys in the. We don't need to see you guys in the play-ins. We're fine. But even if DFYG ends up becoming the team that goes up against Homeboys, I doubt that'll still be an easy time whatsoever. It'll still be challenging for whoever wins this. Homeboys will have a tough task of trying to beat them in the play-ins.
That's true. It's gonna be a really tough task, no matter what happens, right? As long as you have Onyx Indonesia in your group, you can't really breathe. Like most of the time, even if you're not in the fight, you're waiting for them to finish their fight. You want like whatever outcome. Like either outcome is actually bad for you, unless you can actually face them and beat them. So that's the beauty of this format. It's just no other way to actually dodge out. Or very little ways to actually dodge out a very powerful opponent, as long as that opponent is on your bracket.
Yeah. So for DFYG, one of the reasons why they won yesterday is we saw some really great heroics actually from Lung, their gold laner, something that we set up heading into their series yesterday against Influence Rage. There we go. And then since we got to see Long pop off, even Super Ken had the highlight wherein he was able to cap off a little sequence and was kept alive by Long's Moskov. That's something that Onyx will have to take into consideration. The good thing is, it's Skylar who's their gold laner, who has shown already that it's really no longer just about the marksman about this guy. It's not just about the carry. He can carry as a fighter gold lane. Is he going to get a lot of kills? Maybe not. But is he going to get a lot of the setups and deal the right amount of damage that he needs to? Great man marking when it comes to the team fights? He can definitely do that. So Skylar, as we've said yesterday, has really become a blessing for Onyx this season.
Oh, you bet. CW right behind is an absolute presence as well, being the assistant coach for Onyx Indonesia, and definitely with all those smiles, their aura is just really, really light. You know, it feels like they have a battle plan. They just need to execute, and they seem like a team that can really do it. So, yeah, it's all about whether or not you're going to be able to get, or you're going to be able to one up on the Indonesian draft, though. I guess it's for the DFYG. And for DFYG, again, their star player Long definitely is the guy to look out for. You want to be able to mark him as early as possible in the draft right away, and maybe in the early games, because once he gets unleashed, he really does some really crazy stuff, especially like on the picks like the Moskov that we saw yesterday, right? Really crazy stuff.
Yeah, so if you are the FYG and you want to make sure that your transition to being able to start hoping that Lung can carry the game, to make sure that your early game to mid game is good, I don't think they can afford to give heroes such as the Cho, Gatakacha, and Kalea. The difficult thing is you're not gonna commit your entire first phase bans and taking away heroes from Kiboy. That's just gonna be counterintuitive. You're gonna leave so many options open for the other members of Onyx. But if they can choose, if they can trade, they have to make sure that out of anything, I don't want to see the Cho and the Kalea end up with Kiboy. But the difficult thing is, how are you going to decide to who takes the Grok and the Gatakacha trade? If I'm the FYG, I would want to see them pick Grok as their priority if it's not going to get taken away by Onyx. But if in the first phase, Onyx are starting to take away roamers, they have to take the roamer that's available as soon as they can.
Yeah, and for roamers, I think I said this earlier, we barely scratched the surface in terms of how the meta is actually gonna progress. So as much as I want to see like the usuals for Kiboy, I'm not gonna say it's impossible that we'll find the recently buffed roamers like the support or assist the supportive roamers to make an appearance here, especially since there is a good chance that DFYG might lean more towards banning out these roam picks again, the Cho, the Grok, and such.
Yeah. So, now that we're in the draft, there's also another pick that TFIG needs to be careful of, and that's... Well, I'll add two more. The Yuzong and the Alice as well. So, Onyx have taken away the Hilda, because when it comes to the recent tournaments in China, as we mentioned also, Grok, Hilda, Cho, those heroes are actually prioritized in the roam, so the ones that can really bully. So as expected, as we called earlier, DFIG taking away the Kalea, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and take out maybe the Grok. Oh no, so Onyx actually wants to set the tempo there, and they ban out the Grok. I think in the end, DFIG will end up with a Gatotkacha maybe, considering that the priority for Onyx will be different. I want to see them get a little bit more damage early on, but then they also still have to watch out for the EXP laner pick later.
Yeah, it just feels like they're throwing down the gauntlet here, though. The roam bans are very telling that they're trying to short that out. They know that attacking straight up into that gold lane doesn't feel productive. They know that they don't need to. They don't need to actually do that straight up. Zushin ban, again, very highly apparently damage oriented now, so that's a big difference. So gonna be removed by Onyx, and as for this one, it feels like you should just ban out Choi at this point.
Let's see if they will though. Even if they ban out the Cho, then the Gatotkacha ends up with Onyx. High loss will be the last pick that you can go for in the Roman DFYG, and you'll have to commit the first phase ban pick up there. So maybe not ban out a roamer. At this point, maybe they'll ban out either the Eve or Kimmy, maybe. Wouldn't be surprised if they take out a mid laner. Or maybe a jungle pick. Lancelot, YSS still open here. And with the Grok gone, would be good. I thought that they'd keep the Yuzong open because they could pick it up in the first two picks on the red. But now Onyx can dictate how this draft is going to go now with their first pick. YSS, Lance, both still open.
Yeah, very powerful picks. Even the Eve is open here for the taking. So lots of options coming in here for Onyx. I love to see this. But at the same time, if you're DFYG, you're already trying to think ahead. Or can you even think ahead? Right now, it is going to be a Lancelot pick. Very, it's a no-brainer. It's so easy to just go ahead and pick that up. And there's there's a low chance you're going to you're gonna regret it.
Awkward spot here, but yeah, Lapu Lapu just lock that in right away, and then they will take away the Eve. But then the Gatotkacha might actually end up going to Kiboy, and then the mid lane pick can come in later. But the Kimmy's open, Valentina's also open, so they might want to go into the second phase already with their gold laner. If they want to avoid giving the Harith towards the FYG to combo with the Eve, and Long has shown off that he can bully in lane playing the Harith, so that might be in the list of priorities for Onyx to remove. Esmeralda is also open, by the way, and I wouldn't be surprised if Onyx are considering picking it up here in this first phase.
Yeah, that's right. This first phase is pretty much a really strong one for Onyx either way. They can kind of just think about maybe banning the gold laners later. Ooh, it's Claude. Okay. Interesting choice here for Skylar.
Yeah. So they match the range with the Farsa, and then they go instantly for the dive that they can get with the Claude. As we've seen, we got to see a Claude performance already in this stream, and it was just easy access. Oh, alright, could have been misremembering that with another tournament I covered recently. But yeah, it just makes a lot of sense. Claude into Eve, boom, right? You get the math. It's pretty obvious there. So I think high loss would be great for DFYG. Or maybe, if they want to, they can go Ruby, but then they might run out of their main carry later. But I want something with an instant stun that can lock the Claude down. So later on, they can pick that, but they'll have to go into the second phase already, locking in their jungler. They get the Hayabusa.
Yeah, I don't blame them. So I'm expecting a lot of gold lane bans here for Onyx later. For sure, you want to keep that Moss covered and Harif in mind. Just make it easier for the Claude to win out the lane, or not even win, right? Just to make sure that the Claude will survive that lane, and you should be golden. Now the bans here is going to be on XP for sure. Might want to also get rid of the CC here while you're at it. Gatotkacha getting removed here by Onyx. Very, very proactive.
Well, even if Dianfang Yagua ends up with a high loss, and that's going to be a really easy choke pick up there for Kiboy. So the awkward spot right now is for DFYG. High loss synergistically makes a lot of sense with your composition as a whole. But if you just want to block an annoying roamer, you pick up the Cho. Or you preempt that, you pick up your roamer for last, then you'll pick up a Khalid, while Onyx will end up either making the choice between the high loss and the Cho. If it's the Cho, then there's a Khalid for the side of the FYG. Then at least you have roamers that both match each other's aggressiveness. However, there is the risk that once you're both level 4, that the Khalid just constantly keeps getting kicked towards the side of Onyx.
Interesting. It is the next XP ban, but it's not the CC. Huh. Alright. So are we expecting another roam ban maybe? There you go, the high loss.
Yeah.
Very well executed here.
So it's a choice. It's either Cho, Khalid, unless there's a name that I'm missing out. I think a lot of the top roamers that we're used to seeing, Gato, Cho, High Loss, Kalea got banned earlier. So now we'll see if the FYG will end up going for a fighter gold or a marksman gold. I think Moskov is what's going to close out their draft later. I still think Onyx should lock in the Khalid here. Or if they want to be really surprising, they pick up a Roam Akai. We've seen that once or twice from them, if I'm not mistaken. And that does pop up, but I prefer the Kali just a little bit more.
Agree. I think the Kali just matches Kiboy's movements as well. Akai is great for dealing with Lapu Lapu. Also good for the Cho. So I would love to see that. I don't know if it's in Kiboy's arsenal right now. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Again, we mentioned this yesterday. Akai really heavily underutilized here. And Lutfi feels like he's going to be happy with the Trizla. I guess this is pretty good. I won't blame it. Alice is okay too.
Oh!
Madame is the pick. There you go. That's better.
Okay. So you ever know, they offered over the Khalid and they thought about it, but there's good layering right now. I think the Harith would have been better if it was the Khalid on the other side. If they go for the Khalid here, it might be tough to make it work. You have a lot of dashes, sure. But I just like them to be safe and pick up the Moskov. But hey, Long Man, he really felt it when he was playing the Harith yesterday. He's confident. He wants to continue that. A lot of mobility. This should be an interesting one. I like the switch up though. I really thought they'd go for the Khalid. They instead go for the Badang, wherein, you lose a little bit of the being able to match the speed of the Cho in terms of the pressure you apply on the map. But then now you make it difficult for the team fighting. You will have to devote a mobility spell if you're DFYG, because most of the time Keyboy will be landing the fist break into the fist crack and then the penalty zone as well. Onyx rounded out their draft well, but there is still a way for DFYG to win this. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult to pull off.
That's true. Might be a bit more convoluted. Well, at least their Harith doesn't have to deal with an Esmeralda, right? So there's that. But then again, you have a very aggressive lineup here in Onyx Indonesia, which again, not surprised at all. We are going into game 1 of Onyx Indonesia versus Janfeng Yao Guai. We're gonna see pretty good stuff for sure, especially after they hit level 4.
If Zed is able to start this off well with E1, it should feel really good to be able to have a great show game up against Kiboy and Sans. I like that eventually Onyx decided to match the range for range. We did see Farsa and Eva's matchup earlier today, and I mean the good thing is it's just great coverage for both.
Yeah, great coverage right now. Kyrie being given a hard time here by the rest of the FYG, but no. Kiboy is here to make sure that doesn't go too badly in their favor. So it's going to be the FYG with some pretty decent harass going into the mid trio that we talked about up so much. Look at that. Just so much aggression. You don't know when they're just going to pop off suddenly.
Yeah. Here comes Zed though. Great knockback from Kiboy. Zed committed his flicker earlier in that little exchange as they were trying to put the pressure onto Kyrie, so that might come back to haunt him. Hopefully he doesn't dive a little bit too deep, and if he is going to be overcommitting, then DFIG needs to make sure that they cover him up with kills, because that flicker is going to be missed for the next 70 seconds.
Yeah, for sure. At the very least, he won't be going too aggressive. So at least there's that, right? You can just go Shenpo, go Jeet Kune Do as much as you can, but just don't make a move that needs a flicker. So you should be fine. And again, containing this mid trio of Onyx Indonesia is already step one. Of course, that's Kyrie on the Lancelot. Really, really scary. I wonder, like, when they're gonna start popping off. Actually, maybe just waiting for Kiboy to make to hit level 4. But yeah, they're gonna have to fight around this turtle now.
Both EXP laners level 4 as well. Watch out for the penalty zone of Lutpi.
Yeah, 100%. Lutpi could set it up. There goes the bravest fighter used up, and the target is not really anyone in front. It's Yon on the Eve, and that's gonna be first blood going over to Onyx, trading it up for the turtle. And sometimes it does feel like that gonna be worth it, but no, you got the major objective. You're also gonna lose out on your jungle because of that. Don't forget, we are on the clouds though. It's gonna be quite easy to get back into the fight, but then it's all about the gold here for Onyx. Keeping it steady and keeping it even will usually give an advantage over to Claude.
Yeah, really good combo brought up there. Oh, the entry!
Oh, that is not the entry that I was expecting. And Zed uses the flicker again. I don't know. Every time it's on cooldown, Zed just wants to go for it, man. Seems to be the play here for the FYG, but they're not really getting any results.
No, a little bit too gung-ho on the use of the flicker, but maybe eventually he's going to slow things down and it will eventually get rewarded into an even bigger win. Onyx still has the kill lead. Gold still very close, and now you see double laning for Skylar, leaving the gold lane more to get a bit more farm in the center of the map. The FYG's been very river and jungle focused though, that at some point they're going to really have to let go of the priority in the middle, try to get a win elsewhere into one of the side lanes, because if they're just going to be hard pressed onto just trying to stop the mid trio, they're going to lose out on some big wins that they could be getting in the sides.
Actually, I noticed that the camera just hasn't really gone up or down at all. Like, the camera's just literally on mid. So, I get what you mean, right? Like, it feels like all the pressure is right there, and Onyx is happy to play with that.
We've just been coasting in the river for the past 4 minutes, mainly.
Yeah. It's funny, but that's where the action is. Like, what are we gonna do, right?
Yeah. Onyx even also not forcing any issue on the sides because they know where DFYG wants to play. Yuan already forced back by Lutpi.
Ooh, that's a decent one. Vale going over straight with the bravest fighter. Will be able to take out Kiboy as well as Lutpi. Has a flicker as well, forcing a flicker out of sounds, but here comes Kyrie with that kill. But all said and done, it's actually DFYG with the advantage. They will be able to get this hurdle uncontested.
Retribution used already by Kyrie, and it looks like he's gonna lose his purple buff. Invade right away by DFYG, and they are slowly getting a little bit more advantage in the game so far. No big clear wins just yet, though. No towers fallen. DFYG are taking it to Onyx. Great kick. Ooh.
Yeah. Look at that. I was about to say, like, you know what? DFYG is doing it without any flashy play. They're doing it very slowly, and then all of a sudden, of course, Zed's gonna use the flicker in the way of the dragon. Of course, right? So, right there and then, it is, stuff like that is gonna buy time. It's gonna buy more tempo for DFYG. The goal lead is actually not going up as much as I thought it should. It just means that Onyx is keeping it in their favor as well. But Kyrie getting chased out by 2 members. DFYG might be bad. There's a big airstrike on top side as well. Looking to make something happen, but Long very happy to play around it. Of course, inside that Zaman Force, but even the Zaman Force can't actually save him that long. No pun intended. Sibion and Zed very close by, and they're going to be forcing Onyx back as well.
DFYG are going to be remiss that they lost Long there. That eventually ended up as a big win for Onyx, getting the first kill onto the opposing gold laner. Good thing Sans was able to fly on out of the real-world manipulation, but now DFYG, since they saw how much was committed by Onyx up top, they will now go for the turret in that lane instead to trade it out. That's the right call. And 2 of the turrets broken in the map now have been taken down by DFYG.
Man, DFYG are scarier than I thought they would be so early on in this game. Then again, it is to be expected, right? You got an Eve, you got the Lapu Lapu, one of the strongest early to mid heroes. I mean, even late. So, one of the strongest heroes. Honestly, the Grace, the Land of Dawn. And at this point, they're just leveraging their early game beefiness even the threat of the Way of the Dragon to get more advantages in the early game.
Zed gets the vision. So now Yuan and Long will hover around the mid. The position looks good for both. No clear advantage towards side lane minion waves, but I think Onyx, if they end up getting a big win in this turtle, will look towards mid or the bot already. Vel goes in.
Yeah, as usual, on cue, Vel uses Brave Fire, starts up the fight, but the big penalty zone coming in from Luthi actually will be able to disrupt it so much. Yon will go down, and it is just going to be blood after blood, trade after trade, kick happening here, but the body of Zed going to keep Luthi alive just for a few moments more before he will eventually fall to the blades of the Shadow Kill. Actually, Super Ken not really quite done yet, but he does see Kyrie and decides to just back off, at least for now. That could have been way worse than it was, or it looked, but it's like Onyx is going to have to fight off so much more aggression this time around. Jianfeng Yao Guai boosting that goal lead to 3.2k.
Yeah, Super Ken was able to win the turtle in the end. DFYG was able to even out the aggression that Onyx showed. Again, penalty zone coming in big time. DFYG were able to handle it very well. Long and Yi1 might have gone down a little bit too quick in that fight, though. Still, in the end, it was recovered by Super Ken. Very interesting game. Not going the way that I expected it to, but I am pleasantly surprised with what I have been seeing. Most importantly, so from DFYG. They are taking Onyx to the brink here. Still a very close game and definitely not 100%. It's Dianfeng Yao Guai's to lose. They still have a little bit more progress to make, but those 2 turret advantages, that's the little lead along with a little bit of gold that they have ahead of Onyx that they're really holding on to.
That's true. Really holding on to that. And I actually completely agree. This was not the way that I thought it would run. No, except maybe after that Lapu Lapu, because when they pick up the Lapu Lapu, that's going to start the fights more often than not. And when he does start the fights, Vel knows how to navigate. And maybe it's down to the fact that it's just so hard for any single or any 2 members of Onyx to deal with a rampaging Lapu Lapu. They don't really have the tools to deal with it, especially this early in the game. Maybe that's one of the factors here contributing to them. But look at that, Skylar! Almost getting taken out immediately. That was almost 100-0. Luckily, he was able to get out of dodge here, but not done yet. They're going to be able to buy so much space for this Lord. And now they're going in. Del, previous fighter, throws down Landshaker. No one home. And it's going to be a soft reset. Long already using up the Salmon Force. This could be some pretty good stuff. Kyrie is dishing out here on the side, but Zed already used the Flicker Wave, the Dragon combination. That might be bad. That might be the ticket here for Jianfeng Yao Guai to actually make more things happen. Kyrie's up on front, wants to make it a 50-50 if ever, but looks like they're going to decide against it, at least for now. Or will they? Don't know if Vel already has the way of the drag. Or sorry, he already has it. The previous fighter actually. It's gonna be back up. Tries to go for a bush check and the flicker in straight into Sans. And look at that, Lutfi gonna get taken out quite quickly. Super Ken is on the killing spree. Look at this guy, just unstoppable so far. Even Kyrie's Lancelot is having a hard time dealing with it. And now that's gonna be Lord number 2 going over to DFYG.
DFYG, color me impressed how they pushed and pulled that Lord twice or thrice, really dragging it out, not committing the 50-50, making sure that, okay, we'll bring it down low, we'll bring Kyrie out, we'll bring Onyx a little bit closer to force them, but then they already have bodies way ahead, stopping any form of aggression that Onyx would want to do to really try and heavily contest. Then they soft reset it, or the first case I believe was a hard reset. They get kills, they go back, bring down the Lord a bit, bring Onyx closer, then they reset again. That is tremendous play by DFYG to bait Onyx out multiple times, and now they are getting closer to a 7,000 gold lead. Super Ken now has a BOD and he is 3-0-1. The two Indonesians in DFYG have been stellar against Onyx.
You can tell their knowledge about the opposing team right now is really helping out a lot for DFYG, knowing the tempo of Onyx Indonesia to some extent. So they're doing very well, and DFYG are now just camping out in the jungle here of Onyx Indonesia. Now if you're Onyx, what's going to be the play here, man? Like, how do they climb themselves out of here and stop the snowball?
Yeah, with how they're built, it's gonna come through the fight. Oh my goodness! Super Ken just finding Skylar like that. He tried to cancel it out, but it was a bit too early on the flicker.
Yo, they're starting and they're not stopping. DFYG, target after target is falling. Lutpi and Kyrie are all alone to defend against this big wave on the top side, and all remaining members of DFYG. This might be a big ask, but they are going to try to see if they can clear up this wave, and that's going to be a no-no. Kyrie, with all his tools, will not even be able to slow him down, and DFYG take down ADNOC Indonesia in game number 1.
Tian Fang Yao Guai. And you see how getting even that game win means to them. A confidence boost for DFYG to take down ADNOC in a game. The series is definitely not over yet, and we may be on the way to seeing 3 games. But it is impressive. You cannot take away from the win of DFYG in this game. The draft, what they pulled off, the fact that they focused on the roam priorities with the bans. They picked up Cho at 4. Terrific drafting and even better execution. What a game by DFYG.
What a game, man. You saw that DFYG were so giddy. They were jumping literally after that win. What the hell is happening here? Man, oh man, Super Ken, I gotta say, man, BTR GOAT, he learned so much. You can tell he knows how to deal with ADNOC Indonesia's playstyle. You can tell that he has played with him time and time again. The way that he's actually dipping and diving and anticipating their moves, very impressive, I have to say. Yeah. Especially for Vel, by the way, he's like my personal MVP for this one. Vel on the Lapu-Lapu knew when he needed to go, knew when he needed to strike, and he knew when he needed to fight.
The Indonesian connection between Vel and Super Ken were so good. It was as if they were back in Indonesia, getting wins over ADNOC in the regular season. Terrific performance by DFYG.
Definitely one of the weirdest things that happened today, and maybe an upset if you're depending on your allegiance, but you know what? It's good MLBB. We'll see you in a few moments as we go into game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We will be...
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
And we are back here, boys and girls, for ADNOC Indonesia versus Janfeng Yaoguai. And we are, again, we find ourselves in a position where it's actually DFYG who are ahead in the series.
Yep, it's 1-0. 1-0 in favor of DFYG. And the beats of the draft are going pretty similarly. ADNOC might be letting go of their Hilda first phase ban, something that they banned alongside the Grok and Juice earlier in game number 1. While still, it is very set for DFYG. Wouldn't be surprised if they continue this of just Kalea, Fanny, and Yu Zhang again, and then play for some different trades.
Yeah, definitely the draft. Even though they did have like a 50-50 draft, definitely it felt a lot easier for DFYG to play around it, just because they also had like the Lapu Lapu, right? And the Lapu Lapu just did so much to just make it so easy to get a team fight going.
Yeah.
And because of that, feels like the Harif is gonna get removed as well. Another pain point in the game earlier, I gotta say.
Yeah.
So this is actually fine.
Yeah, of course, the Harith being a terrific last pick for DFYG. It rounded out the damage profile that they needed a little bit better. And of course, Long showing off why he also won in lane using a Harith in yesterday's series. And I believe that might also have just been a call by ADNOC. It's like, yeah, we can't let the Harith get through for them. He's really good at it. So I like that now ADNOC's looking towards the Eve as a priority. But definitely this is going to be telegraphed by DFYG. No way they're going to be giving an Eve just like that to ADNOC unless they're prepped with something else. So just instantly they go for the Lancelot and they go for the Hilda. So I think this is also expected by ADNOC though, considering that they gave up the Hilda ban and now it ends up with DFYG.
Yeah, that's like an insta-lock right there. Like, you were just mentioning it. You were just about to check their draft, and the DFYG immediately lock in the Lancelot and the Hilda. But I love this. This Lapu Lapu on the side of ADNOC Indonesia just makes it so that they can actually just play around it. You know, start the fight with Lapu Lapu and then just give Sans breathing room or very easy ways to get the fight in their favor.
Yeah, so now the question is if they're going to get their gold laner or jungler. They still get their gold laner. This time they focus on the Claude. So the carry pick is going to be coming in later, and I wouldn't be surprised if DFIG just start committing bans onto the Hayabusa and Yu Shin, or give one of those two heroes up and then just readjust their bans or their picks to counter the eventual jungler for ADNOC. They take away the Esmeralda by picking it up for themselves now, and that is instantly just going to be going into the EXP lane to face up against that Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, that's a pretty good matchup, DFYG. I mean, it's not the best. Honestly, it feels like the Lapu Lapu is still more mobile, and it's a lot more teamfight oriented. But Esmeralda is definitely something that you can't really face off straight up. And you also have a Claude, right? The Claude can't rely too much on the shielding for him to survive. Same with the Lapu.
Yeah. So, if Kiboy ends up with getting the Rome Badang here again, that's actually going to make this Esmeralda really happy. That it would make sense if they just take out the Cho and then the Gatot Kacha. I don't think Onyx has to take out the Gatot, because if they put this Esmeralda in the gold, Hilda and XP, and then they put a Rome Gatot Kacha, they're gonna be lacking in damage. And they'll need to pick up something like the Kimmy, because they just can't all be cooldown based. They'll also need some continuous attack getting dished out, and Kimmy would be like the last best option instead of going for a Farsa or a burst style mage.
Yeah, that Farsa is something that we saw earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Was able to actually deal with the Eve quite well, but it's gonna get banned out. So, what's the mid lane option looking like here for DFYG?
As I just said earlier, Kimmy will probably be their next best bet.
Kimmy's look good. Is there a possibility of it getting banned out? Like, is there a way that like an alternative for that?
Yeah, that's a sad thing though. So as expected, they take out the Gatot Kacha. If Onyx decides to ban out the Kimmy here, then they're probably gonna end up left with something like a Kagura, most likely, or the Valentina even. The Valentina might be their next best bet if they just want to make sure that they can get the real world manipulation. If Onyx do not ban out the Kimmy, then they'd rather face into it. But I think to be safe, Onyx just needs to take it out. I think Kimmy covers a little bit more of what they... Oh, the low Yi! Okay, good read. So they're willing to play into the Kimmy because they'd rather take out the low Yi. All right, okay.
That is decent. That is actually decent here for Onyx. Now, Kimmy is an option... not that it has an easy time, right? It has a pretty hard time against like players like heroes like the Lapu Lapu, heroes like the Eve. But again, can't really pick that, brother. As much as we want you to pick it, can't. And Long going back to a comfort pick.
Yep.
Going for the Moscow.
Yeah, so as expected, it is gonna be basic attack based marksman. They could still go for the Hayabusa. I think the Hayabusa is just going to be a really solid pick in the end. Even though they're up against the Hilda. Then they pick up maybe like a Hylos or Badang. I'm a little bit iffy. Khalid, I don't see enough.
Want to I think it's just...
well, it was banned.
Oh yeah, banned out. Sorry. Banned out.
So it's either the Badang or the Hylos. Maybe for Kiboy. Unless he digs deep and picks up something like a Tigreal. I don't know. Oh, a Barats. Okay.
Really?
So of course he got adjusted and by the patch. And now they're going to lock in the Guinevere as well. Lots of crowd control. Okay.
Ooh, all right. This looks good. This looks really good for Onyx Indonesia. I like it. I feel like not a lot of rumors will consider the Guinevere, but recently it has been really rising in usage. So
yeah.
Guinevere roam really good at stopping a lot of mobile heroes in its tracks, and that's going to do well against the Lance. It's going to do well against the Moskov, even the Hilda in some scenarios.
Yeah. So either the Valentina or Kimmy, unless they're... Will they go something off kilter? Probably not. We have been talking about the Kimmy for a while here. There's a lot of basic attack. If they want a little bit more control and they even steal the Detonus Welcome, then the Valentino would be good. But yeah, we've been saying it earlier. They ended up getting up the Kimmy. So it's Onyx who decided to flex a little bit more creativity in this draft because that's where they ended up getting forced into. They have some really strong crowd control effects, and I think it's time we talk about what has been changed by Barats in the latest draft. So if his ultimate misses, if he doesn't get to bite anyone with Detonus Welcome, the cooldown gets reduced by 50%. If the ultimate hits, Detona immediately gains max stacks of the big guy passive. So if you just want to land your ultimate, if you're rushing to get into a fight, you don't need to get stacks first and then use your ultimate. If it hits, you get stacks right away. They also remove the effect of Barrett's getting stacks of big guy when respawning. And there is increased HP bonus for the additional damage. From 1.8%, it is now 5% of your total HP. So the more HP Barrett's has, he's happy.
And you know what? It's actually about time. It's just so weird for Barras that you have to keep stacking up for a long time, and then you go for a big fight, and then you have to do it all over again. This time around, it feels like more intuitive, right? To actually use the Barretts, and I really appreciate that change onto it. Maybe one of these could be the signal here for Barretts to actually start entering pro play again after a long time of just making like random appearances out of nowhere. Might be a really good staple pick, especially if Onyx Indonesia can prove that here in this game.
Yeah, I think it is a big deal. The fact that the little bit of reworks and adjustments to when he gets his cooldown, the max stacks, once you get the bite, should be all well and good. I mean, I'm definitely okay, and I would not want to see another heyday of it's always just Barretts versus Fredrin. I'm fine. I don't need to see that again. But just to have like another option, it's totally fine by me. That's cool, you know? Like, I would rather see a little bit more of that, where, okay, you can bring in Barretts from time to time if you want to. Similar to how Fredrin is now, similar how to Akai is now.
That's true. At least, again, expanding the jungle option is probably one of their a big priority as well. You don't want to go back to just only Frederick and Akai and stuff like that, right? And the Baksha, obviously. So, yeah, we're in a really good spot, and it feels like if we can find more. Again, Guinevere also tried to be a jungler sometime in the past. So, I'm not saying it's a good idea, but I'm just saying can happen. Maybe someday along the line. But here we go. Game number 2. It's Onyx Indonesia, who are down a game against Dianfeng Yao Guai. But I have to say, after reviewing the draft, Onyx got like a pretty sizable advantage. If like it's just a head-to-head, right? Because you gotta admit, DFYG's lineup, hella greedy. Like, oh my god. Got two marksmen up on you.
Yeah. It will take some time. So there is a risk of Onyx just snowballing on them, steamrolling them through this Barretts. The good thing is, again, we got to see it earlier, wherein as long as your conditions are set, you know that you just need to hold. Similar to, I believe it was the Mythic Seal game earlier that we saw in that game number 2, wherein they had a much later game lineup. They were just able to hold on, and then eventually take the win later in the game. It's a similar story. On the side of Onyx, you have a lineup that could potentially just run over DFYG. But if DFYG can keep things close, keep the gap just hovering around 3,000 to 4,000 at worst, then there's a really good chance that they can make a comeback through this, as long as they can get some good farm for long. Because the problem is, if it's the jungle that's actually getting majority of the farm, and let's say Kimi and the Moskov are both lagging significantly behind, then even if they're still within range of 3,000 to 4,000, that's going to be a really hard comeback. So if someone's going to struggle, make sure the other two are good with farm, or at least have kept it close. That's how you make sure you get to bring it back in around 14 minutes, 15 minutes, and hit your power spike then, and especially have a very threatening presence in the game for Onyx to deal with.
I mean, what threatening presence, though? What do you think is that threatening presence? Because, right, you're absolutely right. Like, if, for example, we go into the game, and we see that they're even in gold for like maybe the next 6 minutes or 7 minutes, that's already good, right, for the FYG. But I wonder what presence they can do aside from the Hilda in the early, or maybe Super Ken on the Lancelot, right?
Yeah. I was talking about the farm, the items. That's really just going to be their ace up their sleeve. That's their presence that they're going to be waiting to be getting past 14 minutes, around 15 minutes, if ever it doesn't go their way. The good thing is they have a good matchup in the EXP lane for the Esmeralda against the Lapu Lapu. Although this time around it might be a little bit better for Skylar, but instantly you see the aggression by Onyx, and they can afford to do this, playing around the Barretts.
Playing around that Barretts. Again, you're waiting for that ultimate, right? You want Deadness Welcome. You want to see that. Again, you have a lot of heroes that can actually take advantage of the skills that you have here. So good early game damage coming in from Kiboy, possibly once you hit the Violet Requiem. And also pretty good damage on the Eve. You know, as we talked about, Eve usually is like a really high DPS hero. You kind of forget that. It's not bursty, but it is continuous damage and slow and burn. So yeah, let's see if they can use that. And then for now, luckily for the Esmeralda, for Vel, Lutpi is actually having a hard time dealing with it straight up, which is to be expected on that lane, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, one of the core survivability for Lapu Lapu is to just have innate shielding capabilities. Something that's the Esmeralda is very happy to go up against. So now with the first big fight, for DFIG, they're just hoping they don't suffer a massive loss. Like, if this ends up becoming 3-0, bro, that's going to be a struggle for DFIG, and it's going to be a really late game for them. But if they can keep it close, then they should be good. Onyx, though, if they get this, it's going to be massive.
Yeah, this is going to be massive if Onyx can actually just get this early on. But Vel is very proactive here. Lupi already using up the Bravest Spider. Rushing, they're bum rushing straight into the turtle here.
Super
using
Ken.
the traction pulse.
Oh!
It's going to be stolen by Super Ken. What the helly? And now that's going to be a big, very bad team fight here. Kyrie is up in front. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Sans trying to do some decent damage from the back line, but Super Ken is dancing in and out. He's going to go down though. Long's coming in, but as you can see, this Moskov just doesn't really quite have enough damage yet, but you know what? The FYG got the turtle, and they got some decent amount of gold for that as well. Lutfi, though, going in with the Bravest Spider, some decent output here. Zed! Oh my god, that is a Hilda! It is gonna hurt, and they're gonna be getting another kill in their pockets!
Great rotation by Zed. I think Lutfi decided to commit that because he definitely was thinking, oh, no way the Hilda's gonna come to me, right? Like, Zed's not gonna go all the way here. I can just duel it out with Vel. Wait, no, the Hilda is here. And that's another kill going on over to the Esmeralda. Lutfi struggled in game one, will be struggling here yet again. TFYG, them getting a win in that turtle was massive for their cause because Lung is still deathless. He's still farming. Skylar, though, is still relatively undisturbed, but DFIG will be okay with that. They're playing with 3 carries in their lineup. Long.
Yeah, they're here to just survive in the early games, not to win even. But look at that. They're actually outputting some pretty decent pressure. You know what? When I was actually estimating this lineup for DFYG, maybe I forgot about how good a good of a poke that Kimi can actually dish out, especially if the traction pulse just keeps hitting, you know?
Well, so much damage is on the way for DFYG if Onyx cannot find a way to stop them. This second turtle take might just be the difference here. They should have enough now in their tank through the Eve, through the Barretts, and even a little bit of the Claude to now take it to DFYG. But Zed has been, again, great man marking for Zed. Vel as well, definitely a huge nuisance for Onyx. Now DFYG have started things off.
Yeah, they're starting it off, and actually it's a pretty decent start here. Of course, on the side, it's going to be Lutfi hunting down Yon, and I think he will find him. That's going to be another kill going over to them, but it looks like Turtle is not the prio. It's going to be taking down Kyrie, and that means that's going to be Retribution going over to DFYG once more. But look at this really, really good team fight coming in with the Blazing Duet. Oh, they catch him though, and that is going to be 3 members going down for Onyx Indonesia. Lutfi is on the run. Same with Sans. Not enough mana, not enough damage output to actually deal with this really scary Esmeralda. Even using the Bravest Spider to dip at that moment. Man, oh man, DFYG, after all that, even got a turret on topside, Renmar.
DFYG get another win, and Onyx now are scrambling. It looked good initially. Lutfi did a great job of zoning out and taking down E1, but DFYG readjusted their focus and just decided, give it all to the Barretts, then we back off, readjust, the push and pull yet again. Similar to what they showed off in game number 1, DFYG are really showing off how much they've improved since we last saw them in a major international. Now they are potentially on the way to sweeping Onyx. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's still 6 minutes in. Kiboy eventually got to counter back with a great re-entry. The spatial migration and flicker started it off. But because of the lead that Vel has built up for himself as the Esmeralda, he's 4-0-1. Onyx do not have the damage just yet to deal with this. It's going to be tough, and now Lutfi's in trouble.
Yeah, Lutfi is going to get caught here in the traction pulse. Luckily, we'll be able to do the CC immune maneuver on the Lapu Lapu. But yeah, look at that. Look at this rotation that DFYG is doing, making sure that the top side just cannot be farmed at all, forcing Skylar to go bottom to get even more gold for him.
If DFIG win this next turtle again with 2 kills plus, and Onyx don't match that, it's not going to look good for Onyx. It's going to be DFIG now taking control of the game. Hopefully, Skylar got enough farm for his Claude to eventually just match now the damage output that DFIG has. But will it also even be enough to take out the Esmeralda? Super Ken showed himself up top.
Oh, look at Zed. He's just going hard on the Suns there. And again, once more, it is going to be Super Ken with that turtle. Kyrie going to get basically melted in the DPS. That is Yon. That is Vel.
Skylar.
Right now up on front, even forcing the flicker out of Lutpi, as well as the rest of the Onyx lineup. And now here's Skylar going in the back line, trying to hunt down Long.
Bang!
He's actually going to find him. There goes that comeback possibility. But Skylar will also be dealt with here by Super Ken. Nice prediction on where he's actually going to go back, or when he's going to go back. And so far, so good for DFYG. They're still keeping this relatively sizable lead.
All turtles have gone over to Super Ken and Dianfeng Yao Guai. Onyx now, though, the saving grace is Skylar. He does have the damage, and Kyrie, it took a lot of DFYG's damage to try and just take him down. So it might be so that even with all the damage that DFYG has, Kyrie might just have enough to just hold down long enough for Skylar and Sans to deal majority of the damage and or finish off what the other members of Onyx have already started. But as it stands, the FYG has the lead. Super Ken has been finding some really good trades. Vel hasn't died yet. Long only went down once, but he's racked up some 5 assists. Not a lot of kills yet for him. E1 as well has been positioning relatively well. It's just they were caught off guard by the eventual entries. As long as the FYG keep watching out and maximize their purifies, every team fight is going to be difficult for Onyx.
100%, especially if Zed just keeps going unchecked, right? I want to also check the items if possible. I want to see if the Chastise Pauldron is already completed. For sure, that's like a big core item if your opponent is a Claude. And they're trying to deal with it now as well on top side, especially here on the bottom. Look at that. They might be starting to build towards it. And they take out Skylar just like that. What the heck? Where did that amount of damage come from? Feels like they just bursted him into oblivion.
It's built in. It's all natural. It's all natty damage from DFYG. And they're going to be able to get this Lord. They're zoning out Onyx. Onyx can't get close.
This Hilda is just paying off dividends.
Look at Vel
right now. And look at that, Vel. He's actually fighting against 4 members of Onyx and somehow just actually surviving. Again, the perks of just being an Esmeralda. But look at that. Finally, that is welcome to be used up here. And here comes Long, though. The backup is real. And the big dive. Falling Star Moon used up by Vel as well. And it looks like that's going to be the disengage. We got a big Lord Wave coming up on top side. And the bottom, we got Long as well. And there you go. Feels like they just want to go all-out damage here. They don't want to build defensive at all.
Onyx used a lot of their abilities there. And they are going to be somewhat lacking. Good thing the push of the Lord up top isn't as fast as it could have been. So RWM is back. The Violet Requiem is back. Lapu Lapu will get his Bravest Fighter and Raging Slashes back as well. They're just waiting for Death on his welcome now for Onyx. But for DFYG, again, it's just... as long as they just keep watching their positioning, Vel is nigh unstoppable at this point. So far, the answer to if Onyx do they have enough damage to take down this Esmeralda, it's no. He's surviving 5v1s, 4v1s, man. When only with Zed there to help.
Yeah, especially now that he already completed the Blade Armor and Chastise is on Zed alongside the Oracle. So you know that this front line is just gonna keep going non-stop. Even against a Blazing Duet, maybe even against a Lapu Lapu with the Bravest Fire, and even against, obviously, the Violet Requiem. So let's go ahead and see if if anything is gonna change here. So far, so good. DFYG keeping the tempo up. Massive map control for the Chinese squad.
I hope our slowly growing, passionate community in China is watching, and I hope the news is spreading that DFYG is on the way to beating Onyx.
They are on the way for sure, but look at that, the counter engage coming in from Sans and the Blazing Duet undisrupted here for Skylar. Actually did some pretty decent damage, taking down 3 members of the FYG. Just like that, all of a sudden, tables could possibly be turned, especially if Sans gets a Void Crystal here and a Void Blast. That's going to be catching the Long for sure. Look at that, they're fighting back. Some decent damage coming in from the FYG, and that's good to kick back. Signs of life from Onyx.
And that is a massive heat check. The Yanfeng Yao Guai cannot afford a loss like that yet again. You're starting to feel it. The sustainability and tankiness of Kyrie, of Kiboy together as well. The damage that can just be dished out surprisingly by the Lapu Lapu. Lutpi decided to build up a blade armor. So did Kyrie, who just completed it now. So the damage output getting brought out by the Kimi, by the Moskov, is going to go back to hurt them back as well. So as long as, again, we said it, the condition for DFYG was they gotta be careful, maximize the purifies, and they slipped at that moment. Zed was caught out. It wasn't the perfect start for DFYG. Yes, their gold laners, or their damage dealers, excuse me, were able to hold, but now immediately Vel start to feel like, wait a minute, they're starting to hurt. I'm not as unstoppable as I thought it was. So Onyx definitely has a chance for a comeback. There's Boy!
They catch him, and Zed actually will be able to survive the Violet Requiem. The re-engage is real, coming in from Vel with the Falling Star Moon. Might be exactly what the FYG needs to get this Lord started. Now, Vel is up on front. Zed is too, checking those bushes, making sure there's just no way for Kyrie to make an entrance, but I'm pretty sure they will force it. Right now, Lutpi waiting for an opening here to use that Bravest Fighter. Kyrie has an on-demand crowd control as well. This Esmeralda could get disabled anytime, but looks like they are actually not afraid of it. They're dancing up on front. Zed's actually quite low, and there's a big split from Long. He's actually not going away from this fight, and that might be the opening Onyx needs. Look at that.
Can't lose Vel.
Falling Star Moon gonna get cancelled here. Traction Pulse already used up, and here comes that Bravest Fighter we're looking for, and nom nom nom, that goes. That's gonna be the Hilda gonna get taken out, and there's the advantage that Onyx are looking for.
They lose one, but they have to send back two because of the split push of Long. Smartly so, he did not use the SOD to join that sequence. The other members of DFYG were too far behind. Still a man advantage for Onyx, and it still looks good for them. All the objectives so far have gone towards DFYG's way. But now that it has become a much healthier Barrett that can survive and sustain a lot of damage, this might not be as easy as Super Ken thought it would be in terms of being able to win this retry battle, and this could be a very crucial one.
That's right. Super Ken feels like such a juicy target as well. Not as strong as he was like 5 minutes ago. And we are going to see Onyx this time trying to handle the Lord, trying to put it on the half, getting a threat into the blitz. Looks like it's going to be a signal here going in for Yanfeng Yao Guai. It's Super Ken with a steal on the Lord. And just like that, the FYG are on the run. Basically, a thief in the night. My goodness, that was such a good take from DFYG.
Super Ken gets the Lord. And just like that, DFYG got away, and they were at risk because Skylar had a great entry with the Blazing Duet, but they just all committed for the run. The good thing is, though, now for the Siege, there was no Purify committed by DFYG, so they have a little bit of room to work with in terms of making mistakes, in terms of getting caught, while Skylar and Kaboy had to use their flickers in that engagement to actually get a good start for Onyx. 15 minutes in, could this be it? DFYG, will they make history? This will be a massive high-profile win for the region.
100%. I can see this definitely hitting the headlines here, especially over in the region. And now, got a lot of Purifies locked in. I don't blame it if they can't really catch a lot of people. That's free Purifies ready to go for DFYG. And that's going to be the engage. Freaky Boy finally uses the Violet Requiem on the Vel, though, but Vel will be able to shrug off some of that damage. And now with the swap over the Queen's Wings, Super Ken feels like he is also such a difficult target to hit in this game.
So DFYG knew that they could not force anything there. You saw the damage getting brought out by the real-world manipulation. The risk of suddenly Skylar showing up out of nowhere. Based off of the last sequences that we've seen, Lutpi has also been taking some really long routes to get some great flank angle entries with the Lapu-Lapu. So if they overcommit in one area and they leave E1, if they leave long unattended, DFYGs are just gonna get surprised as to where the damage is. It's because most likely Lutfi has zoned them out. So they are going for the full systematic, full discipline route here, taking it little by little, because that's the way that they can afford it. They have to wait for the main big ultimates of Onyx to come out. The Detonus Welcome, the RWM. They could waste out the Violet Requiem and the Spatial Migration entry through their Purifies. But they can't allow Onyx to layer all of that over and over again, because their Purifies can only purify so much.
That is true. Like, those Purifies can get overloaded quite easily. So, Yanfeng Yaoguai is definitely not out of the danger zone just yet. Onyx lineup is very explosive. Onyx lineup can really take you by surprise, especially very squishy targets, just like Long on the Moskov, and actually even Gakimi, right? So, keep your eyes on the map, especially in this next team fight.
Bit of damage there onto Lutfi. Bit of a warning shot of how much it hurts right now. Long with Husk Claws. Oh, the entry!
Oh, they find it. And again, the Purify will be popped here, but the damage is going into Kyrie. He cannot actually ignore that, and Kyrie will get taken out just like that. Vel up on front actually still doesn't have the Falling Star Moon. Violet Requiem will not be casted by Kiboy, and DFYG are starting on the Lord. Maximum vision being provided here by Zed on the side. Vel is up on front. And again, Yon all alone near the pit. I'm not sure what the plan is here. They're deciding to go for the reset instead.
Yeah, they can. Super Ken still has cooldown on his Retribution. It's just only about to come back.
Oh, that's true. Oh my goodness. Look at that. And now I guess with all said and done, when they really want to go ahead and put the pressure on, DFYG can actually do it. They shove back on it, and they're going to be conceding this Lord.
It spawns instantly. Kyrie will be back. It's going to be a full 5v5 for the defense. 14,000 gold for Skylar. Buying and selling items. Sans just got the Ice Queen wand. Full build, no boots. Malefic gun. Husk Claws. The full shebang there for Moscow. They got all they need. Who presses buttons better? That's the question at the end of the day.
And yeah, for sure, they're going to go ahead and lock it in. Vel is actually in very critical danger here. Low HP right now. Zed up on front. Kyrie and Skylar trying to whittle down this Lord as fast as possible. Just getting ready for a possible team fight. But it's Lutfi who's actually going to start this fight right now. They take out Yon. That is huge. They're fighting up inside the real world manipulation. And Jake just cannot deal with the damage. Long already used up his dashes as well.
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness, no way Ken finds Lutfi just like that. And they're going to be able to at least take one, but Yanfeng Yaoguai actually lost free in that fight.
Definitely massive win for Onyx. Super Ken and Long though, I thought they'd go down as well, but they held on. But the cooldown or the respawn timers are a bit too long there. E1 lost his footing. They didn't respect the range. They didn't respect Lutfi being able to close the gap once the Wind of Nature was forced out of that Kimi. Without a Purify, you barely have any way out there.
That's true. And then that's the importance of popping those Purifies as early as possible. But even if you do, right, you can't Purify out of this raw damage coming in from the Lapu-Lapu. So, yeah, when that happens, you just have to make sure your positioning is good. I like the smile here on Kiboy's face. He knows they got him. He knows they've got a foothold here. And they have proven that they can fight back.
It's looking good, definitely, for Onyx. If I'm not mistaken, they still have Skylar alive. They still have their main damage dealers alive. It might actually be endable for Onyx, based on the last thing that we saw. Although there is a lot of progress that needs to be made in the towers. They have the Moskov. They still have the Lancelot alive for them, DFYG, to be able to clear up the minion waves. But let's see, maybe Onyx will try to find a way to end this before the other members of DFYG come back. But the respawn timers are about to end.
That's true. It would have been possible, but
no.
Obviously, there's just 15 seconds on the clock, and the minion waves are just so far out. Good information for Long. He finds Kiboy, but I don't think they can actually stop them from taking this purple. might be a pretty good opening later on for DFYG to make it. Again, that goal lead feels like it's non-existent at this point.
Yeah.
Everyone just has the items they need, and you're absolutely right. It all depends on who can actually just micro better at this point.
Imagine how massive a win it would be for DFYG when it came down to micro versus micro. They can say they beat ADNOC, but we're not there yet. ADNOC are showing off why they are the champions of Indonesia back-to-back this year, fighting back, holding on. Despite only having 2 turrets left in base, they are still definitely in this. DFYG, massive tower lead, but as we saw, slipping little by little in big team fights. ADNOC showing off with their veterancy and their sheer micro mechanics to get the lead.
Yeah, you can really tell that ADNOC has been here time and time again. This position is not new to them at all. They're going to have a little bit of a head start here. They're going to have bush checks on the turtle around the left side at least. Here comes DFYG. The rest of the squad is going to be arriving. Kyrie's up on front. Skyroller is
Kiboy
on the side. Kiboy is going to get spotted out by Super Ken, or is it the other way around? And there you go. They're just waiting it out each other, whittling out. There goes the real world already used up. You're going to be able to use the Falling Star Moon to walk on out there. That is real world on cooldown. That might be an opening as well for DFYG, but let's see who's going to pull the trigger first. This is so far turning into a big game of chicken. And yeah, basically just waiting for each other's cooldown to get into the proper timing. Look at that.
Really just showing off who's the better at the lore dance here. ADNOC, though, they're playing a lot of tricks, and it's working out very well for them. Zed pressured in the mid by Lutpi. Soft reset yet again. And now, the FYG are trying to find a way to open this out because they can make the most out of their Moskov as well. Oh, Kyrie!
Yeah, 100% Kyrie was the target there for DFYG, which they did earlier as well. I think 2 to 3 times. But I don't think they can do it at this point. There's just no way that you can immediately burst down Barats at this point of the game with just Vos free. But now Lutpi looking like he wants to make sure that he can check at least that bush.
Conceal.
Here comes the concealed, man. Sans and Kiboy up on front. They're gonna get slowed down, but I think they will find their mark. Long is gonna get found, and that is gonna be the one down for DFYG, and it is their goal laner of all people. That's going to be a tough one to beat for DFYG. Now it's 5v4 on the Lord fight. They're making it a 4v4, actually. They do have to send out Lutpi on the top.
This could be a really long one. ADNOC, though, have a really good advantage. Kiboy with the spatial migration.
They're going to be able to at least whittle him down very, very low. But look at that. Kiboy going to be absolutely disgustingly put low. Kyrie is in trouble. Gonna be able to buy a retribution or buy the immortality, but will still get taken out. And just like that, one by one, the ADNOC members are getting hunted down. They're trying to buy as much time as they can, but Lutpi will still be taken out. Look at that, Sans. Kiboy as well on the side. That's gonna be free. V4 with Long gonna be spawning very, very soon. Stopping the recall is also massive here. Boy gets to have to walk all the way back to the base and buying even more space for DFYG.
Vel saved the sequence when Kyrie and Kiboy decided to initiate it around the center of the map. It was Vel with a falling star moon straight to the back, sending back Sans, forcing ADNOC to go out, leaving Kyrie alone with the other members of DFYG, leading to him getting taken down, leading to DFYG yet again getting this Lord.
And nice step on the knock-up here. Kiboy actually got the right target, but doesn't really have enough artillery or enough guns in the barrel to save the day. Super Ken gonna get taken. Oh my goodness, that was actually very close. Vel making a run for it. He has the immortality, just bought it, trying to buy as much time as he can though, but he will still get taken out, and that's going to be -1 for DFYG with the Lord walking on the bottom. This is going to be so hard for them to clear just because of that. It's a 1-for-1. Kiboy is actually out of commission as well.
Yeah. Back and forth. Real world manipulation not back yet for the Eve. SOD not yet back. Traction pulse not yet back. There's the SOD. It's back and it hits.
Oh, it's going to be hitting, and that's going to be pretty massive damage. Again, Kyrie is going to be the main tank for this lineup. He is going to be the main frontliner, and it's going to be Super Ken reaching to the back, forcing a flicker out of Sans. And there's the Lord. The DPS is going to be real long, getting dove in by Lutfi, but it's just way too late. They're going to be removing the Lapu Lapu from the game, and Zed going to be the sacrificial lamb as well to make that happen.
Lutfi saving it for Onyx. The dive and the jump and the damage onto E1 and Lung. They couldn't get any closer to the crystal to try and hit it. All of the efforts of Zed, all of the efforts of Super Ken, their backliners could not help out. Zoned out by the Lapu Lapu. And this isn't over yet. 26 minutes in already.
This is not over by a long shot. And either way, right? Every time someone gets removed from the map, it just feels like both teams know that they cannot afford any major mistakes. They immediately almost back off. Right? So again, stuff like that can happen. But the important thing for Onyx Indonesia, Kyrie must be kept safe. You know, that's weird, right? You're keeping your tank safe, but that is just the case here. If you lose Kyrie, that's going to be automatically Lord going over DFYG. You do not want that to happen. And right now, I'm wondering, who's the target for Kiboy here?
Just anyone he can start on, really. Even being able to force out a Purify is a great help. Rapid boost for Skylar to be able to rotate around the map significantly quicker, as he will be managing lanes and joining the fights as well. Kiboy goes in.
Like you mentioned right here, it is going to be used up onto Vel, the main tank here for DFYG. Now that's actually pretty good. You chunked out a pretty decent amount of health from the Esmeralda. Might make it hard for them to get these fights started, but I think Onyx kind of senses that something's off. Someone's missing here, and that looks like it's Zed. Now,
SOD will not hit.
patches are going to be the big question. Who is going to get caught first? Hey boy, have to make a run for it with the spatial migration. Yon is up on front. You do not want to be like that. There you go. Vel going to be subbing it out. And Kyrie and Kiboy Sans on the side here. Again, Zed has been trying to make some plays happen for the last few seconds. I don't know what's up.
Yeah, Zed's way far back. He's actually the guy they're sending to manage the waves. It's not the Moskov, because they know that the value of the Moskov in these little skirmishes, in the lore dance, it's much higher than the value of the Hilda being here. So it's Hilda being sent to manage waves, while Moskov needs to be here to really add to the damage that DFYG needs to finally break through the very tanky front line. Traction pulse thrown out there might be a bit of a waste.
But you know who's also very high value in the team fight? That Lapu Lapu. I think they also might need Lutfi, because he's actually been the one that's been taking care of Long and Yeon for the last few engages. So, might want to make something happen here. You might want to send Lutfi back down, I guess. Because right now, I think he is getting hunted. Here's Long going hunting on that Lapu Lapu, while this Lord is actually getting Dawn Stun. And now on the top side, I can't see it, but it feels like Lutfi might be in trouble. Misses on the SOD though, so that might be massive. Now Kiboy and Kyrie up on front. This is possibly an opening here. Skylar already using up the Blazing Duet. Might not be ideal. That's one big tool out of the arsenal for the next few minutes here for Onyx.
DFYG got to survive, and now Onyx, they might actually lose it, but Kyrie's close enough. Who gets this?
Yeah, Kyrie can definitely go for the 50-50. And who is going to take it? Of course it is. The Sky Prince Sphinx just going in hard now is going to be DFYG, who seem to be very, very mad that you took their Lord. And now they are actually forcing it up onto the mid lane. And now, that's a lot of red HP bars on the side of DFYG. I don't think, even though they seem to be mad... Oh, actually they are. They're going to go and re-engage Long with a very, very risky play there on the Moskov, forcing everyone back. And now it's going to be a full reset. Kyrie, for some reason, will be able to save it for Onyx.
Sky King's things. Onyx almost 30 minutes in. Now have the Lord and will be marching in. For majority of the game, they've only had 2 base turrets. They only have 1 left, but now they have the chance to win with this push. DFYG played that very well though. They baited Onyx into that scenario, but in the end, they just decided to go for the 50-50 instead. Kyrie was not brought down low enough to apply pressure, and it was Super Ken who lost the retry battle. Here comes ADNOC.
Yeah, the pressure was really felt there, especially on Super Ken, despite them just having just a really sizable lead at that point. Now it's a Lord walking up on top. We are 30 minutes, and that Lord is really, really crunchy. And Super Ken gonna get taken out on the bottom. And even inside the base, they're having a hard time just DPSing this Lord nonstop. Zed trying to buy as much time as he can in the middle of the ADNOC lineup, and somehow actually will be able to survive. Here comes Long. It's all gonna be up to him. Zed's on the side. Immortality's already popped. And looks like we're not going home just yet. It is gonna be game number 3. ADNOC Indonesia beats the FYG right here, right now.
What a titanic series! 30 minutes! And ADNOC, majority of the game, it was them who was behind, them trying to play catch up. And DFYG just could not end it. ADNOC showing off their micro abilities, Sans making the most out of every real world manipulation, showing why Eve is one of the worst picks you can give to this team, because they have one of the craziest mid laners of all time piloting it. But of course, as a team, they played incredibly well. Skylar 6, 3, and 11. In the end there, he was making the most out of every blazing duet that he had. Somewhat wasted in the last big Lord fight, but in the moments that mattered the most, the threat, the eventual and an undeniable threat that Skylar brings, with him just being able to easily access the backline alongside Lutfi to try and focus Lung and E1 down, was hanging over the heads of the FYG in every team fight, which is why you saw a lot of hesitation, a lot of cautiousness, which is, again, well warranted that they were playing it safe and that they had to play it safe. What a terrific comeback for ADNOC. We're going to game 3. We deserve a game 3.
Yeah, we absolutely deserve a game 3 here. Man, I think DFYE just tried to dance in a very high level, and that's where really ADNOC will shine, being the Sky Kings and all. We're gonna go on a quick break, and when we come back, it's game number 3, boys and girls. Hope y'all are ready. We're gonna go into it very, very soon. Man, this is exciting. This is Games of the Future 2025.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Yo, we're finally in our first best of three game series here in Stream B for Games of the Future 2025, live in Abu Dhabi. I'm Rockhart, and we got Renmar Santa Cruz on the side,
Yo.
with me on the mic. And, bro, what a series so far.
Definitely. Who would have thought out of all the matches that we have in this stream? Again, this is the second to the last match for us here on Stream B. Once we get to play-ins, it's just going to be one stream, no more Stream B. That's going to be it for you and me. Yet it's this one. It's ADNOC versus DFIG that went to Game 3. DFIG takes Game 1 multiple times. They almost could have won Game 2, but they just couldn't end it. ADNOC held on long enough to force a game number 3. And I'm just hoping this isn't one of those series where it just ends up in an anticlimactic, one-sided game number 3. I want it to be just as tight as the last one.
Yeah, give us a 30-minute game, won't ya? We don't mind.
I'm okay with 20.
Go ahead.
I'll be all right with 20.
But yeah, we reached 30+ minutes there. That's just how crazy game number 2 was. A huge back and forth. And the Barretts is proving that, you know what? It can kind of slip from time to time, but on the clutch, even on a really bulky hero like a Barrett, Sky King can definitely make a mark and make that crucial Lord Steel work. And we saw it was huge stonks, right? That Barretts was huge stonks at the very end, which is cool because, you know, late game Barretts is just almost so hard to take down as well, so hard to burst. It might take your whole team to do that. So, you know, games like that just kind of just show you that it's possible to maybe have a Barretts in your lineup. It's just not as... It doesn't just finish games just as fast.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it will take a lot of time. They couldn't get the early game that they wanted, that they could have gotten with that lineup. But then, yet again, they were able to hold on. And despite all the damage that they had, because of the sheer amount of burst that a DFIG had to deal with through the super late game Void Blast at that point, he could just keep casting it and it will deal a significant amount of damage each time. The threat of Lutpi coming in as the Lapu Lapu, forcing out Wind of Natures early to make it so that the other physical damage that their lineup could dish out is gonna come back to bite them. So it was a tough win for DFIG, and you also saw there, I feel like though, the more I think about what we saw in game number 2, there were also some times there where maybe they were just a little bit too careful. Maybe they just didn't time things well enough, especially when it comes to trying to watch out for Lutpi or for any other member of ADNOC, stopping the main damage dealers from joining the fight. Yet those he initiated have played it in such a way that, hey, we're good. Where are you guys? Oh, wait, we're sorry. We forgot about that one guy who could just completely dive us.
So yeah, 100%. The timing was way off in some of those Lord dances that they were doing. That could have been a lot better, right? That could have been the point of improvement here for DFYG. But now we are on the draft. There are a lot of possibilities here. Number 1 here is, of course, the Eve. I didn't expect that to actually stay on the docket, especially the way that Sans played that. But again, it's going to be a different draft for sure. Let's go into it.
Yeah, as it rounds out, makes a lot of sense. Now you take away the Eve, you take away the Kalea. I wouldn't be surprised if later in the draft there's a chance that the Kimmy might end up early on for the FYG in the first phase. They'll manipulate it in such a way that the Grok will end up with them, or at least get taken out now. I think it shows that they're willing to give up Assassins for sure to Kyrie, but I think they ban out the Grok here, then they take out the Lance, but then the Yu Zhong will be open, and it will be an easy pickup for ADNOC. So now Dianfeng Yaguai will really have to play around what's left, because they will have to accept that ADNOC are going to end up with a lot of power picks now compared to before.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh,
a lot more power picks, especially with these kinds of bans, man.
Oh, so good. Great ban there by ADNOC. It's either the Grok or Lance that they'd want to fight for. I'd be surprised if they go for the Juicid, but yeah, it is the Lancelot.
And you're also gonna have to think on your side. You have so many possible picks for Kyrie here. It's a wide open. Pickings here, right? So again, you can also kind of just go ahead get that Lapu Lapu. Lutpi played so well on that Lapu earlier.
You got the Lapu or the Yu Zhong as your priority. Got the Kacha. Farsa probably going to be coming in for Onyx, or they know that DFIG might not pick up the Farsa. Good call there on the Lapu Lapu. So the Farsa might end up for Onyx in red 3, or they'll pick up their jungler already. They showed off that they have a wide jungle pool, so they might not even go to the second phase without their jungler yet, like force DFIG to ban out different things. But the thing is, now that Kiboy's pick has been picked early, DFIG will need to ban out things like the Hayabusa if ever Onyx don't take it out, or don't pick it up in red 3.
That's true. Hayabusa, if you don't follow, obviously Onyx and Kyrie, one of the best picks for that guy. I just gotta say, it's one of the most prolific Hayabusa players in the world, probably in the world, right? So yeah, 100%. This Grok is great, by the way. And the Farsa decides, you know what, there's a Kadot Kacha, but go ahead, we'll go ahead and see. I know I can get canceled by the British Spider. I know I can get canceled by the AOG, but you know what, he doesn't mind. Yon is gonna go for it anyway.
Valentina pick is genius here for Onyx. It's not a blind Valentina. You see the Grok. You see the Farsa. So you know you have 2 big ticket ultimates already that you can steal. If it's not the Feathered Airstrike, you're going to have 3 initiators with you. You have Bravest Fighter, you have AOG, and you'll have the Tectonic Charge, which the Valentina can steal.
That's right. That's also going to preempt. That's actually just a start, right? Like, you can kind of just preempt a lot of ultimates here for the next few. So this Valentina is actually super stonks for Onyx, and you got so much mastery as well on heroes like the Lapu. You got Kiboy on the Gatot Kacha, like name a more iconic duo as well. And again, so much that you can do. And your gold lane isn't really that restricted, right? Because you can still, I don't know if they can still go for a fighter gold. It's pretty unlikely, right? It might just be
for which team?
Something else for Onyx.
For Onyx, yeah. It would be quite tough if they still go for fighter gold. They'll need some basic attack, but the FIG don't think so. They think that they could just go for very stompy. I mean, we don't see the jungler yet. That's a thing. And Yi Sun Shin is still available. They can go fighter if Onyx decide to go for the Yi Sun Shin. So I think the FIG are just willing to give one or the other, or they'll ban out the Hayabusa here. Just give the YSS to Onyx, knowing that that's going to be inevitable. They take away one of the best gold laners that you could pair up. But the thing is, if they do that, CC is still going to be open for Onyx if ever they want to go for the fighter gold CC. It's paired up with the Gatot Kacha. It's great with the Lapu Lapu. No way DFIG will be able to get the Yi Sun Shin. So YSS goes to Onyx. They don't need to rush the CC. I don't think it'll even be good for DFIG if they decide to pick up the CC here.
Yeah, especially since the laning phase is going to be so... It's not even going to be so dominant in the laning phase. You're facing up against a Lapu Lapu, man. So, absolutely get it. And now, what's it going to be? Like, what's the XP lane pick here?
Yeah, the tough thing is Alice might be tough considering that you see the Valentina. You can't go X-Borg. It's either Phoveus and I don't want to see DFIG go for Arlot because that means they're giving Final Slash to the Valentina. So yeah, Phoveus is what they're going to be left with here. They go Moskov and then Onyx will just close out with a CC. Hopefully it is a CC. They can afford to go CC here. It will just mesh with everything very well with a curtain call. But if not, then yeah, they're going to go Marksman. They'll either go the Granger, maybe Claude again, maybe. But with the Grok around, it might be really tough.
Yeah, that time you're gonna get like an instant cancel on your, or a possibility of instant cancel on your Blazing Duet. So maybe CC is a really good one, man. Combos very well with the Gatot Kacha. It's a classic, and you can get really you can get a big advantage in the very early team fights.
Yeah, I think if there's another fighter gold that they can go for, they're not gonna go Uranus here. CC, yeah, again, as expected. It's really just gonna cover up their bases really well. I love the draft here of Onyx. Very well-rounded. Their lineup actually has the potential to just go ham and end this very quickly if the FYG are not careful with how they execute this. The thing with DFYG's lineup is, yes, you're still going to be dependent on the Moskov a lot of the times, because now this Farsa might not have the best time, because it won't be as easy for this Farsa to be able to scale up, get items, snowball some kills over and over again, because he's up against a gotcha. It's up against the Yi Sun Shin. It's going to be marked. They'll know where it is. Then there's a Valentina that you need to worry about as well. So all the pressure right now is on Super Ken and for Long to farm up well, get their items quickly, because the lineup of the FIG can only hold so long for the eventual power spike that Onyx will hit relatively quickly.
Although saying that, right, like if we're talking about like Super Ken, I'm pretty sure his experience against Onyx is gonna fare a lot better this time around, because it is a very familiar lineup. There's so much familiarity with basically what Onyx Indonesia is playing. Everyone is playing on their most of their comfort picks. The YSS on Kyrie is also like it's a really good hero, or it's a really good hero to give to Kyrie, right? Because that's exactly what I was thinking with when he was using the Barats earlier. All that potential micro is a little bit wasted on the Barats, to be honest. I personally always want to see Kyrie on high mobility, high skill cap heroes. The YSS, you got to make good decisions to be a good YSS. Kyrie is so good at that. And obviously, the mid trio that we keep talking about here is so good at enabling him to become the main carry of this lineup. And this time around, it's the ceiling is quite high.
Yeah. Oh, TFIG here. We really need to be careful. Like at the end of the draft, it's really just that feeling of, oh, we might actually be on the way to seeing a stomp here from Onyx. The good thing is, it will really boil down to first, mainly, let's look at Zed on his Grok. Needs to make the most out of it, but even more so, you are now up against a Valentina, now you're wondering which ultimate is she going to end up with. Is it Tech Charge? Is it Feathered Airstrike? The Valentina changes the dynamic of the team fighting a lot, because now DFYG will have to readjust every time based on what ultimate Sans gets.
And there are just so many good ones, right? Like we talked about it already. Just basically just great impactful ultimates. So Sans, obviously, he's going to be able to utilize his crazy antics here. Going to make very strong plays. But the FYG, decent pressure. First blood going over the Super Ken.
Might have been a little bit too eager and too early for Kiboy to go for a full check there. Now leaving Kyrie a little bit susceptible. Getting poked down by DFYG. Little Wanderer will go to Tianfeng Yao Guai.
And that's going to get a much-needed boost of experience for Super Ken, especially considering that Kyrie is going to have to slow down. What the heck? Out of nowhere, Super Ken again catching another one. That's 2 kills on the Lancelot and another assist. Ioni going to get that one.
What is happening to Keyboy and Sans? They are slipping very early on. I think they're getting punished a lot by the micro crowd control that a Grok can dish out through the Mighty Swing, the Rampart as well, messing up their exits. The fact that Super Ken is actually committing a lot into being able here to join the fights. The good thing is they delayed Super Ken somewhat in terms of the farm in the jungle, but not in the XP, because at the end of the day, they gave kills. That's 2 kills to Super Ken. Even if his farm rotation got delayed a bit, he's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. Even the assist, right? Like, he didn't get that last kill as well. It went to Yon, but the assist XP is also giving. So, right now, surprisingly, 1.2k gold lead here for Tianfeng Yao Guai at 2 minutes. Not something you see every day.
No!
And now, again, another... what the heck? Where are these kills coming from?
It's Zed and Ye1 reading the rotations of Onyx perfectly.
Oh, that is beautiful. And now a flicker or Land Shaker here for Lutpi. Gonna serve him very well, because the backline will get quite easily disposed of here by Onyx. And now even Kyrie can have a lot of control on that hurdle. Zed, no tech charge yet, means it's also easy pickings for this guy, Kings. And look at that. Just like that, the gold is swinging pretty good for Onyx.
Terrific counter by Onyx, and I don't know where Long was actually tossing his SOD. He threw it out of that fight, but it hovered and flew past the purple buff area of Onyx. I don't know what he was aiming for. He was aiming for an earlier fight, trying to take Kyrie. Maybe he was left behind, but he could have just thrown it in the center of the fight instead. And now all of the early kills that DFYG got might just get thrown down the drain, as Onyx, just like that, has taken control of the center of the map despite the early deaths onto Keyboy, Sans, and Skylar.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking up, right? This mid trio just so crazy. You give him an inch and they'll take a mile. And so far, it has been proven that they are so good at stopping really strong aggression. They're proving that here right now as well. We got some pretty good next few seconds here of breathing room, but Ione, you know what? Says, I'm going to be able to dash on out of there. That's a pretty good wild charge or tech charge, but actually kind of killed the attacker, or killed the caster here for Sans.
Yeah. Sans goes out. Super Ken caught out though. Needs to be careful.
Oh, goodness, there you go. Super Ken again, way too deep. Somehow getting caught in one at a time. Well up against Free. I'm not sure if this Phobius is going to be long for the world. And that's going to be more kills going over the Onyx. We are even on gold.
The FYG getting sloppy. Vel, it only would have made sense for Vel to be able to do that if U1 was a little bit closer. But at that point, he knew his mage was up top. He shouldn't have committed it. And now Zed is forced to use the flicker, is forced to go back. Keyboy, Sans, and Kari have definitely taken control of the river, and just like that, the FYG now are scrambling. They're getting out-rotated. They are losing their footing in terms of where to go next. They are lost.
And Lutfi just preemptively flickering with the Landshaker as well. Giving so much stonks to Onyx. Because of that, they actually might just chunk away at this tower. And now even Zed can't really escape anymore. The fangs of Onyx Indonesia playing so well around that tower. Even under it, Lutfi itching to go again. This time around, they're going to take it slow. But Onyx has secured a pretty sizable lead.
It's tough to find an opening for DFYG. Long struggling to get a dominant lane against Skylar. He's just getting managed. Essentially, the gold lane got dead laned as if it was the EXP. Zed getting taken down in succession. Vel as well. E1 just built his glowing wand, although not that far off in terms of the gold compared to the Valentina. Problem is, it's just that every rotation that the FIG wants to do, Onyx has already become one step ahead. When in the first 3 minutes, it was the other way around. But again, they slipped. They lost their discipline. They overheated. Supercan getting way too far in the purple buff. It's rough right now. But Onyx showing why they are the kings that they are.
That is true. That's actually this is the fastest I've seen any team overheat. Like right after like the early game dominance that you showed, now the early just falling apart one stone at a time, especially for these turrets. Now that's gonna be more gold in the coffers of Onyx Indonesia here. Basically getting so much space, they don't mind just walking into these bushes willy-nilly. They know they can burst down whoever they catch. They're doing bad here. Oh my goodness, look at that snipe from Kyrie as well, putting Long into half. Just shows you how far ahead Onyx actually are in this game.
Yeah. The FYG cannot contest for this turtle. It's going to be too risky. You see again what we were talking about, how the dynamic has changed now with the Valentina. I think majority of the time, though, it is the tectonic charge that Sans is stealing away. Lutfi gets spotted out by Velk, and Super can finish him off, and the answer is yes, a shutdown onto Lutfi. But Onyx definitely still are in the lead and in control.
For sure. Lutfi again biting off more than he can chew. That's just par for the course. Feels like you can actually just keep doing that, and again, the punish is going to be very small, if any, for Onyx. And look at this. Again, even Zed, as a Grok, just has a hard time checking these bushes, man. Sans is such a big threat, especially now that he is holding on to that tech charge for a majority of this game.
Now Super Ken is on duty to clear this up. It's a 4-1 split. They're trying to take down the turret up top, but Skylar's just holding, and DFYG know that there's a high risk of them just getting rotated into. That's why they left Vel in the pixel bush in the river to get the information of the eventual rotation of Onyx up top, and DFYG decided to back off.
Yeah, they actually just have to back off here. If this Loopy decides to go for the bravest fighter, there's really not much they can do about it, except maybe throw in Zed with the wild charge or the tech charge. But now look at that. They're gonna have to use it defensively, just like I mentioned. This time, Bell tried to go for a re-engage. I don't know if that's wise. Loopy on the side already used up the bravest fighter. There's a knockup. There's going to be a big cancel as well on the VAT. And not even the Phobias can actually withstand that kind of onslaught coming in from Onyx.
Sansa's tech charges have been great recently. They weren't able to get the kill there, but that was a perfect entry. Kiboy goes in with AOG.
Yeah, that's huge AOG. Again, Yone just cannot do anything on this Farsa. So many cancels that are threatening him. Long casting the SOD will be hitting the target. Even with the assist on that turret, will actually not get the kill. Although there are going to be two. Lutfi and Sans going to be falling. Kiboy might be in trouble as well. He doesn't really have the AOG to escape. Casting it already. And now Skylar and Kyrie are all alone on the map. Unstoppable is going to be Kyrie. He's going to get chased down by Vel. I don't know if it's going to be within range, but he is trying. He's making the beeline for the bush and for the base. And that is going to be a pretty even trade in my eyes. But that is a lot of breathing room being bought by Diang Feng Yao Guai.
Just a sliver of health. The killing spree talent keeping Kyrie alive. Traceless at the right time. Retribution utilized as well to just get a little bit more movement speed, and he gets on out of there. Onyx now have advantage for this Lord. DFYG, though, still putting up a fight and opening up the map. But the headline that they need to watch out for, Kyrie is 5-0-4. Deathless yet. This Yi Sun Shin has been way too difficult to catch with a zone out from Lutfi, Sans, Skylar, and Kiboy.
And it's going to be even more difficult locking in that BOD. So Kyrie's going to have just a crap ton of damage. And they're going to have a hard time stopping that or slowing him down. Again, Zed is going to be super crucial in doing that, right? Tech charge in the right place could slow it down. But knock up on the Lord actually might be detrimental to Visgrok. Instead, Lutfi chasing him up and even preempting that Landshaker. And that is going to be multiple members of DFYG just down for the count. We're actually going to get slowed down here. Bell trying to fight back even a little, but I don't think it's going to root or get a fruit to anything.
Cross-map kills. Onyx are now just styling on DFYG, and Onyx will be able to get this Lord without any contention. A little bit of a question as to why Zed didn't just use the tectonic charge right on the wall beside him. Instead, he was trying to use it as a means to escape. He would not have escaped out of there. At least if he used the tech charge on the wall, he would have gotten some damage, knock-up, crowd control that Vel might actually have been able to get away.
I think that might have been just like a muscle memory for him. Usually you want to go... Oh my goodness!
1v1.
Oh, again, just underestimating the damage of Kyrie at this point is a fatal mistake. And they do it right there on the top side with a Lord walking on top side as well.
Well, the FYG have put on a fight. 9-13, but at this point, it is definitely Onyx time to just take control and end it with this push. They're trying their best, DFYG, to keep them at bay.
Keeping him at bay is going to be priority number one for sure. You're going to have to wall on out of there. Luckily for them, it's a pretty early Lord. Can actually get removed by the Holy Defense here. But then again, you're going to have to face the full might of Onyx at this point. Lutfi already using the Bravest Fighter quite early on and casting the stun straight into the Farsa. Might just be problematic. Yone now having some pretty free salvos, but look at that. Zed gonna have to force a flicker on out of there. Long though gonna be able to take out Kiboy. They bought a lot of time, but their inhibitor turret on top side will fall.
Ooh, SOD just a little bit early, almost hitting Kyrie there. he might have actually tried to go for it, but Kyrie would have gotten the traceless to actually get past the wall, and Long would have just been in trouble of just getting taken down by Lutfi, who was escorting Kyrie out. So even if that hit, it still would have been too risky for Long to try and take. 7,000 plus is the gold lead now, favoring ADNOC as the FYG continues to scramble to find a turnaround. They do have a lot of items and gold already up onto that Moskov. The Trinity on the way to building what could most likely be the Malefic gun. Vel needs to be careful.
But again, straight into the big brunt of this whole composition. And using your tech charge into nothing, basically giving Sans such a good ultimate. He's actually using it a lot better than the Grok itself. That's 2 down for DFYG, and Super Ken actually might just follow shortly. And there you go. DFYG just might fizzle out. It's just Long and Yone left on the map to defend. And they have a few minion waves to clear here. ADNOC gonna make sure that they can't touch or actually can't get within reach. Yone, the sacrificial lamb, to try to get some space here. And Kiboy actually will fall. Don't know if that's gonna be enough. Zed is gonna be up here just in the nick of time. But again, just way too late to the party. It's still gonna be ADNOC at the end of the day with the win in this series.
Yeah, Kyrie was just locked in the majority of the game. Despite the early deaths suffered by Skylar, Kiboy, and Sans, Kyrie was nigh untouchable in this one. Really couldn't get to him. The one time that they almost got him, he was still able to utilize the killing spree and the traceless to get away from, I believe at that time, it was Vel and Super Ken. It seemed like, though, that after everything that has happened this series, with everything that happened in this game, there seems to be a little bit of a breakdown in communication. Questionable decisions there by Zed, using the tectonic charge to out when he could have still found a way to maximize it, so that even though he knew he would be going down, he could have at least gotten a stun off so that the other members of his team had a little bit more time. Ken being there at that purple buff, trying to get it with everything happening around. It seemed like at that point, everything just broke down for the FIG, and they just couldn't get back in the same role that they were going on in Game 1 and 2, which is a shame because they were really good in Game 1 and 2. But ADNOC deserves all the focus here. 0 deaths for Kyrie. Perfect game. As we mentioned, he was locked in, but it wasn't just him. ADNOC as a whole were locked in to get the win.
That's right. Here's a look at the brackets, guys. And, yep, DFYG are going to be facing Team Vamos, at least for now. And we are going to have another series, a last series, to determine our, these last 2 slots. So, it's Aurora Gaming versus Team Max later on, right after this one. And it's going to be a really fun match for sure. Any expectations for this one? And any last thoughts for this game, Redmar?
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing if Team Max can put up a challenge and show off a little bit of the DFYG spirit against Aurora Gaming, because it really looks like Aurora Gaming, they might be on the way to just continuing their undefeated streak.
That's right. So Aurora Gaming, that is from Turkey. Gonna have a lot of fun for sure later on. So don't go anywhere. This is still Games of the Future 2025, live in Abu Dhabi. Rockhart and Renmar, we're gonna catch.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We're here to win. Let the best win. We're here to win. Let the best win.
My oh my, how time flies. We are on our last series for the day in Games of the Future 2025, live in Abu Dhabi. I'm Rockhard, and we've got Renmar Santa Cruz on the other side of the mic here for Aurora Gaming from Turkey versus Team Max. And this is gonna be a lot of fun for sure. Again, this when we started this whole broadcast, we talked about this a little bit. We mentioned this is the game that we thought would be one-sided if you asked me before this whole series started, but Team Max really showed up in day one, and I'm very excited for it.
Hopefully they can put up a good fight up against Aurora, who look like, by all means, everything is pointing towards them just continuing their undefeated streak. Rosa, Pago, Tianzi, Sigiboom, and Lunar. Again, if you missed out on us saying it yesterday, they went completely undefeated in MTC Season 6. In the Turkey Championship, no games dropped, no series dropped. They absolutely dominated the region. And that's coming from a timeline where in the past iterations of the tournament, they have been taken down a peg here and there. They've lost it once. They were tested to their limit, and when it came to the grand finals, they swapped out Apex 47 for Pagu, and it worked out brilliantly. They are still the best team in Turkey, and right now, that's actually undisputable.
And they didn't even completely lose out on Apex 47. He is still there.
Yep.
So you're still able to leverage that veteran experience, again, sticking with the team since the beginning. It has really paid off so much for this Turkey squad. And yeah, they're definitely one of the teams to beat. They were a really strong dark horse in the mid-season championship, so we saw a few months ago, and they've just gone up ever since.
Yeah. Team Max now is going to be their opponent. Bimo the Key, Zakzu, Lei, Cypher, and King Ares. Based off of the performance of the Zeta Division, of course, Zeta Division putting up a good fight as well against Mythic Seal. It's really tough to try and imagine that Team Max might be able to take a game out of Aurora, if you ask me at the start of the day. But with what we saw just now from Tianfeng Yaoguai and Onyx, now, like, I'm thinking, you know what? Anything is possible. Anything is possible at this point. That I cannot completely discount Team Max being able to take a game away here from Aurora, although it will be very difficult. It has to begin with being honest about the team, the state that they're in right now, the quality of the team that they're up against. That Aurora Gaming trying to beat them is going to be an incredibly tough task for Team Max. They have some bright spots though, and I'm really looking towards King Ares really needing to step it up for the team here as their EXP laner.
That's actually very true, right? Like, there's just no denying how ready Aurora Gaming is coming into this one. Mm-hmm. That's just not like a sentiment. That is absolutely that's absolutely very evident with the way that they were handling not just the game but also the draft in the first few series of this tournament. So, and of course their previous games as well in their own region. So 100%, it's still uphill battle for your Team Max for sure, despite how crazy Team Max actually got in you know, yesterday.
Yep.
And coming into this in this whole fight, despite the 2-0 again from Team Max, you have to think about the quality of the opponent right now, and no doubt about it, international caliber is Aurora Turkey.
Yeah, these are definitely going to be the two teams that are going to be taking care a lot of their mid laner. We know Rosa and what she's really able to do for the team, and how great they just play around their mid laner. Rosa's the key for Aurora. Bimo, the key for Team Max, is the key for the team. He put it in his name. And with how Team Max plays, with how well he positions himself, based off of the previous season as well of MPL Cambodia, you really get to see it in their play style, where they look lost if Bimo goes down quickly. They look lost if Bimo is off position and they're scrambling, trying to defend him. They will play around their mid laner. So it has been sealed. The Team Falcons and Mythic Seal will be facing off against each other in the play-ins, alongside Versatile versus Homeboys and Dianfeng Yaoguai against Team Vamos. Now, though, we're just waiting to see who Team Spirit will be facing off.
That's true. And again, if you're looking for your favorite teams here on this one, don't worry. They're not going anywhere. It's just that some of them are actually 2-0 and they're not in this list anymore. They're going to be proceeding straight into the semifinals, and they're going to be dodging the play-ins straight up. So, yeah, in case you're wondering, you're looking like, okay, where's Onyx after that game? Nope, they're basically on top right now, and they're waiting for the next days of this tournament. So, yeah, that's basically it, and we are waiting for another one. Who is going to be the next one that will be going up on that upper bracket? Is it the upper bracket?
The quarterfinals. The quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals. There you go. So that's the big question here today.
Yeah. So in the quarterfinals, the teams waiting right now are Ariki Hoshi, Aurora, and Onyx. So for this bracket, whoever loses this will face off against Team Spirit, and then Aurora Philippines. Whoever wins this will be waiting for the winner of Verso Time versus Homeboys. So you get to see it there. And if it is Aurora Turkey that advances here, if ever, that activates the possibility of an Aurora versus Aurora Grand Finals if they both will be able to make it, because they're going to be on different ends of the bracket. That is if Aurora Turkey wins this. If they lose, then there's a chance they might just meet each other in the quarterfinals if ever Aurora Turkey wins against Team Spirit in the play-ins.
Yeah, and again, Team Spirit, I think they got upset as well, right? Like, and anything can happen, right? Like, stuff like this can really just happen. That's why we hold tournaments like this, right? It's not just like where their power levels are. You have to really give the opportunity for teams to show off their skills. Maybe some teams will be ahead of the curve, some may not. Then again, how do you know? That's why we're here. That's why it's so much fun to actually watch these kinds of games, especially a very what do you call this? A very power level describing game such as this, Aurora Gaming versus Team Max, right? Like, is Aurora Gaming as indestructible as they seem? Or is Team Max going to be able to show up? Are they going to be able to show heart? Are they going to be able to show grit and good MLBB and prove us wrong?
Yeah, if you're looking at it from Team Max, they can honestly just play without anything to lose. Because again, they're not going to get eliminated if they win this. They just go up against Team Spirit. They still get to advance into the play-ins. Meanwhile, for Aurora, it's their win streak that's hanging over them. And to add to that, if Aurora Turkey lose this, you instantly lose a lot of the luster that you had heading into this one. You lose the mystique, oh my goodness, can we actually take down a team that's been undefeated for a few months now? So, if I'm Team Max, I'm a little bit more chill compared to Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, it's true. Like, we've seen sometimes, like in some tournaments, right? When a team feels like they're so strong, sometimes that's already like the start. Right? That it feels like that's already like half of the battle. You've already just given your opponent something to worry about.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's enough to like win you a little bit of an edge when you're laning against them. You know this guy is crazy. I think that effect happens to Carl TZ all the time. You know, when your reputation precedes you. So yeah, going into this draft, very happy to see that at least a lot of these XP laners getting taken out. Might be a bit of a challenge here. Let's see if that's going to affect it.
So a lot of the bans here by Team Max and Aurora focus on just surprising explosive tempo. Both taking out a roamer and EXP laner apiece. We still have a bit of a pool available through the Baksha Roam is still there. High loss. After the Gatakacha and Kalea, you still have the Cho also. So a still healthy pool, even in the EXP lane. Arlot, Lapu, Esme, Uranus. So there's still a lot that can get picked out here. I think they're just really taking out the most explosive ones, the ones that can get incredibly out of hand very quickly.
And of course, for the mid lane, we've seen Selena bans. I'm not sure if that's going to be effective for Rosa against Rosa this time around, especially since Grok is still available for Team Max to take on first pick, which we've seen, right? We've seen a few teams be very happy to take the Grok as a first and actually just win some games with it.
Yeah, definitely. So Grok, just like that, gets taken away instantly by Aurora. So Max still have the high loss, maybe potentially the Minotaur as options later on, but you just gotta get your housekeeping out of the way, pick up your junglers. They'll get the Lancelot. Yisun Shin can get picked up later by Aurora. They'll definitely get the Lapu Lapu here for Lunar, and then it'll just be up to them whether or not they'll be getting the Eve. Are they gonna pick up a Roamer Steel right away? But I like Eve showing up here for Aurora early.
Yeah, for sure. Eve is gonna be a great pick. Again, has shown up very well. Oh no, not really. Wow, Zhu Shin for Aurora.
Yeah. Looks like there are still some explosive picks that have flown under our radar. Of course, Cho and Juicen are just going to be really annoying to deal with in the center of the map. So Max might want to consider picking up a little bit something faster. I'd want to see them go Khalid Kimmy here. Because Khalid, there's a high chance it might just get banned out later. Kimmy definitely needs to get locked in here now for Max. They could go into the second phase with a flex. Again, the Lapu Lapu definitely needs to be considered here right now for Max. So it could be Lapu Kimmy as their options.
That's true. I feel like the Lapu Lapu just won so many games today, almost single-handedly, to be honest. So if you go ahead and lock that in, I wouldn't mind. There you go. There's the Eve as well. Huh. A very stable draft so far for Team Max, I gotta say.
So one of the reasons why I didn't want to suggest the Alice here, or excuse me, the Eve, is the thought of the Alice and even the Esmeralda. We know Eve can make shields for herself, and usually not the biggest fan of Esmeralda coming in the first phase of the draft, but in this scenario, it makes a lot of sense. You see the Lapu on the other side. Team Max needed to pick up the Lapu. They couldn't have picked up the Esmeralda for themselves. They needed even more explosive damage to match what will be an explosive rotation out of the center of the map. Just wish the mid lane pick would have been different, but hey, this is Bimo the Keys, one of his favorite heroes. But I'm just surprised because, again, their tendency was to pick up the Kimmy if it's available for them, but they didn't go for it.
Yeah, I mean, where is that Kimmy right now? It's impossible to go in the gold lane at this point, right? So we're actually going to be spotting a jungler pick for Aurora Gaming. They have, again, I would not be surprised if I see a Fanny here somewhere, but most likely it's going to be a Yi Shin or a Hayabusa, right? Yeah, again, very... it's like Team Max is the one who's actually just following the draft in my head. It's weird, but it's not unheard of. They seem to be just going by the book in this one.
Yeah. I think Team Max needs to ban out the YSS. Yi Shin definitely needs to go. It can come in at red 4, and then that will activate the potential switch of putting the Esmeralda in the gold lane instead of putting in something different in the EXP lane. You'll have flex options, even though the tendency for a GOF this year has been really Esmeralda will end up going to the EXP lane instead. If they're not going to go for fighter, Claude is an option for Aurora, Moskov as well. So Team Max needs to be smart with some bans to take away a lot of the flexibility that Aurora will have. So they take away another jungler option, take away the Hayabusa. Based on what they're seeing, they're also weighing whether or not it's worth it to take out the Yi Shin, which honestly I think it will be. If the Yi Shin gets taken out here, the best junglers in the meta are gone, and most likely they're either going to go for tank, Box is still open, or risk with another assassin. Fredrin also still open, or they'll risk assassins and show up with something like a Fanny or a Joy. So if that's going to be the case, at least Max can expect what can happen if they take out the Yi Shin.
Yeah, that's really good. It's actually gonna just stop, or actually just gonna slow down the roll here of Aurora if the Yi Shin is locked in. But if you leave it open here, boy oh boy, I'm just gonna go ahead and say that Aurora is gonna have a huge advantage, despite, again, very strong power picks like the Lapu, like the Lancelot, and the Eve on their side.
Yeah. You see Max really taking their time thinking about it, whether or not banning out the Yi Shin would be the smart play here. They played safe, they take away the Fanny. They don't want to give that to Tianzi, who did impress in MSC 2025 with that hero. So Yi Shin, maybe the Joy if they want to swerve, but I think they show the flex later on. However, they can definitely lean towards playing something like the Moskov or the Claude. They're hovering out some unique picks here, which is quite interesting.
Probably not. Come on. But let's see, right? I would love to see a Roger maybe make an appearance again. Don't want to see the Kaja just because really the one time it appeared, like, it really just you know, disappeared and evaporated.
Yep.
It's pretty good. Like this one.
Oh. Very in your face for Aurora. They didn't go for the marksman route. They went for raw magic damage. So 3 heroes at the side of Aurora will be magic damage based. They need to balance it out with a tankier EXP laner. The glue is still an option for them if they want something a little bit more tankier. If they want to fight it out. Oh no, excuse me. Esmeralda is already their EXP lane, so they're just looking for their jungler now. So Khalid, yes, will also match the rotational speed of the Cho, something we were suggesting in the series of Onyx versus DFYG earlier. You see the Harris, so then Ruby makes sense. They'll lock it in, and yeah, they're just gonna end up with a Yi Sun Shin as we expected.
Bro, haven't we seen this before? Like, was it a few series ago or something? It's all melee, and your main DPS is Lapu Lapu and Lancelot.
Yeah. Well,
sorry, and the Eve, rather.
Yeah, they have the Eve. So, okay. The difficult thing is, yeah, they knew the Yi Sun Shin was coming, but they still decided to go for all melee.
Which, again, could be good. Yi Sun Shin could have a hard time. That's possible, 100%. But how are you going to fight in range? How are you going to take out towers without wiping out your opposition first, right? So, I still think that, you know, as much as it's really good to, like, what do you call that? Just wail on your opponent, just dump on him, and create a death ball. Sometimes that can fall apart so easily. We have seen this happen, I think, literally yesterday. Yeah.
I mean, it was Onyx versus Homeboys where we saw that the lack of range and going all melee didn't work out well for them. Wherein at that time, it was Yi Sun Shin and a Kimmy that they had to deal with. This time around, though, Team Max only needs to deal with an Yi Sun Shin. Still, it's a huge gamble to see whether or not this will work for Team Max. Their pieces make sense. The lineup makes sense. It's just whether or not the lack of hardcore range is actually going to come back to bite them. Their main ranged option is their mage.
That's true. And again, we've seen earlier that once you lose your real-world manipulation, once your opponent dodges out of it, sometimes you're really just left running back to your tower and waiting for the cooldown. So, again, benefit of the doubt here for Team Max. I'm pretty sure they practiced this. I'm pretty sure they have a game plan in mind. Again, it is against a pretty nerfed up Zhu Shin, but look at that. Just like out of nowhere, able to take out the Kali with almost no resistance whatsoever.
Yeah, at that point, you don't need to delay or try to stop taking out the golem. You're just going to end up giving a kill. Although the kill went to Pagu, that kill is still a kill that you're ended up giving to the opposing team at the end of the day. So I think Cypher just needs to cool down a little bit in terms of defending the jungle. He definitely could have just given up that position and then either just make sure that BMO is safe in the mid, or he's spending a little bit more time quickly clearing up the minion waves instead of giving a kill like that.
Absolutely. Again, the point here is to slow down the Yi Sun Shin, right? Not give him an assist, not to give him gold. So, absolutely right. Let's go ahead and see if there's going to be any bounce back here from Team Max. Definitely, their early game has been slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah. So, Cypher really needs to be the one setting the tempo here for the team, but he can't, and he's just gonna get punished. Not like this! You don't need to be giving vision like that! But he buys a little bit of time. Here comes King Ares.
And there you go. It feels like there's just no other way around it. It is gonna be the dog pile here, coming in from Aurora Gaming. Able to actually dip on out of there, at least for now. But then again, you gave another kill over to Aurora Gaming and yet another assist to the Yi Sun Shin. And I think they're gonna go back for more here. Despite the turtle already falling. Cypher trying to make something happen. Again, just gonna fall short on the damage output.
Rosa calm and relaxed, knowing that he didn't need to use the flicker there. So for Aurora this time around, well, they honestly, it's getting served to them on a silver platter. Oh, look, here's some kills. Here's something that we can counter. Great. Thank you, Cypher. Thank you, Team Max. That T-Max, again, Cypher just really needs to chill. He's getting closed in on way too easily, taking a bit way too much from Aurora. He does now have the Raging Sandstorm, though, so we might see a scenario similar to what we saw against Onyx versus the FYG, where Kibo and Sans fell down twice early, but then when they started initiating, actually was able to turn things around for Onyx then. Cypher might be able to do that now that he has Raging Sandstorm.
That's true. The Raging Sandstorm obviously is a big tool. It was absent for the last, like, how many team fights? And this time around, this could be a great tool for them to use. Have an opening maybe to hunt down this Yi Sun Shin, which they're trying to do right now. A lot of them are gravitating towards the top side of the map. And they're gonna wait for Pagu. Very good presence. Waited for some good ones. Oh, look at that! Crimson Beacon already used up here. And they're gonna be able to pick off Cypher before he's even able to use that ultimate.
Made that look easy. Pagu saw the overstep, saw the overreach, knowing that even there is a real-world manipulation that he has to worry about. It's fine. He'll be able to get his target. Shunpo, JKD, the kick, the flicker, the kick. And it was way too clean for Pagu. Aurora knows exactly how to take down the center of the map, and they focus all of their firepower on the Khalid.
Yeah, man, this Khalid is just not stonk so far. They're having a hard time making anything happen out of this one, so Cypher needs to catch up. Lest you run the risk of getting run over here, despite you're the team who's supposed to be running over them. So, let's see, right now, setting up on the turtle. Great engagement so far. Sakuzu on the middle. He's going to be able to get the retribution on the turtle, but right now, teamfight is looking like it is favoring the fighter lineup, with Sigiboom just does not having enough damage output to dish out. And even, look at that, even Tianzi being forced off of his buff.
Great win there for Team Max. Sakzu actually was the one saving it there alongside Bimo the key. Great placement of the real-world manipulation. And most importantly, of course, Sakzu winning the retribution battle to get the extra shielding for the squad. Latho getting pressured here by this Harith. Don't run, Wolf King. Absolutely clutch, and Sigiboom gets punished.
That is huge. Again, you're looking at one of the major components of Aurora Gaming that needs to be slowed down. Yi Sun Shin is only one part of it. The other, obviously, is Sigiboom, who's now going to get forced back.
Team Max might have just found their timing. Again, it's not coming through surprise initiations, but Cypher, but great overall team play by Team Max to now make this a pretty even game. Pagu just built up the dominance. I should help with a lot of the spell vamp and regen that Team Max has for their fighter-centric lineup. While for Aurora, they do still have a saving grace in the fact that Kenzie was undisturbed in the farming process. 1-0 and 2 has a level advantage over Saksu, which means that the YSS is good. The question is Sigiboom comfortable? Does he have enough damage on him? If not, they can slow down the tempo just a little bit, knowing that their YSS is already good in the farm.
That is true. I mean, even if the Harif does fail, eventually it will be able to catch up, right? Like, it's just an inevitability, as long as the other four members actually just go ahead and just keep control of that mid area. Yeah. Or obviously the opposite side, which is going to be having that turtle up in the next few seconds. The 7-minute game could spawn into a Lord, but looks like they're going to go ahead and choose to find a target instead on their opponent. It's going to be Bravest Fighter used up, and the Zalan Force already on the ground. They might just make a beeline for that turtle. But looks like Team Max is very happy to fight this one alongside them. Sakuzu up on the middle. And again, they will be able to secure that turtle. That's a very big dog pile that's being done by Team Max. But again, the battle is going on for so long. It's a second Zaman Force, which they will be forcing him off of. And even Rosa can't really do much about it as well.
Team Max, absolutely impressive team fighting, and again, the real-world manipulation has been key. Saksu, look at him! Single-handedly finding Sigiboom in his own base. Double kill for the Lancelot.
And this dive composition It took a while to, to get some speed, but so far it is working. They're slowing down the tempo of Aurora Gaming so much that they're actually ahead of the gold now.
Aurora. Shocking results here so far from Team Max. Saksu on point. King Aries, really great land shaker as well to eventually catch out Rosa. And I think it's the counterplay that Aurora Gaming are getting caught off guard by. They're initiating through Pagu. Cypher's getting saved now by Bimo the Key, and he has a little bit more sustainability on him that he can survive getting kicked back by Pagu. They take hits and they get slowed by, immobilized by the real-world manipulation, which sets up King Aries, Zakzu, and Lei to come in for the chase down. All of their crowd controls chaining together. Again, they don't have a lot of damage, but they have a lot of time that they can extend so that Zakzu can eventually finish everyone off, and even Bimo can finish everyone off.
And maybe after that, that's when they take these towers, right? That's when they go for the really big pushes. Pagu misses out on that flicker. Huge blunder. And that might cost Aurora in the next 2 minutes. They're not going to have like that strong engage factor that you have when you usually have a Cho. And now Pagu's going to have to do this mano-y-mano.
Yeah, he'll have to be really honest with it. Maybe get a little bit of help from Lunar through the Falling Star Moon. They can't get Tienzi to initiate. He'll be covering with post-initiation crowd control. But Team Max, they have so many initiators, and they forced out the Crimson Beacon already from Rosa. This is bad news for Aurora.
Yeah, they've got so many to deal with here. Look at that. King Aries, though, gonna get knocked up and forced up. There's a manual kick that we're talking about. King Aries gonna fall, so that's a major one. Remove. Cypher trying to fight it inside the real world, or the Zaman Force rather. But while all that's happening, Team Max actually already got away with the Lord. Now the question is, will they get away with their lives? We're gonna have to wait and see, as Lunar is charging up that Falling Star Moon. Somehow, some way, Team Max is gonna be able to get away. And now they have a Lord walking on the bottom with King Aries and Cypher following soon.
Yeah, that was just Aurora Gaming balancing out their losses. Zakzu was locked into the Lord, and he got that without a problem, as the other members of Aurora, of course, as we saw, were preoccupied with fighting in the lane. So now, Bimo picking up the Lantern here should make defenses and fights even harder for Aurora. That's going to be the sudden spike up in damage that you expect from the Eve, especially since there are a lot of extra HP heroes and items that are getting picked up naturally over the course of the game. Team Max, they can just continue this as long as they don't overheat, because Bimo the Key's positioning has been immaculate.
Absolutely, and look at that. King Aries preempting with the Bravest Fighter. And here comes that Raging Sandstorm. It misses on the Pagu. He's trying to buy some time, but he's not really buying much. And there you go. Rosa forced out of the Crimson Beacon as well. My, oh my. This game is running out of Aurora Gaming's hands very, very quickly. And it feels like a leak that they can't really stop.
Team Max will keep on going. Way too tanky. Sustain overloaded. Despite them having an Harith, it seems like all of the spell vamp, the regen, they have the items to deal with it, but they just have too much of it.
Way too much of it, man. Way too much. It's starting to become really hard for them to actually survive. And Cypher, despite having a very bad start, has actually caught up. I mean, he's doing exactly what his job description is supposed to do, right? He's cast a really good Raging Sandstorm, and maybe just isolate and slice through the Aurora Gaming lineup. You don't need to do a crap ton of damage. You can just go ahead and just slice them and separate them, and your job's done.
Yeah, everything changed after that one play where Pagu tried to take Cypher down, but then Cypher's escape was covered really well by Bimo the Key. And they weren't able to take down the Kali. They wasted some utilities, and then that was a sign, because the next engagements just became a very similar story of Aurora wanting to start. They got a pretty good angle. They're fighting under the Zaman Force, but Team Max just has way too much sustainability, spell vamp, everything to keep themselves alive for so long.
Yeah, and they're buying a lot of time as well, right? Like, Team Max, despite them not being able to finish this game, they have so much control. They can just buy some space, while they're getting set up on the Lord, they also just fixed the minion waves on the bottom, and top side is very easy for them to address as well. So with the broken wall in, they try to go for a bit of a scout here by Cypher, making sure those bushes aren't booby trapped or anything. And now they want to go for it straight into their faces. Look at that, Rosa up in front. And we got Siggy Boom on the bottom, in the mid rather.
Oh, stun.
Gonna go for the front. Cypher is gonna get stunned up, but he caught that very, very well. This Khalid is more than capable of tanking it up. And now, it's gonna be Aurora Gaming trying to run away from the onslaught after they take the Lord. Siggy Boom making the run for it, dodges out of the Landshaker, but not much else can be done by Aurora after that.
Siggy Boom trying to stay alive. He gets kicked. Siggy Boom gets the shutdown on the Lancelot. And Aurora Gaming are still fighting, but look at Lay!
Oh!
Don't run, Wolf King! Along with the I'm Offended Flicker to control the members of Aurora. Rosa falls. BMO the key gets the kill. And Team Max are on the way to ending the game win streak of Aurora. They've been undefeated since MTC Season 6.
That's like so many matches right there, right? So let's see if they can actually finish the job like they should. Lunar's jumping in on 4. Siggy Boom's on the back line here, but Luna just can't not last longer. Pago again, such an overthrow on his flicker, and now that just might cost Aurora the game. There's just no way they can defend now. Tianzi gonna fall. Siggy Boom all on his own. Rosa arriving with the Crimson Beacon. Will the damage be enough? Not really. That's going to be a game going over the Team Max.
Team Max snaps the game win streak of Aurora established in MTC Season 6. In the regular season, they played 14 games. Add to that an extra 9 in the playoffs in total. That means after 23 games, Aurora has finally lost the game, and it's up against Team Max from Cambodia.
Oh, damn. Wow. I am just amazed out of my mind right now. And I just settled it, Renmar. There's just no such thing as a balanced composition. Just go ahead and go all in the death ball, and you're fine. Yeah. But no, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I think what we ended up seeing was the fact that Team Max really got to layer their crowd control really well. King Ares, we said heading into the series, would definitely need to step up, and he did. Landshakers on point, making the most out of those stuns. The surprise starts of him are like, okay, I'll just use my Raging Slash to force them back a little bit, was able to work out. And it was just a great performance as a team and as a whole. Now, after, actually, to add even the games from yesterday, after 25 games played, finally, Aurora has had their streak snapped by the team that finished the regular season of MPL Cambodia third, that didn't even make it past the first round of the playoffs in MPL Cambodia Season 9, and that is Team Max. Congratulations.
This is MLBB, man. Like, anything can happen at this point. So we're going to go on a quick break, and when we come back, we are going to go into Game 2, and man, oh man, I am so ready to be surprised here in Games of the Future.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
And here we go. Aurora Gaming versus Team Max here. For Games of the Future 2025. Still Rockhard and Renmar here. We're going to be giving you game number 2. And again, I don't know what's the bigger surprise. The Onyx match earlier against Zeta, or this one. Team Max snapping the game win streak of Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if Team Max can close out the series here. Then that will definitely be my biggest surprise for the day if they end this with a sweep win against Aurora. Again, they did that through some really great play through their side laners and their mid laners. The jungler stepped up as well in Sakzu. Cypher, who had a lot of difficulty early on, eventually just ended up becoming a bait for Aurora Gaming to bite on. Every time they see the Khalid, it's like, oh yeah, we easily took him down in the early game. Let's just blow all his abilities onto him. Next thing you know, they don't have enough to deal with the entry of the Lapu Lapu. They don't have enough to deal with the entry of the Ruby. Now, one thing I noticed looking back is that throughout the game, I was having this feeling of like, what seems kind of off? But then I realized, wait, it's again that change of Juice in, wherein I still like the changes to her. Definitely there were a lot more damage being dealt onto Lapu Lapu, Ruby every time they would dive, but the lack of that extra bit of crowd control to create the space for Sigiboom, for Tianzi, because of the cooldown now on the application of the butterfly stacks of the juice and passive, it was sorely missed by the lineup of Aurora.
I'll do you one better. I mean, right after that, right? The fret that you would get stacks, the fret of you getting crowd controlled again, that's gone. Like right after, right? So the moment that someone gets picked up, you know you can just run him over, because you're not gonna get picked up again. So I think that is just the biggest, such a huge removal against Zushin. Again, good damage, but one of the main reasons why it feels so off is you're just so used to seeing people just get picked up by Zushin over and over. Is that it? It's probably it, right? Like, maybe 4 seconds is too brutal, but that might get toned down soon. I am guessing it will get toned down soon. But yes, absolutely, that did have a major effect in that last game for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can only deter through damage enough, but then if you deter the opposing team through crowd control, it's because closing the gap again will have to require using abilities or maybe even a flicker to get even closer. So yeah, the whole time I had that feeling of something so off. How come I've seen matchups like these so long? There's a reason why my brain automatically went to leaning towards the side with the juice in and everything. But then, yeah, her lacking the extra bits of crowd control hurt. So I think that might be a little bit of a revelation again as to why now it seems like more teams are just willing to trade the Farsa, Valentina, and Eve Kimmy mainly. And Juicin does make an appearance, and I think she's still a fantastic hero, but definitely her priority will start to go down.
100%. I think it starts here in this tournament, especially after people start rewatching this game, specifically that game, right? I mean, bro, the Zushin just it's not who I know. It's not the Zushin I know, bro. But yeah, moving on for that one. Obviously, Zushin can still be a threat. Maybe just not like first pick priority or first rotation priority anymore.
Hopefully we get to see some change-ups here for Aurora. It would have made sense if they went for the Eve instead of the Jushin. Even Cho would have been gone well together. Although, I mean, to be fair, they were able to achieve what they wanted to achieve with the pairing. It's just eventually the fall off was devastating.
Yeah, you could feel it, right? You could feel right now Eve is after that series, I feel like, all right, guys, let's go ahead and just pick up the Eve. Like, what can go wrong, right? The Eve isn't just relegated to like just being like a secondary thought after that for sure. And now it would seem like somehow dealing with the jungle also worked very well for Team Max, right? Like forcing Tianzi on the Yi Sun Shin really felt like it went exactly how Team Max planned it out to be.
So now it's still all very similar in terms of the picks. Still the Lancelot. Aurora can also afford to pick out the Cho a little bit later. Although Pagu had a great game, I think Team Max are ready to deal with the show if it does show up again.
That show again, obviously Pagu, he was way over his head on a lot of those fights. Maybe a little bit too overeager. And it really did cost them that game, right? So I really hope that if they do pick it up, and they will, apparently, that you can kind of temper it a lot better.
Oh, okay. So they go for the Lunox to match the aggression. So even if Max decides to go for the similar lineup of the Eve, Lapu, Khalid, and then the Ruby, they have to be careful because the Lunox now, there's a chance where it might actually be Max taking control of the early game. But then once the power spike of the Lunox hits, King Ares, Lei, on both of them packing fighters are going to be wondering, wait, what's taking us down so quick? So yes, they can still go down this route, still pick up the Lapu-Lapu, still pick up the Eve, but they have to watch out for that Lunox.
Again, this Lunox is definitely one of the bigger threats now. But again, you have the option to go Eve, so Team Max is going to take that. And yeah, the Eve is starting to look like a really, really strong first free pick, no matter what order you take it. And here comes that Fanny that we were waiting for since yesterday.
Much better. I like that they prioritized the Fanny instead. It was banned out in the second phase by Team Max. Team Max spent 2 bans in the second phase for Assassins, Hayabusa and the Fanny. So now that you see the Fanny here, you know you're going to get Assassin versus Assassin. Now you're going to want to pressure the jungle. There's a pick here that I want Max to consider, and it's going to be crazy. But if they show it up that they put a lot of pressure in towards the jungle, I want to see a Benedetta somewhere. Either in the gold lane or in the EXP lane. You make the Benedetta and the Lapu-Lapu be a switch. I can't recall when we saw that in Southeast Asia or if it did happen in MPL Philippines, but then I understood the vision and I want to see them try it out if they're crazy enough to do so.
Benedetta, man. Again, I think we saw that as well here, but it was a little bit of a weird execution.
It was a jungle Benedetta that time.
Yeah. So this might be that might be actually a good point, right? And if you want to go crazy though, is this really the time to do it if you're Aurora Gaming? I feel like Team Max might be the ones who'll want to throw Aurora Gaming even more off their game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was looking for. A Benedetta for Max. X-Board gets taken out. That makes a lot of sense. There's still a high chance that Max will just default and then pick up a Moskov. Again, Fanny on the other side. Moskov is usually going to be showing up in the team against the Fanny. But if Aurora pick it away, then they're going to have problems. They're going to be stuck with... most likely a Brody would end up becoming their best bet for their gold laner, and then they'll just play around the Brody and a Eve together. Granger even is gonna have a hard time against this.
Granger is actually super vulnerable. You're thinking maybe it's gonna be a Ruby again for Team Max, maybe? They just want to play it through muscle memory? I don't know.
Yeah, there's a slot in there for Ruby as well. But I'd like to see them get more basic attacks this time around. You need tracking basic attacks when you're up against a hero like Fanny. So Aurora will take up the Ruby for themselves. This is most likely going to be Moskov just locked in already for Max. I would be very surprised if they go for anything different. Maybe even Aurora pick up the Ruby because they were thinking that a Benedetta might come in. Like, they were just as crazy as me. So I don't think that's going to be the case, though. Just close it out with a Moskov and, I don't know, a Kufra if T-Max has it in them. That rounds out the draft really well, but the high loss would also do the job.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's got some tools. It's got a reach against a Fanny, because once you lock in your stun as a high loss, as long as you're within range, it's gonna connect. Yeah. Right? So, but it's just so funny to see some of the best counters against a Fanny are actually on the side of Aurora right now, the Ruby and the Cho. It's just nice to see here. But looks like they're not even bothering, bro. They're going straight for the fight.
Oh, interesting. If they were gonna go fighter, I wish they picked the Benedetta instead. I wish they just went as crazy as me. What are they preempting here for? Alice. Okay.
Nasty.
I think once they saw the Ruby, they realized, you know what? They're just gonna end up going double fighters. We need to match that. So instead of going for the marksman, instead of going for the Moskov, they decided, let's just fight each other. We both have strong mid laners that are ulti based. Although the difference here is the Fanny against the Lancelot, and there's a Fanny now. Actually, with going double fighters, you really only have one target you can burst down, the Eve. Good chance though that Sakzu will just be able to avoid the burst that you do, and it won't be as easy to burst down the Lancelot compared to the Eve. So in the long run, actually going double fighter to try and mess up with what the Fanny can do works in paper, but I'm excited to see it in practice.
That's true. Because this Fanny, if you want to take out anyone, you might have to do like 2 trips or make it free.
Yeah.
And by that time, your energy is just out and you might be just a sitting duck. Yeah, so 100% Tianzi's effectiveness in this lineup feels like it is dampened. But we'll have to wait and see. Let's go ahead and load up into the game here because I am so excited. It's another Fanny game. It's always a fun time. But then again, it is against a very beefy lineup for Team Max.
Yeah. Trying to see if Team Max... There's so much pressure onto Cypher to actually just make the most out of his stun, because he's the only one that can really lock down this Fanny and try to delay his combination.
And to some degree, the real world as well, right? If you can be that good to catch the Fanny, you can do it, but again, it is very difficult. Same with the Bravest Fighter Landshaker combo. Again, you have to be so good to stop a Fanny mid-air. But yeah, if you can, good for you. But right now, speaking of the Fanny, it is doing its very best to do some harass. And that's exactly what he has to do here. That's the advantage that you get, right? He's already level 3. So quick on taking down this jungle. And Cypher is just doing his very best to protect Zakazu at this point.
This isn't how this game is going now at the beginning isn't a good sign for Team Max, but you see there a preview. Law and Order buys a lot of time if you can land the stun on the Fanny, but with how easily Aurora are getting into the jungle of Team Max, disrupting the rotation of Sakzu, we could be up for a very painful game for Team Max. Let's see.
Could be really painful, honestly, depending on how far or how good Aurora can actually just push in to this jungle and slow down the Lancelot. But I don't think that's the goal right now for them. It feels like for Aurora, they suddenly realize that, you know what? Early game to mid game, Team Max is really strong. I don't think we should fight them head on.
No. It's very Eve dependent for the lineup though, because we will reach the inevitable point of Team Max minus the Eve will not have enough damage to take down Lunar as the Alice. So Siki Boom, we just saw him actually use the I'm Offended to try and get lay. Even Rosa used the ultimate.
Man, look at that. Trying to go into it. But again, with a revitalized, a very beefy lineup, Team Max, they're going to be able to get that turtle scot-free, bro. And I don't know. They're just... How are they gonna deal with this? What's the plan here?
Well, they're gonna need time, I guess. Open up the map through macro split pushes. Team Max were able to take that turtle during a time where there was no buff to be invaded in the orange, so even Tianzi couldn't get a win through there. They will just have to slowly play this out, play the dance, play the map to see where the opening will show itself, because in this scenario, that's how you're gonna be able to find it. Wait for it.
Yeah, literally just wait for it, right? So, right now, oh my goodness. That is some really crazy stuff here. I am just, my eyes are just on Tianzi. Like, if you're not making an impact as a Fanny at this point, at 3 minutes in the game, like, what are we doing here, right? Like, I don't know. Actually, can I ask, like, who do you think is ahead here if the longer this game goes on?
The longer the game goes on, it'll actually lean towards Aurora, because they probably, if the Alice doesn't suffer a lot of deaths, the Alice is gonna have a really good time and wondering how come Team Max can't take me down. All right, they don't have the damage profile, the right damage profile for it outside of the Eve. So as long as the Eve stays alive, Team Max will be able to fight comfortably. They'll be okay. But once that Eve goes down quickly, once the real world manipulation is not utilized get well against the Alice in the late game, into the mid to the late game, then it's not going to go well for Team Max.
I kind of get it, right? Like, Alice is also scales so well. And against a lineup that is almost like full melee, okay, come here, bring it on. Like, if you're an Alice, right? Like, the Alice is going to be happy. Like, okay, group up. I'm going to hit more people with my Throne of Ruin. I'm going to be able to lifesteal even more from you guys.
Yeah. It's honestly just exactly as you mentioned. It's so easy for the Alice to thrive with it. So we're just waiting to see if it'll get to that point or whether or not Team Max will actually be able to stop it. So far, they are on the right track with being able to get the objectives, but little by little, you're going to start seeing Aurora opening up the map a little bit more. The lead is going to start slowly going their way through the resources. As long as they don't fully overcommit into getting wiped out, then you'll see the incremental growth lean towards Aurora. But if they play Team Max's game and keep fighting under the real-world manipulation, willing to take damage, then it's not going to go well for them.
That is true. And look at the items here. Spell Vamp, I think all Team Max is waiting is just really those Spell Vamp items. Cypher, you get caught out here. Nice kick coming in from Pangu this time around. And there you go. First blood, finally, after 4.5 minutes in this game.
Yeah, Cypher gets taken out, and that is the expected pickoff. Should be alarm bells ringing already for Team Max, because after that, they won't be able to get a win elsewhere in the map. They won't be able to get significant progress or go through a turret. Saksu will not be able to try and steal the turtle away. And little by little, it's going Aurora's way.
That's the out-tempo that you're looking for if you're Aurora. Again, they're just going to be happy to go even for like maybe 5 minutes. But if you can get like an advantage, you know what? Why not? And again, as I was saying earlier, I think most of it, for the most part, Team Max is just waiting for your Spell Vamp items. This is a great knock-up, but there is going to be some tools to get out of the way. Phantom Execution already used up alongside the Forward Rose. That's good punish into TNZ.
Oh, I couldn't see clearly if he was actually stunned real quick by Cypher, or he just missed the cables out, which is why he just eventually got punished for the entry. Could have gone better for Aurora, but that is as good as it will get for Team Max in that scenario after it was initiated by Pagu and Rosa.
Yeah, 100%. For Team Max, like, you're lucky to have gotten that kill, because Pagu, that was actually really good. That mini stun, I don't know where the stun came from, honestly, but I'm assuming Cypher was huge, right? It was so good. Well-timed. It was able to buy enough time for Sakizu to survive. And right now, King Ares, I don't know if he has the lifesteal already in, or the Spell Vamp, but he seems very confident on that Lapu Lapu already. And now that mid trio can have to go and focus on Lei here. Bot lane might become a battleground very, very soon. I think that's happening right here. Lei gonna go down. The Darkening just too much for him to handle.
Aligned very well by Aurora. They had their eyes set on that tower and bot. Here comes TNZ. He doesn't want to stop. He goes after BMO.
Again, that's another kick going over. Sakizu, again, still has some survivability on that Lancelot. But so far, I'm just not finding the fight. There you go. BMO finally laying it down again. And with the real world, you know what? They're able to fight back.
See, again, that's the trend. They need the real-world manipulation. They need the Starfield of the Eve. But here comes Lei with the Falling Star Moon. Rosa with the Darkening just peppering away onto Lei. Rosa has help, though, with Lunar. And King Ares isn't going to be able to take Rosa down. Tienzi gets the turtle. And as expected, it is starting to go Aurora's way. But Team Max still fighting to make sure that it doesn't get out of hand.
That's right. Team Max right now, it feels like they just don't have the tools to deal with the damage yet. Or, you know, if you're gonna fight back, like if you're gonna go for on the 3v3, they don't have what it takes to actually burst out an Alice that's going out their way. a Fanny just flying all over the map. And again, a Ruby as well. Like, the choke can just walk out. So there's really no target for them to actually kill that easily.
So at this point, Team X still very much within shooting range of turning the game around. But the turnaround, again, their main condition relies solely around one hero. Actually, add two. Let's make it Cypher as well. Because it's also up to Cypher to stun Tianzi. Which so far he's been getting, but even more so, it's like, okay, that's a small win amongst so many other wins we need to get just for us to keep this game in our favor or turn the game towards our favor fully. All the while, it's so much easier for Aurora to play the game with the lineup they decided to field.
Yeah, and they're playing it so well right now, especially with Tianzi, right? Like, Tianzi's just going around. He's just taking these towers, and no one can catch him. Which I think was the biggest mistake, right? The biggest mistake here of Team Max, they don't have anything to deal with the Fanny. Straight up.
They could have used a little bit more damage. Look at that entry!
Oh! Beautiful entry with the Throne of Ruin, and that's what we're talking about. You know what? Group up all you want. Aurora says, bring it on. And they're fighting. They're trying to fight back, trying to get some of that damage in, even with the bravest fighter. Team Max just forced to run the whack into their base.
If you were doubting what we were saying about the Alice and the Eve-centered lineup, well, there's the proof for you. Eve goes down quickly. Literally nothing can stop Looter right now. That was a perfect entry. He tossed out the Crimson Gleam. Already had Doom Waltz charged up. Then Crimson Gleam in, still committed the Flicker, and it was a massive Throne of Ruin that even caught Bimo the key.
Yeah, nice catch there. 100%. Feels like there's just no way for them to fight at this point, especially with such a tricky lineup here for Aurora Gaming. Here comes Pagu. Again, your teammates are a bit far off. Throne of Ruin used up to slow them down. And there he goes. That's a double kill for Tianzi. He's just non-stop at this point. You're just nowhere. There's just no way for you to slow him down. Triple on the Fanny. Gives him so much gold. So much more lethality at this point.
Well, it looks like things are just going exactly the way that we thought it would be. Great entries by Lunar. Great connection with Pagu. It looked like the members of Aurora were far away, but the Alice was there, and the Throne of Ruin was perfect yet again. Team Max now, well, they just gotta accept that this is the bed that they decided to lie on, man. They don't have the right damage profile for the Alice, though you could understand why they picked up the Esmeralda. It's not like picking up the Moskov would have been the worst thing in the world, and you needed that extra bit of damage even more so. I think they just focused a little bit too hard on just playing around their Lancelot, that they ended up giving just a perfect matchup for an Alice-centered lineup. Tianzi now is 5-1-0, and Aurora will be forcing game number 3. If Aurora loses this, they messed up badly somewhere.
That's true. It's almost impossible to lose at this point, right? It's only 7K, but it's a lineup of it's a 7K advantage in the lineup that shouldn't actually need that much gold, right? Like, you don't even need to be so far ahead, and you can just start to slowly, surgically remove members of Team Max, and they're going to be happy to take. If you fight, they're happy. Bang! And there you go. Throne of Ruin activated. Tianzi going in, and he is just so lethal right now. That blade is so sharp that he doesn't even need to do it time and time again. They're playing around that tower. No one can catch anyone. And it's just like people are just getting slapped left, right, and center here. Tower will fall. Aurora standing inside the base of Team Max, and there's just no one's dying, bro.
Yep. I mean, this is what we expected. There's no way that you can do to stop this. Even Lei can enter here. They'll only take a Lunar. He goes in again. Another Throne of Ruin, just to prove the point that this Alice will be unstoppable against the lineup that Team Max decided to field in this game number 2.
Oh, man. I'm not the kind of person to say I told you so, but damn, bro. It's just you should have known this coming in, right? This is something you can kind of just visualize in your head. This is exactly how the game is panning out. TNZ doing whatever he wants on the map. Sigiboom and Lunar saying, "Oh, there's 5 of you? Thank you for grouping up and making my job a lot easier."
What hurts even more is that right before that initiation with the Crimson Gleam and Throne of Ruin, the Ruby and the Alice, Sigibom and Lunar got their Queen's Wings at both at the exact same time.
Yeah, absolutely. That's like icing, right? That's just icing on top of the cake.
Yep.
The speak. Oh. Okay.
This is just gonna go on a little bit longer. The inevitable result being Aurora will be able to force this into game number 3. Unless, again, Team Max find a miraculous pickoff. But even if they take out, let's say, Rosa, there's still so many other people you gotta deal with. You still also have to deal with Sigibum, who will also thrive similar to the Alice, to the formation that Team Max plays around, all closely knit together. So let's see if Team Max can make a comeback. But again, it's like 99% sure that this is going to go Aurora's way. Bang!
Ooh, there you go. There's a big dive in and the pile up. Oh, you guys are piling up. Thank you so much. Sakazu all alone on the map now with a very open base. Like, what are we expecting? Maybe try to slow down that minion wave in the mid. But there's one on the bottom. And just like that, Aurora Gaming is going to go ahead and work on that base there. Well, their 2 members are chasing Sakazu on top side, and it cleans up. We're going to a game number 3.
No surprises with the result there. Again, even though we did say we get to understand a little bit as to why they went for that Esmeralda in the end. I really wish they just locked in the Moskov. It's tested and proven. It gives you a little bit more crowd control and space creation for your backline, because it's not only reliant on the stun of the high loss. And look, once that Alice was online, we said it from the very beginning, they do not have the right damage profile to deal with it. And every initiation after that first big major Throne of Ruin that wowed us into top lane, it looked exactly the same. Wait, Crimson Gleam, toss it out. If you need to use the Flicker, use the Flicker along with the Throne of Ruin, and every time it was BMO the key dying first. Because once you see the formation of Team Max, you know where the Eve is going to be, and that's the only one that could really mess up the lineup of Aurora. They took down BMO over and over again and made it look so easy.
100% this was an outdraft, right? Like, complete outdraft. All of the heroes were just so free to do whatever they want. I'll go one step further and say Team Max drafted exactly what Aurora wanted. You want a lineup, they want a lineup that's going to group up. Team Max gave it to them on a silver platter. And they won it so easily.
Yeah. So it has to be a huge return to the drawing board here for Team Max. Maybe get out of the over-reliance on the double fighters. If there's going to be a side switch, you're going to need to change up how the drafts look, because Aurora adjusted so well in that game number 2 and made it look easy.
Just goes to show why they got that win streak in the first place. So when we come back, we got game number 3 here of Team Max versus Aurora Gaming in Games of the Future 2025. We're almost there, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
We are going to game number 3 here. This is still Games of the Future 2025 live in Abu Dhabi. Rockhart and Redmar on the mic, and this is Aurora Gaming versus Team Max's game 3. Very interesting game 2 to say the least here, and we're going straight into the draft for this one.
Yeah, I just realized the games that started off our day, the 2 series that we had, those are the ones that I thought would be going into 3 games, and the last 2 would be the ones being sweeps. It just got completely turned around, man. It was the last 2 games that were like some of the most competitive, really neck and neck. Of course, Onyx, the FYG, went to 3. And then now this one goes to 3. Hopefully we get to see Team Max really recalibrate their strategy here. But I'm a little bit worried. They ban out the Fanny and the Lunox, which a part of me is now thinking that Max is really just heavily leaning into the double fighter concept. They've taken away some of the 2 of the heroes that really made the game 2 strategy struggle. The Alice is still going to be an option for Aurora. They still have to watch out for that. But Fanny and Lunox means that there is a high chance they'll go double fighter again.
I'm gonna be honest, go ahead and let the the Fanny go. Just make sure you got something to deal with it, right? Like,
yeah.
Alright, in fairness, it was Aurora's excellent pivoting. Where
yes,
they knew they were gonna get the Fanny, and you know what? They got the Cho. And then you also get like, you know what I mean, right? Like they got everything that was supposed to deal with the Fanny, and that's why it worked. But in this scenario, as long as you don't do that, I feel like the Fanny's not that scary, or at least not anymore. But then again, Team Max are thinking about something else probably here. Like you mentioned, I really like what you brought up. Like, maybe if that Esmeralda was like a great, I don't know, like a Granger, a Harif, or something like that, or I don't know, something with range like a Moskov, that would have been a different outcome. But yeah, for sure, Team Max, they're gonna have to go to the drawing board back for this one. Lots of good first picks removed here by Aurora.
It's gonna be the Lancelot most likely again for Max, and then they don't need to rush the Yisun Shin here. They'll just go ahead and pick up the Lapu Lapu most likely. There's no Lunox this time around, but they can pick up the Eve, which would be great. I want to see them like take the rug from underneath Max's feet and just pick up the Kimmy. I know you still have the Farsa and the Eve mainly as the much more high impact trade. But I'd like to see Kimmy get brought up by either of these 2 teams. Got the Kacha for sure for Aurora. You can just lock it in as well with the Grok gone. So they decided to go for the Gata Kacha Farsa. Max might just end up having to pick up the Eve. But the problem is, this time around, with the Fanny and the Lunox gone, Aurora can bump up the Alice in the priority, and you go Alice 3rd pick for red, and then you just readjust and pick your jungler later. You'll still have some options, even if the Hayabusa and the Yisun Shin get banned out.
Absolutely. Although picking up the Cho does kind of preempt the Hayabusa a little bit, right? So maybe that's pretty good pick up. I like this so far. Not bad.
Yeah, definitely. You get to take the AOG away. You are still very close ranged here. But at least now, a lot of the best picks of Aurora will have some really great ultimates. So I like this pickup of the Valentina. I know I was looking for a Kimmy, but this is a good alternative to that.
Yeah, not bad at all. Again, I kind of miss Eve as well. Maybe Eve would have worked, but maybe they have a different thing in mind. They're trying to see if they can kind of just preempt, like maybe this, right? Maybe they're preempting like a lineup where there's gonna be an Esmeralda and the Uranus.
So I like this Uranus pick because all of the heroes right now for Max and highly likely they're all going to be burst based. That if the Alice was one of the problems of Max earlier, now this time it might actually be the Uranus instead of the Alice. I like how they also didn't go for the Alice because, again, you're no longer up against an Eve, and you don't want to give the Throne of Ruin to the Valentina. The Uranus, I feel like, is a perfect pickup that now Aurora can afford to go for either the basic attack gold laner or the skill-based gold laner. They're both going to be fine options. I'd like to see a Ruby ban somewhere, and if my money's on it, I think it'll be Aurora who'd rather ban the Ruby, because if they pick up the Ruby, then that's another really good ultimate for the Valentina that you don't want to give in the I'm offended.
So if you think about it, this Valentina third pick is actually really good, right? It's already like playing advanced mind games on Aurora, and maybe that's exactly what Team Max needs to do. Make Aurora overthink their decisions, since they are still reeling from that, like their first loss in a long time.
Yeah. Although it's good news for their morale that they were able to dominate right away to get the game back and to get the revenge. Hayabusa will get taken out. High chance that maybe the Yisun Shin will also get taken out, because there's such a wide field of the gold laners that I don't think it'll be worth it to try and take out gold laners. Even if it's like Claude, Harith, it seems like no matter what Team Max, you're going to be okay with it. If they take out away one gold laner, that's just a preference at that point. It's them just going, yeah, we'd rather not go up against that. It'll be quite annoying. With the Esmeralda gone, Harith might be an option for Aurora Gaming.
Harith is pretty good, right? And they've got really good amount of damage because of that, but the profile is going to be like a lot of magic damage, right? So
exactly, yeah.
You might need like a really hard-hitting physical attacker, maybe the YSS or TNZ.
Yeah, it could be a Yisun Shin and then a Harith core. They'll be lacking just a little bit of crowd control. And Team Max can just answer that again with their own. I like that the Lapu Lapu was taken out. So Team Max, as expected, will ban out the Yisun Shin. So with no YSS anymore, I think Aurora still has an option for... Whoa. Okay. They have an option for Joy in the jungle, or we're going to see them go for something a little bit more solid, like a tank fighter. Which should be okay, but then that means they definitely need to pick up a carry gold laner to deal the brunt of the damage.
Right, carry gold lane might be pretty good, right? Especially if they opt for like a more a less DPS hero on the jungle. But that, of course not. What are we thinking? Of course, that's definitely a YSS pick. But it's already banned out, so what's the plan? What's the ploy here?
Oh, another carry, but something that we usually don't see. Fanny's already gone. Yeah, I think right now Max is actually weighing what Aurora might end up playing. Suyo is available. There's not a lot of magic damage for the side of Team Max. I want to see them go sturdy for their last picks. Oh, they might... Oh, Guinevere jungle. And then now they're going to pick up the Alice. X-Borg is an option as well, so they'll go for that. Yeah, great pickups by Max. Honestly, they go for double fighters again. They don't have like the sure basic attack damage, but they don't need it. They'll be tanky. They'll be annoying to deal with.
Or death.
Yeah, I love this. Honestly, I love this for Team Max. Drafting wise, they seem to be more on point here, and it's a little bit harder to straight up counter. They've actually put Aurora Gaming in a bit of a pickle here, haven't they?
Yeah. This is gonna be really tough. They might just end up settling for the Suyo in the end. Or something crazy like, I don't know, what else is there? Hellkirk jungle? No. Unless they put the Uranus in the jungle.
Oh, that's a good point. All right.
Oh my god!
What? What? Bro, that's not physical. That doesn't look like it's a physical hero. Their damage profile is almost purely magic. At least their bursty is.
It's really
what
just
happened here?
The Ruby. They were stuck, man. They really just ran out of options. Team Max, what a draft, forcing them onto the Harley. But you know, I'm gonna have to lean in a little bit closer to my rank RG brothers and sisters out there. You know, it could. Honestly, It could.
It could.
It could get out of hand here. But it's a big if. I'm excited to see how TNZ is going to perform with this Harley. I don't even recall the last time I casted a Harley game. It might have been the qualifiers for MPL Season 5, man. I'm 100% serious on that. Like, that's how long it's been since I casted a Harley game.
Bro, that was like 6 years, 7 years ago. Are you sure?
It was that long, but of course it has popped up. I might have even been there when it did pop up, but I just can't recall. Let's see how it goes. Again, I'm not completely turning off the possibility that TNG is going to have an insane game through this Harley. I'm just leaning a little bit more towards the lineup of Team Max, even though they don't have a traditional carry with them. It's very annoying to go up against their lineup.
100%. Really annoying. And Team Max are gonna, if they group up this time around, it's not gonna be as clear cut. They're the ones who actually have the Alice this time. And again, it's gonna be a lot of gymnastics for Aurora to actually get on top here. And that's gonna be first blood going over to Team Max without any effort whatsoever.
Not the start that they want. I'm thinking who is like... Wait. Rose already forced the flicker out.
Oh my goodness, alright. Sigil's the only one left with the flicker here, and that actually might go soon as well. Watch out. Right now, Team Max are going on a roll here. And again, Sigboom is relatively safe here on the top side. We gotta watch this Harley, bro.
Yeah. Regen already popped. I'm trying to think of like who's most susceptible to getting taken down by deadly magic other than the Valentina. Maybe it'll be enough for the deadly magic to take down the Faraga armor of the X-Borg. Of course, he's gonna look into making sure he gets to bring the Lancelot down really low as well. I'm interested to see how this develops again. It's been so long since we've seen Harley.
I honestly is just so flabbergasted. Like, we actually see a team that got to a point where they got forced into a really bad decision. Sakazu, pretty easy maneuvers there just to take out Rosa. And as I was saying, man, like, it literally felt like there was just no option for Aurora Gaming.
Yeah.
It's so funny to see that.
Like, no option. Maybe it would have just been like, yo, Tenzi, it's up to you, man. Just go with what you want to go with.
Right, so here comes the big one. Question is, how is Aurora gonna deal with it? That's one way to go about it. It's gonna be a kill on the Pagu. Or sorry, Pagu, not Pagu, Cypher. And now Rosa, there's just no way to go about it, right? Like, they're just trying to survive. They're hiding under their tower, but even that is not really enough for Aurora Gaming to survive this onslaught of damage and unstoppable chaos that's being given to them by Team Max.
Full dive, full aggression, and it's just perfect. Again, this is exactly why I was leaning more towards the lineup of Team Max. Again, it's not the fundamentals that we're used to, but it works, and it will work. The Alice, again, now it's Aurora getting a taste of their own medicine, and Cypher has been an absolute menace. Him and BMO the Key have done a fantastic job of stopping Rosa and stopping Pagu and making them very uncomfortable in this game.
100% uncomfortable here. Right now, the items will definitely reflect more tankiness. That's what Team Max is doing. They've got a pretty sizable lead. 2,000 before 4 minutes means that it's just going to be a bit harder for the damage of the Harley to sink in. Considering that the moment you hit Radiant Armor, you can just do whatever you want on the map, bro. And they're doing that right now. Throne of Ruin, Lunar forced to flicker out, but looks like the punchback here is going to be on to BMO the Key. But like I mentioned, we don't see Radiant Armor yet, man. So the moment that gets locked in, that might be the start of the end.
Yeah. Great counter, though, by Aurora, that they were at least able to walk away with a kill there onto BMO after the initiation by Team Max. Should be a little bit of a reprieve from all the struggles that they're facing, but now with this Lord up, oh, great start by Pagu.
Yeah, that's absolutely beautiful start there. Again, Cypher gonna miss out on the Jeet Kundo hit. Rosa with a feathered airstrike takes out Cypher as well. And now TNZ gonna be able to get some space and get that turtle for their side. And Lunar making a run for the hills. That item advantage is still making itself felt here. King Aries up on front, scouting around. We're gonna see topside Lay as well. Gonna get Firaga armor removed, I am assuming. Yes, he did. And there you go. Pressure around the map being kind of evened out. Aurora Gaming are not gonna go down without a fight.
Yeah, it seems like T-Max overly committed onto Pagu and Lunar in that last fight, because Rosa, once that feathered airstrike went up, it surprised me that it even got to the point where it was able to get casted. With the lineup that T-Max has, they can just make sure that Rosa never gets a really comfortable feathered airstrike. That feathered airstrike was way too comfortable. Rosa didn't even need to burn a flicker to reposition or anything. He was able to get hits off, and T-Max were punished for it.
100%. Like, how many tools does T-Max have to cancel that out, right? Like, almost everyone except the Lancelot.
I will say this. Literally every hero. The Lancelot, crowd control, yeah, he doesn't have it, but he will stop it through sheer damage.
Oh, that's true. Like, you don't have a choice but to just run away or fly away. You're good point, good point.
Yeah, so
but yeah,
it's
here
either
we
you
go.
fly or you take it.
Which you won't. Most of the time, you won't. Especially this early in the game. So, yep, right now, Team Max is definitely still in the driver's seat, but Aurora Gaming are fighting back. Again, looking at the map here, BMO trying to bait out some stuff. Again, it's all about that damage output. So where is it going to come from? How are they going to make it sink in? Rosa still has a flicker available. Actually, most of Aurora Gaming. And there's a flicker being used by Sigiboom. AOG trying to get comboed here. But looks like it's only going to go to nothing. So that's a pretty stonks move there. A lot of ultimates used up, as well as a battle spell. Look at that. They're going to try to transition very quickly into the turtle for this one. Sakazu actually will get it from the Ruin at the back line. And look at that. Aurora Gaming going to be pushed back pretty heftily after that chain of events.
Team Max continue it. And again, another glimpse as to why their lineup should be feared by Aurora right now. Orange buff will actually go to King Aries, stolen away by Team Max. Forced into picking up the Harley, and they are now running out of options in the game itself, not just in the draft. Every time Aries is in the field and they are man-marking properly, it's way too difficult for Aurora to fight properly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as much as they seem... They're not really in free fall anymore. It's like they have a foothold on the rock, but you're still in a pretty precarious state. Like, right? Like, your prospects are not looking good. So, Aurora definitely are on the right trajectory here, but doesn't mean they're out of the woods just yet. They're still in survival mode. They've got heroes like the Lancelot trying to just non-stop poke them, and they can't really do much about it. So where's the next threat gonna come from here if you're Aurora Gaming? And what's the next plan for Team Max?
Well, for Team Max, as long, again, their team fight is good and that they're marking, see, it's so easy for them. That's why their main condition really is just that. They keep sending Sakzu off to open up the map, while you can go for a 4-1 split or 1-3-1. You manage both side lanes while managing the mid lane as well, because the towers are still up there. So you just go around that flow. Aurora, unfortunately, they're more forced into playing together as a team. Either 5-man rotations or you go 4-1. Because now, with the advantage of Team Max, a lot of the damage that you'll want, or the sustainability you want, will only come with 4 members closely together at minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, speaking of going together, trying to get something started here is Sigiboom. Does still have the flicker. He didn't need to use the flicker that time around. King Harris with the gleam. He'll be able to dodge on out of there. Pagu up on front. Sigiboom again. The I'm Offended will be up in a few seconds now, but they're rushing it. They're bomb rushing the Lord, and they're going to go over and take it. Team Max with the Lord, and now I think they want to go for even more kills. Not stopping at all. The AOG going to be casted here and canceled by Sigiboom. Up on front, Cypher might be in trouble. AOG of their own for Aurora Gaming means they can take up Cypher on the way out.
And now Aurora with a kill might be able to build through this by being able to stop the March of the Lord. Team Max overheated. They were good. They just needed to back away. They already got the Lord, but the rest of Team Max decided to commit. King Aries now in trouble as well. It's falling apart for Team Max.
Yeah, 100% Team Max after that take. It feels like they overheated on the spot, Renmar. I don't know how that can happen, considering they are the ones who has the X-Borg, but yes. Jokes aside, it feels like it's starting to look really bleak here. Maybe Lunar's tankiness is going to be starting to become unbearable. Finally, the immortality going into late might be a good sign. But again, you're still getting run over by Farsa, by a Harley. Again, never thought I'd say that. Yeah, man. Team Max is just not stable at this point.
Yeah, had to rush the Divine Glaive as well, and there's an 800 lead for the Lancelot. That should be a sign that the next time that happens, no matter how low the members of Aurora look, you're good. Just back off. They cannot win you against a team fight that started off real well by you. That started off because Cypher, alongside Bimo the Key, wanted to go forward. Bimo went in with an AOG stolen away from the GOTF Gacha, completely whiffed it. Cypher was able to get 2 knockups to salvage it. But then after that, Aurora was already able to recalibrate, and it showed that with just a little bit more comfort, Aurora will be able to do good with their team fighting. They committed flickers as well to fight into that, which was way too overly greedy. You had the Lord, you were fine.
It was so funny as well. Like, I was surprised. Why is there another AoE? Oh, right, there's a Valentina.
Yep.
Really took it by surprise, and goes to show, like, you don't always have to just take the feathered airstrike, man. You can get a bit of pretty good advantage. And again, Team Max with a bit of a lapse here in decision making. Like, come on, what is up? They got the Lord, right? I mean, it's a very solid win already.
Yeah.
And now it's just gonna fizzle out, just like it's nothing. Gives even more chances for Aurora to regain control.
Yeah, and there's already a lot of burst damage available for them. Farsa, Ruby, Harley, Tianzi. Yo, how did you end up there, man? Oh my goodness, he got blasted!
Oh my goodness, that is a very elementary mistake that I never thought I'd see, especially from a member of Aurora Gaming here. And considering you have one of the most mobile mages in the game as well. Like, what is up? The worst absolute time to die is right before this Lord. And they are making it so hard to deal with. Pagu up on front. Rosa on the side. There's just no one that can steal it with the red tree. Going for the Hail Mary of with that Farsa, but no, it's a no-go. It's another solid W from Team Max, and they didn't even try too hard.
I'm still speechless. Forgive me. I'm still really shocked. That easily happened. Tianzi went in. I don't know if he was trying to get someone with the deadly magic, but at that point it really looked like he was just walking and running into there. It's like, oh, nope, I messed up somewhere. Either it was with my initiation or my combo. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, that could have gone better. Look at, oh my god!
Oh! The reposition on the Throne of Ruin was massive, but even with all of that, what is happening to today's matches? Team Max are the one who are getting wiped out and getting chased up in the middle of the map. Is it topsy-turvy day today? Like, what is up? And now it's just gonna be Lei all on his own, just trying to buy some time. But even with the Lord on the bottom side of the map, it's gonna be Aurora Gaming for sure with more. Wait, hey, answer this, wait. Okay, they're backing off.
2 a.m. in Southeast Asia Mobile Legends. Bang, bang. That's what we get.
Sorry.
Let's go.
I'm laughing so hard. What is up? What, like, are they also sleepy? Like, what is happening here? Both teams feel like they are just completely out of sorts here.
I mean, they're good. I think it's all just getting to them right now. Cypher goes in with a kick. Beautiful entry there. Feathered airstrike already committed there by Rosa. Lunar trying to go back, but here comes the Throne of Ruin yet again, coming in by Ares. Tianzi with a deadly magic, and he locks in on the Alice. King Ares trying to hold on, but now it's Tianzi who's unstoppable after getting a Maniac earlier on. Pagu now starting it off, trying to get away. AOG out. That's reset.
Bro, they're starting to fizzle out, man. I mean, both teams are just... It feels like both of them are like right at their wits' end. The way that this game is going right now. I'm not even looking at the gold anymore. Even these items, it feels like they are very much on par. The only difference here is the decisions that are being made on the map.
Yeah. So trying to avoid this becoming a contest of who throws harder. Because they've both played a really great game in their own right individually. As good as the setup by King Ares was, the problem about that is they did that behind 2 turrets. That turret, the first turret in the mid, was still relatively healthy. It should have been a full commit once that was broken down. Ziggy Boom with a pull.
Yeah, and speaking of committing, that was exactly what they need to do. Although they used up so many of their ultimates that I think at this point, Aurora Gaming is going to be forced to go back for the meantime. And we've also got, like, Ziggy Boom on the bot side of the map. This is fully acknowledged by Team Max. They know he's down there. So you know what? Maybe the call might be just go, go, go for this Lord. And I am guessing this could be the last because the way that both teams are playing, they're playing for the wipeout. They're playing for the complete wipe.
Yeah, by the way, this is a Harley with a Windtalker, so that's a lot of attack speed that he's getting, and he doesn't really need to use the poker trick to maximize the deadly magic.
Yeah, Tower is definitely the target of that Harley later on, so maybe you can go for a big finish. But right now, speaking of that Harley getting used into the deadly magic, and that's probably the worst target to cast it on. Blaze up on front, King Ares as well, and he is just catching anyone who tries to go their way. And with that last hit, it's gonna go to Lunar! It's going to, of all heroes, the Uranus, and there goes that team fight. Is just fizzling out. People are just going anywhere they want to go. Trying to juggle out of fire, trying to go around the Ionic Edge, but Cypher will fall in the end. And don't forget, it's Aurora Gaming who has that Lord, who is going to walk with that Lord on the bottom side of the map, exactly where they want it to go.
If there's anything that perfectly encapsulates the insanity of the game, it's that after all of this, 17 minutes in, it's the Uranus that got the miraculous last hit on the Lord. The potential game-winning Lord here for Aurora.
Like, literally, did both junglers just, like, miss on their retribution? Like, what is happening to this game? It is just insane. And I gotta say, look at those Radiant Armor on 3 members of Team Max, plus more sustainability on the Immortality. They're even building up more sustain as we speak. Like, they're just playing the long game here.
Yeah, so to replay that moment, Sakzu was early with his retribution. Tianzi was not yet close enough to retry, and since there was like around 60 or so health remaining on the Lord, it was just the Ionic Edge by Lunar that eventually got the last hit on the Lord.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. There goes that Feathered Airstrike. Used up already. Lei is in front, but he can't stop that turret from falling. Big minion wave on the bottom. Here comes that Lord. Dashes in, breaks the tower, and this is going to be the siege. Lunar, or Lei rather, going to go down. Firaga Armor is popped. And there goes King Ares. Misses with the Throne of Ruin. That might be big. That might be a problem. But somehow, some way, Team Max, everyone is still alive, but only for the moment. There's going to be that big fight. There's going to be that big dump of damage. And so far, Rosa are playing so safe on this one. Max is just refusing to die here And at the end of the day, though, they will be taking it the 1-for-1. No one can touch the tower. No one can go for the tower lock. And I think because of that, Team Max gonna go with a successful defense.
This isn't over yet. And the Hardy pick is now at 8-2 and 5. Sakzu trying to make a hero play, but he will back off. There's a fantastic string of KD ace actually for the side of Aurora. Pagu has not died this entire game. Tianzi is 8-2 and 5. Rosa has 10 assists to his belt. So it's been a terrific overall team for performance by Aurora. And again, I think if there's one thing I would really like to see change a little bit on the Team Max is the initiation of King Ares. Though he had a really good one in the Lord, and I thought that would be it because everyone was just lined up perfectly for the last insanity of Lei. But Lei, his Faraga armor got busted before it was maximized. Is that I'd want to see King Ares really save his entries for Rosa. Wait for the Farsa to pop the Feathered Airstrike, and once you have the vision on where that is, that's when you go for the Throne of Ruin entry.
Well, speaking of entry, it's going to be done by Pagu early on. Tianzi up on front, trying to throw it out as much damage as he can. Cypher up on front, no good target for the Cho at this point. Absorbing all of the damage. Throne of Ruin again, missing everyone. Like, seriously, such a big AoE, misses everything. And now there's the kick. They're looking for it. They got the target. AOG as well, getting used up. And everyone is just on the disengage. They're trying to do it, but look at that. Sakzu just not making it easy for Rosa. Dashing and dipping and freestyling. Gonna get taken out by Tianzi in the end. And he'll get used up just for that extra move speed. Going for the chase. Stopping Team Max from going back to their base. And there you go.
That's it.
Tianzi popped here, and Tianzi is going straight for the base. But look at that. It's just no. Team Max refusing to give in, refusing to surrender. King Ares with a clear, and he will get rid of the minions just in time. And actually, you know what? Throne of Ruin is back up. Let's use it again. Let's go ahead and take the fight to them. King Ares is all alone. It's him against the whole of Aurora Gaming. And will the sustain be enough? Looks like that's not gonna be it. That's gonna be game 3. One of the craziest series that we've had today. It's Aurora Gaming who came to play right here, right now. And they will proceed further into the bracket.
It's 2:30 in the morning in the Philippines. And I want to thank Aurora and Team Max for delivering one of the most insane series I've ever witnessed. An insane game number 3. The draft, what happened in the game. You guys made sure that this night ends up on a memorable high note for myself and Rockhart and for everyone watching. Not the cleanest MLBB, not the prettiest MLBB, but that is very Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and I am proud to have been part of casting that game. Thank you, Team Max and Aurora. Congratulations to Aurora for the win.
This is the most alive comment section I've seen in an MLBB stream at 2:30 in the morning. Shout out to everyone on the comment section. We're just laughing at each other as well. And congratulations to Aurora. With this, they will have a 2-0 record, and they will be going straight into the quarterfinals. Tianzi is our MVP for that one. Man, oh man. Team Max just gave us such a crazy game. I don't blame him. You know what? Team Max looked like they had a pretty good run, but they will be taking a bit of a slowdown for the meantime. Tianzi was excellent at this point.
He has a Harley, man. He has a Harley in his
Harley.
kit. And we were looking for basic attack. I realized once that Windtalker came out, it's like, oh my goodness, Harley is also in a way like a basic attack hero. So I guess it works out. So now we see the final matches for tomorrow. Tianfeng Yaguai, Team Vamos, Team Max, Team Spirit, Versatime Homeboys, Team Falcons, and Mythic Seal. Those are the matchups for the play-ins round as Aurora Gaming PH. I'm trying to see. Aurora Gaming PH, Aurora, there you go, Arki Hoshi, and Onyx have advanced straight to the quarterfinals. They will be waiting for the winners of the matches tomorrow.
I completely understand this. I mean, this is, I would say, pretty much within the expectations of probably a lot of our viewers, right? So, Congratulations again for our top upper bracket teams. They are going to be taking a rest for tomorrow. And for tomorrow, our play-ins will begin. Jiangfeng Yao Guai versus Team Vamos. Wow, it's a very good first match already. And it's going to get capped off by Team Falcons versus Mythic Seal. Our two Team Maxes, Team Max and Team Spirit, going into match 3. And Versatime versus Homeboys. Another very interesting match. So, hope you guys have your alarm set up. This time is in +4 for our time. So just make sure that you guys can adjust properly, or at least in the Philippine time.
Yep.
But yeah, so far that was a very, very interesting game to cap off the group stages of this matchup. Renmar, it was great casting with you on this group stage. Hope you're all good.
Yeah,
and
good.
yeah, that's gonna be it for Games of the Future 2025. I'm Rockhart. We got Renmar Santa Cruz on the mic. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for the play-ins.
I